Good morning, everybody, and welcome once again to Portland International Raceway for day number 2 of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. Good morning, Brian.
Is that who I am?
I think that's who you are. Don't ever change, Brian. Don't ever change. It's going to make things confusing for me.
That's good stuff. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Portland. And it has been an absolute fantastic weekend up in the Pacific Northwest. The weather has been absolutely fantastic as long as you don't have to stand outside in the heat. The mornings have been glorious. The afternoons have been steamy. The racing action has been fantastic, especially
the geese
with
love
this
it,
group.
Brian. The geese
Look at
love
the
it.
geese. You know, I went to since we have time. It's qualifying on Sunday morning, and it's time to tell stories. I went to Canada, Greg, for Thanksgiving.
Okay.
After 9/11, because we didn't want to go see family because we lived in New York City, and all they were going to want to talk about was 9/11. So we decided to go to Canada. You know, it's not their Thanksgiving.
No,
on our
it's
Thanksgiving. So I had goose for Thanksgiving dinner. Yep, never forget that. Anyway. Formula Vs are out there now. A very unusual situation here this weekend. A wonderfully unusual situation if you're a Formula V driver. And that is that there are no Formula Fs or Formula 6s, which of course we're sad about. But it does give these guys and gals a fantastic opportunity to showcase Formula V. And yesterday they did not disappoint, Greg.
They did not disappoint. The first two drivers to head out and are leading this pack right now out for a 15-minute qualifying session. Quinn Posner and Marjorie Lumberg. They had a spectacular race yesterday. 97 thousandths of a second separated them at the start-finish line, and with Quinn Posner taking the win over Marjorie Lumberg. Lumberg, who led going into the final lap, and she looked to use the exact same move that she'd used on Posner, I think 2 or 3 times previous over the course of the race, and Posner was ready for it coming into turn 11 into the penultimate corner, and he takes the win. Robert Posner was very close behind, but we are looking at qualifying right now. And first off, Brian, why don't we run down what the schedule is for today? And then we'll talk a little bit more about qualifying for this group. We have 6 groups that are going out for qualifying this morning. They are 15-minute qualifying sessions, and then we are going to break for lunch about midday. Actually, a little bit earlier than midday Pacific time. I think scheduled somewhere around 11 a.m. Give or take a little bit. And then we've got our 6 feature races. Now, these are scheduled for either 25 laps or 35 minutes. Whichever comes first. We've already talked to our chief steward. They are looking to get the 25 laps in, and they prefer to do it based on the number of laps rather than the amount of time. So if we have some incidents and have to black flag cars, they're going to try and make it work based on laps. But that is the schedule for today. And the way we set the grid for those feature races in the afternoon for all of our classes running this weekend, except for one, and we'll talk about them in just a moment. It is based on the fastest lap time from either of the sessions yesterday, either the qualifying session yesterday or the race yesterday or this morning's qualifying session. And so coming into this morning's Formula V qualifying session, Quinn Posner, who took the win yesterday, was our fastest driver on track with a 133.103. He set that during qualifying. Marjorie Lumberg at a 133.131, so less than 0.03 of a second off of Posner's fastest time from yesterday. She was second fastest. Robert Posner, who finished third in yesterday's race at a 133.373. So as you see, they're only about 0.25 of a second off of our two fastest cars, and so again, we'll see here if that order changes via qualifying this morning.
Yeah, and Robert Posner, he had the best seat in the house yesterday, Greg. He's sitting back and watching that whole race develop in front of him, and and being the proud papa, I'm sure, watching Quinn do his thing. But you're right, Marjorie did the same move several laps in a row, and on the final lap, Quinn decided, I'm going to do that move, and she had nowhere to go. which was kind of funny. Not funny, but I mean, great to see. Wonderful racecraft to understand what the situation was and then do what they did. Skid Car System says that the weather in Portland is warmer than the weather in Vegas. That's just flat out wrong. I mean, not he's not wrong.
He's probably correct.
No, he's correct, but it is wrong that the weather is hotter in Portland than it is in Las Vegas. So.
Yeah, I would say we're looking at about 75 degrees already this morning, and Brian, that's about 10, almost 15 degrees warmer than it was yesterday at this time. And we've again got a really nice breeze here, but it is the air is I think soupy would probably be the best way
thick.
to explain it.
Thick.
Yeah, it definitely thick.
And I was going to say, and the weather did make a difference on the cars yesterday for sure. One of them in our next group I'll talk about in our next session. But it was hot enough to make things difficult for some people out there. So we'll talk about that. Was one of our e-production cars. So.
All right, so I know, and we're going to have our timing pylon up here on the screen, Brian, momentarily, and viewers momentarily. And if you're watching at scca.com/live, we do understand that they're having some issues with the SCCA's own timing system on that page, but Quinn Posner, as he just crosses the stripe and completes his fourth flying lap, he sets the bar in this session at a 1:32.808. That is almost 0.3 of a second faster than he ran yesterday. Marjorie Lundberg with her fastest time, a 1:32.218. She also improves over her times from probably that's a 1:33.218. So she has not improved on her fastest time from yesterday. Her fastest time yesterday was a 1:33.131. But at this point, Posner, who went into this morning's session as your fastest Formula V driver here in Portland, he has reset that bar, reset that bogey time that all of our other drivers are looking to beat. Andrew Maudsley, who came into this morning's session as your fourth fastest Formula V driver, yesterday turned a 1:36 flat. He is at a 1:35.251, so he has knocked about 0.8 of a second off of his previous best time, actually a 1:35 flat, his best time now this morning. So he's knocked actually a full second off of his best time from yesterday. He's third fastest in the session.
All right, so Greg, these are fast 15-minute sessions, so we need to get a call to grid and take our break, and then we'll get the rest of the qualifying session when we come back.
All right. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group 2. That's small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, B-Spec, Spec Miata, and Spec MX5 Challenge. Drivers, please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2. E production, F production, H production, GT Light, B-Spec, Spec Miata, and Spec MX5 Challenge. Please start heading to the grid. All right, so let's take our first break of the day, Brian, and thank some of our partners that are bringing you this coverage here from Portland International Raceway. You're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together the top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. And now you can enjoy live streaming coverage of Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more on scca.com/live. And a bird's eye view here at Portland, literally. Driver's eye
view. Yeah.
What's the only thing better than the driver's eye live view is the bird's eye view. I love this. There's geese.
And
is Elmer Fudd anywhere on site today?
No little guys with muskets.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I mean, and they're literally as close as you can get to the action. Certainly on the inside of that big catch fencing that goes all the way around the track.
You know, they're out there during Formula V, but I guarantee you, when they see the Spec Miatas, they're leaving.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, they're gonna. If not the Spec Miata, certainly the Spec MX-5 Challenge racers. Yeah, they will. They will definitely be getting on the road here. All right. So taking a look, as we just now had I think the 32 of Chris Ponson cross the stripe. Chris just turned in his fastest lap of the session. Well, he had put in a 1:39.838 a moment ago. He just crossed with a 1:41.272, and he had Aaron Robbins in the number 44 machine with a 1:41.710 directly behind. Ponson had some issues in yesterday's race. He made it, I think, 3 laps and then retired the car. So good to see that number 32 machine back out on track. Here they come. Through turns 4 and 5, and then up that minuscule little rise into turn at number 6.
So this is good. Just before, one of the geese was watching the action and the rest were eating. So it's just like a Super Bowl. One person at the party is interested in the game. Everyone else is just there for the commercials.
Exactly. Yeah. There's the one on your left who is
right.
Just staring at him. You know, I'm wondering how disconcerting that has to be to a driver. I mean, obviously you're trying to focus on your markers, on your braking points, what have you, and to look up and see these geese just staring you in the eye.
Yeah.
As you're coming into a corner, especially in a Formula V where you're about as low to the ground and on their eye level as you can be. It's just having their beady little eyes just stare into your soul under braking into turn number 7.
I dare you to come after me.
That's
I dare you.
Go deeper on the brakes. Deeper on
right.
the brakes.
Minute 30 left in this session. For those who want to tune in for this particular race this afternoon, it's going to start around 11:55 Pacific time. So that is when the Formula V group will head to the track for what we hope will be a 25-lap race. That is our goal this weekend. If they go long, it'll be 35 minutes tops. But we're hoping this might be the one class that doesn't get to 25 laps. These guys, this is our slowest group of cars here this weekend, I believe.
Somewhat. I mean, certainly they're going to be the one where the fastest car in. I think when you look at the fastest car in an entire run group,
right?
That is certainly the case.
Yeah, I think there might be some. I think B-Spec cars might be slower, but they're in with E-Production, which are definitely faster than the Formula Vs. So they might get to 35 minutes here. Although Race Control also has they could just go 0.5 laps regardless. So, and I know that's what they prefer to do. So, here comes one driver coming in here with 19 seconds to go, deciding I've got enough laps in for the day. Let's save the car and get out.
We've had a couple of drivers do that, and we talked about Quinn Posner, who was our fastest driver in the session. He set his best lap on lap number 4, and he then decided that he had had enough,
Right.
and went back. Now the 111 car, that's Tony Baldassar. He came down the pit lane and then decided to head back out just ahead of the checkered flag. So certainly not going to be a quick lap time for him on his final lap, but definitely getting some additional seat time that he can work on some of the corners here as the checkered flag is out on the session.
Yep, last two cars to cross the line there are going to be Derek Monick and looks like Robert Posner. No, Aaron Robbins.
It's Aaron Robbins is the other machine, the 44 car. And again, we've got Baldassar now in the 111 car, who I believe just came out of turn 5, going into turn 6, and again, this is technically a flying lap for him, but
sure,
he's out on. It's not going to be a fast lap for him.
All right, Greg, let's take a quick little pause while we get our next group going, and then we'll come back for another qualifying session. It's our production cars, B-Spec, Spec Miatas, and Spec MX-5 challenge cars. That's all next. We'll do that when we return. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway.
And welcome back to Portland International Raceway and round number 16, Brian, I think we decided on today is 16?
Yes,
something
16.
like that. Of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, you got Brian Bielanski, and now we have our second qualifying session of the morning, and this is our small bore contingent, our production category cars, B-Spec and GT Light cars, as well as Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 Challenge. And Brian, when our first group went out for qualifying, it said that the grids for this afternoon's races were all going to be based on the 3 sessions, the 2 from yesterday and this morning's qualifying session. And I said, with the exception of one class, and that is going to be Spec MX-5 Challenge. Their race this afternoon is, the grid order is going to be based solely on the qualifying times from this qualifying session. And they are just now coming off the grid as a group, as they wanted to give themselves enough of a buffer to the rest of the group here, the rest of the production field, so they could get a couple of flying laps in before coming up on the back of traffic.
Yeah, I mean, it's nice that we have the opportunity to do that here with the groups not being exceedingly large. That makes that work out nicely. These guys put on a great show yesterday. And it was a lot of fun watching them do that voodoo that they do. So a ton of fun. And it was also nice to have Josh Smith come up and chat with us yesterday about this series. If anybody wants to learn a little bit more about it, go and check out yesterday's qualifying session after we're done with our racing today.
Yes, yeah, don't do it right now.
Yeah, no, I agree. Go and check out, listen to yesterday's qualifying session for this group. We had Josh Smith from Mazda Motorsports up in the booth with us, and really great conversation. Learned a lot about this series and how they do it, and why they do it, and about the cars as well. So,
yeah, and when you go back to look, it'll be about the same time in our feed from yesterday. So maybe about 20 minutes, 25 minutes. After the start of the feed, if you want to scrub through, and we want you to watch the entire day's worth of coverage yesterday. But
yes,
in case you don't have the dexterity for that after staying with us all day here today, definitely go and do that. As you can see the geese, maybe the geese feel emboldened, Brian, because they have actually started to move, I think, a little bit closer.
I know.
To the edge of the track surface.
That's yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Last week we had sheep. This week we've got geese. We'll have deer at Road America. What are we going to have at Watkins Glen, Greg? We'll have to come up with something. I'm sure there's some sort of wildlife.
I think they've got bovines at right near Watkins Glen. So
there's so many places to go with that.
I know. Well, it was funny when I asked last week, because I think either you or Larry had texted me and said that there was livestock at Thunder Hill, and I hear livestock, I don't necessarily think of sheep, but I thought maybe the woolly weeders had escaped from Sonoma and and made their way to Thunder Hill.
We had the sheep herder, and the sheepdog, and one of them became part of the action.
Oh my! and it wasn't the sheep herder.
No, it was not.
All right, so let's take a look, Brian, here at how these racers finished up the day yesterday. Our fastest driver in this group, Austin Bradshaw, with a qualifying. This is actually from qualifying yesterday, because his race did not, I think, go according to plan. Yesterday, Bradshaw turned in a 124.508. He was the fastest of our E-Production drivers, where Kurt Fritschke turned in a 125.330. Those were all from qualifying yesterday morning. And then Scott Toomey in his GT Light Toyota Tercel, a 125.398. I was looking at social media last night, and admittedly, Austin knows his way around Instagram and some of the different social media platforms. He does social media for the Oregon region of the SCCA. So last night, and I think he talked about this on his broadcast, that his younger brother was celebrating a birthday this weekend. So he and the family and crew and friends all went to a local indoor go-kart track to celebrate his brother's birthday, and they took a group photo of all of them giving the choke sign. As Austin, I think, was pretty convinced that he may have tossed away a race win yesterday. That a car that ran very well for him in qualifying was problematic almost immediately from the jump of from the drop of the green flag during yesterday's race. He had some paper lock issues and some other problems with the car that put him on the back foot compared to Kurt Fritschke, who took the production win. And I think Scott Toomey, who was one of our two GT8 drivers to go out in qualifying yesterday, also had some car issues, but did manage to finish the race. In F production, I think Gary Small, our sole driver, and then Bill O'Kell, our sole H production driver. In Spec Miata, Nick Leveroni was your fastest driver yesterday. He was your pole sitter. And he had led early on in yesterday's race, fell back a little bit, and then closed things down, I think, to about 0.2 of a second at the line, with Jason Rollins taking the win. Rollins was your second fastest driver yesterday, though, and about 0.1 of a second separating Leveroni and Rollins. We'll take a look as we now have our SCCA timing system up and running again at scca.com/live. We'll take a look and see where they stand. And then in Spec MX5 Challenge, John Davies, who took the win yesterday in Spec MX5 Challenge, he was your fastest driver. But like I said, times from yesterday, they don't matter for them because today's grid only going to be based on this morning's qualifying session.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Austin's being a little hard on himself. Like when your car's having problems, I don't know that that's a choke. Other than maybe the choke symbol was for the fuel system, which was seemingly choked off with the vapor lock.
Exactly.
So let's go with that as the reasoning.
I should add that in that photo, they were all smiling very well. It was definitely a tongue-in-cheek photo.
Sure. But if you have time, find his social media post. It's actually a great read. He goes through and talks about how the whole day went, or in this case didn't go. So check that out, absolutely. So he is out there. They took some remediation measures this morning to try to keep the fuel system from overheating today. We'll see how that works for him when we get hot this afternoon. Right now, temperatures are pretty mild compared to what they were yesterday, but as we saw yesterday, they climbed into the 90s by the middle of the afternoon. So that we're expecting the same basic scenario again today.
Yeah, and I think probably more so than the temperatures, the high humidity in combination with those temperatures probably caused a lot of those issues. And there was somebody on social media said that you need to teach Austin about pistons for some reason. But anyway, if we take a look at where we stand currently, Kurt Fritschke is your fastest E-production driver on track currently. He has a 125.618 currently. That is still about 1.1 seconds off of Bradshaw's best times from yesterday. Scott Toomey now turns in a 125.618, and that is about 0.2 of a second off of his best times from yesterday. But Toomey, the fastest driver overall right now. But again, not besting that pole sitting time that Bradshaw turned in yesterday.
All right, let's take a break, Greg. We got to get a call to grid and get our ads in because these sessions are really fast.
Oh, yeah, they are short. Yep,
so let's get that in now, and then we'll come back and have the end of the session.
All right, sounds good. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. And with that, let's take that quick break, and we'll be back with more action here from Portland International Raceway, part of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA Road Racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved, or visit SCCA.com for more information. And so, welcome back to Portland, where we are in the midst of qualifying here for our small bore, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5 Challenge race a little bit later today. And Brian, Austin Bradshaw, who we were just talking about, just set the bar a little bit higher in E-Production, turned in a 124.204. Actually, that's 2 fast laps in a row for him. He dropped it into the 124.3s and now almost a 124.2, besting his time yesterday of a 124 flat. And Mr. Fritschke now currently sitting at a 126.855 today. And a 125.3 yesterday. Look, he definitely needs to turn up the wick a little bit. If we take a look at Spec Miata, Jason Rollins is your fastest driver today with a 131.393. His fast time, that is not quite down to the 131.1 that Nick Leveroni ran yesterday. Leveroni today at a 132 flat. And in Spec MX-5 Challenge, Will Schrader is your fastest driver on track currently. Actually, I think he is maybe taking his car back to the paddock already, but Schrader turns in a 128.491. He is on provisional pole for this afternoon's race in Spec MX-5 Challenge. Dave Tooker with a 124.650, and John Davies, yesterday's winner, at a 128.771.
So, also from Austin Bradshaw's post yesterday, Scott Toomey had problems. With overheating in his car as well. So, we'll be watching all of those today to see. The good news for Scott Toomey is he's the only GT Lights car here this weekend.
Yeah.
So he can get his halfway laps in and pull it if he needs to. But
exactly, get his event in that he needs for the runoff. Although technically Scott doesn't need to qualify for the runoffs this year. He can run on the national champions exemption.
Oh yeah.
If he chooses. But good to have him out here, and it's always good opportunity, Brian, to be able to test the car, test yourself out, certainly in preparation to defending a championship. Because although we had some pretty miserable weather at the runoffs last year, you definitely want to make sure that car is in good shape and ready to go.
Yeah, no question. And if you're on the West Coast, I don't know how far into the summer they race up at Portland, and there's also a track I believe up in Washington they raced on as well. but this is one of your probably your last chances to get a good race in before you go to the runoffs in October.
And Brian, real quick, let me correct myself because I feel like a fool for saying this all weekend long. I've been saying that he's your national champion in GT Light. He is not. To me, Peter Shadowin took the win at VIR this past year. For whatever reason, I keep thinking back to that amazing GT Light race that Scott Toomey won at Indianapolis Motor Speedway two years ago, back in 2020. So that is. 2021, before we went to VIR. So again, my apologies. So Scott, don't listen to me. You still got to qualify. put your times in, run halfway if you need to. You're going to need to do that.
Absolutely. Well, time's out on this session. The fast cars in this group for E-Production, Austin Bradshaw, Kurt Fritchie, and Adam Asapol. And then you've got your GT Light with Scott Toomey. Spec MX5 Challenge, your top 3 cars are going to be Will Schrader, Dave Tooker, and John Davies. In Spec Miata, your fast cars are Jason Rollins, Nick Lavaroni, and Tim Ferrick. And then in F Production, Gary Small is your fast car there. And 3 cars didn't take times this morning. The A Production car of Bill O'Keel, the B-Spec car of Tom Tuttle, and Austin Varco. Austin pulled off very early in yesterday's race. I have to get some info from him to find out if he's actually going to get back out with us this afternoon. So let's take a quick break, Greg, and when we come back, we'll have our next qualifying group. That is going to be our Spec Racer Fords. We'll do that next. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to the grid. Your qualifying session is next.
Welcome back to Portland International Raceway. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, and a gaggle of Spec Racer Fords out here doing our thing this morning, Greg. What's that?
As opposed to a gaggle of geese.
We've got multiple gaggles going on here.
That's right.
Isn't it a flock of geese?
No, it's a flock of seagulls.
Oh, a flock of seagulls. Great band. Great band. One of my favorites.
Yeah. Teenage Love Song, one of my favorite songs. All right. Let's
We're
see
old.
here. Yeah, I know.
Flock of seagulls slaps. Am I allowed to say that? Because it's about an old band?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, absolutely. All right, so Brian, we've got our Spec Racer Fords heading out on track. Right, well, they've already head out on track. Caleb Schrader was our fastest driver yesterday, taking the win by much like the Formula V's yesterday, Brian, where the margin of victory was a tremendous 97 thousandths of a second. Well, what was the margin of victory yesterday for Caleb Schrader over Calvin Harris?
Not much.
97 thousandths of a second. Same margin there. So he was our fastest driver. Cooper Becklin in the white 09 machine, who started on the outside of the front row, was our second fastest driver yesterday with a 123, 127. Not a great race for Cooper. He had continuing issues here at the Shelton chicane. And went deep and was not able to make the chicane multiple times, and I think finished somewhere around 15th or 16th over the course of the day. Calvin Harris, who finished second, had the third fastest time yesterday at a 123.211, and then Taylor Harris and Todd Harris. And I should note that the three Harrises, they waited around a half a minute or so until they took to the track surface. The three of them are going to be working together in the draft here and qualifying to try to move up on the starting grid for this afternoon's race here. And again, took their time when everybody else went out.
Yeah, that's and you know what? With the temperatures now and what it's going to be this afternoon and these short times, sleep in. enjoy a nice leisurely Mother's Day morning, and then come out this afternoon and go racing. Let's hope that's what's happening. So I'm always
all right. And Brian, we are going to a black flag condition here at Portland. I believe we do have a car that is off track, and I'm trying to track exactly where that machine ended up. And we'll try and get that information here in just a moment. We're still trying to track it down. Again, we have some issues here because our flag stations used hardwired communications back to race control. We don't always pick up some of that relevant information. So as soon as I can get a handle on it, we'll let you know. But we are going to black flag. All of our drivers are going to be heading down the pit lane, and that'll give our emergency services teams the opportunity to work the incident.
So while we're doing this, let's take our quick break here, and then I've got a story to tell you about the last group.
So Brian, why don't we, as long as we've got a little bit of time here, as we're now under black flag conditions, I want to bring in somebody who has not had, I think, with the exception of a little bit of time at Sebring International Raceway on our very first event, has not had a lot of on-air time with us here. And that is Brennan Kazmarek, and he is producer of the show and from DriversEye Live.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Thanks for having me. I was on, I think, for one session back at Thunderhill, which was a nice little treat. But otherwise, I just sit here and let you and Brian do your fine work and let Zach do his, our producer, remotely. But I've been to now the entire Hoosier Super Tour for 2023. It's been a great year. And first, I want to thank everybody for their support of what we're doing here at DriversEye Live and helping to promote our little corner of motorsports. And second, I would like to give a Mother's Day shout out. I've been traveling for the last 3 years on Mother's Day to cover races in one part of the country or another, and it's become something of a tradition. I don't know if my own mother is watching at the moment. I know she's got kind of a busy day. But first, to shout out my own mother and then mothers around the country, those that have sacrificed and taken the opportunity to help us do what we love. I would not be doing what I do at DriversEye Live now. It certainly wouldn't be my full-time concern if it weren't for the encouragement of my own mother And I know that holds true for many of us in the SCCA paddock and paddocks all around the country. It's a wonderful gift that they've given us, all of our moms, and the ability to come do this, the passion and the sacrifices that they put into it when we were young, to make this a reality. So happy Mother's Day to all the mothers here in Portland, down in the paddock, to those of you watching from home. Thank you for everything that you've done for us, and wishing you all a fine Mother's Day, and thank you for allowing us to come and do what we do. It's been a great year. It's going to be a great day of racing here at Portland.
Yeah, and I'd like to chime in and thank and wish a happy Mother's Day to my mother Lorraine. I am typically, everybody knows, I'm down in Charlotte there with her most of the year, but obviously these times of the year I get taken away, and it's usually on Mother's Day weekend I am in an event just like you, and so I wanted to wish her a happy Mother's Day as well. And Brian, I think we just had it on our camera there a moment ago. Over coming out of that little chicane over turn 10 going into turn 11, we did have a Spec Racer Ford up against the tire wall, and I think there was a little bit of tire wall repair as well, and you can see the wrecker bringing that car back, and that'll be going outside the drag strip, and it'll find its way back into the paddock here soon enough. But it looks like they've gotten that cleared out, and we've got our emergency teams out of the way, and we should be going back to qualifying action here in just a moment.
All right, so let's take a quick break then, and Greg can do a call to grid, take a break, and we will get it going when we come back. Stay with us. Go to break.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers,
All right,
Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
We're back at Portland International Raceway for our Spec Racer Ford qualifying session. We had to stop it just for a little bit to do a little bit of damage repair and cleanup. We had a car go into the wall, and saw the car on the hook being towed in, and I'm sure they're trying to wrap up the wall repairs. I see the car starting to come off the grid again, and we will get things going again. Race control says they're going to put 6 minutes on the clock qualifying, so these cars will get a little bit more time on their session to make up for the black flag. So that's what's going on there. As we went to the black flag, James Flynn was our fast car. Oh no, I'm sorry. Let me roll up my my qualifying times. Cooper Becklin was the fast car in this session with a 1:24.4, and then behind him was Paul Gowdy and Christian Gregius. Henry Tabor was fourth, and Caleb Schrader was fifth. Now keep in mind that the times for today's qualifying session will be combined with yesterday's race and qualifying times to come up with the starting order for today. So These times are what's going on now, but if any of these cars ran a faster time yesterday, that will be the time that is used to set today's race grid starting rundown. So that's what the situation is there. That's also probably why there are several cars who have decided not to go out this morning, and they will likely be here later today to be in the race, but they're just going to sit on their times from yesterday as we get going here. Our next group out after this one's going to be our Super Touring group, Super Touring Light and Under, and then also Tourings 2, 3, and 4. That's up next. So that will be our group after this one. If you're tuning in for them, we're going to have just a slight delay because we had a little black flag situation in this group. So we're giving them a few extra minutes so they can get a couple of laps in before we get them off the track and then start our next session. Gregg Ginsberg is here with me from Portland, and the weather's great out there, Greg.
It is, although the heat apparently is taking a toll on everybody's equipment here this weekend, including mine. Yeah, and I think you ran down the situation here pretty well, Brian. As they decided to give our Spec Racer Fords a little bit of extra time, and they, as they were sitting on the pit lane, they of course needed to be able to get some heat in the tires and get those machines back up and running. Here as our drivers are actually starting what will be their sixth flying laps, or their sixth flying lap in the Cooper Becklin, who was our second fastest driver coming into today, our fastest at the moment, but the time he's got on the clock right now is a 1:24.423, and that does not get down. A matter of fact, it's almost 1.3 seconds off of his best time from yesterday. Now, we do have a car, Brian, that is just now looking to join the session. So maybe this black flag pause was a blessing in disguise for Rob Pilsticker, driver of the number 33 machine. He was, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, he was about, I think, 13th coming into today's session, 13th fastest. And so he's going to have an opportunity to at least set a few flying laps here.
Yeah, and I don't know if Caleb Schrader decided to go back out here. He is now in 7th place on this session. If he has gone back out, I would expect him to maybe throw out a pretty fast lap here because he was one of our fastest cars, or our fastest car for most of yesterday, and was our race winner yesterday. So trying to see if I can tell.
And he's got a lot of he's got some time in the bag here, Brian. Even though he is currently the 7th fastest, he had his best time of the day yesterday in qualifying at a 1:22.735. So at the moment he is about 7/10 to the good over Cooper Becklin, who just turned personal best and overall best in sectors 1 and sector 2. So we'll see. Becklin, he's on a flyer here, and he might be able to improve upon his best time from earlier in the session. And Becklin now comes across the stripe, and let's see what he puts in. Overall best in sector 3. He puts in a 1:23.088, so still about a quarter of a second off of Schrader's bogey time, the provisional pole time.
Yeah, and I don't think that even if he does take the pole for this race, I think the worst that Caleb Schrader starts is on the outside of row 1.
Right.
And in the 35-minute, 25-lap race, I don't really think it matters much whether you're on the inside or outside of row 1 at the start. So, save a set of tires and go out, do a quick couple shakedown laps, which just looks like what he did, and then be ready for the race a little bit later. So
so I think probably the biggest story here, Brian, is going to be the Harrises, Calvin Taylor and Todd Harris, who did not go out for qualifying this morning, did not see to set a time. Calvin Harris is sitting on a 1:23.211. He was 3rd fastest coming into today's session, and with Taylor at a 1:23.314, and then Todd at a 1:23.366, and it looks like kind of the right strategy at this point, because the only driver into the 23s at this point is Cooper Becklin. It is, again, quite a bit warmer than it was yesterday, as the checkered flag is now out on the session. So the flying laps, the last flying laps for our drivers, will count. That 33 machine just moved up to 11th fastest. Peel Sticker turned in a 125.722, which was about 7/10 off of what he did yesterday. But the majority of our drivers off the pace, considerably off the pace of what they ran yesterday.
Kristen Tabor in the chat asking what the black flag was for. We had a car go off and hit a tire wall. They wanted to bring that car in and get that tire wall repaired. I don't know which car that was because we don't have access to the flag net. Remember what you know who it was?
Based on the number of laps that were put in, Brian, I'm going to go out on a limb here, which I probably shouldn't be doing. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to go out on a limb.
Yeah, let's not do that.
because the only drivers that I think were down on laps, the drivers that were down on laps were Pale Sticker, who we know came out late, Caleb Schrader, who we think brought his car in rather early, Henry Tabor. In the number 5 machine, only turned 5 laps, whereas the rest of the field that had stayed out turned in anywhere between 6 and 8 flying laps. So I think likely that's our driver, but I hadn't gotten word from the corners yet.
Right.
And I just can't tell for sure.
Yep, definitely. Also, Christian is asking, does anybody know if they can go to PR to watch this live? Well, if you really want to be there and not watch on YouTube, joking, yeah, you can. It's open to the public.
Yeah, absolutely, and lots of great spectator areas.
I was gonna say,
here.
I think you'll find a place to sit without any issues. And from what I understand, the chicane grandstand is a fantastic place to watch. From that location, if you go up high, you can see almost all of that section of corners from the chicane all the way through turn 7. So get on down there and climb that bleachers. That's the bleacher right there out in the middle. Thank you, Zach, for putting out. If you get up to the top of that bleachers on the left side of our screen, you can apparently see all through that section, and then you look on the other direction and see the other cars.
Brian, actually, those are the bleachers over at the Shelton Chicane.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Which is a great view. Yeah, you stand up on the top, and then you can see all the way down to the carousel section.
Cool.
Turns 4, 5, 6, and 7 as well, and watch them as they come onto the back straight. Yeah, it really is a great spectator area there, and lots of bleachers on the front straight as well.
Let's take a pause. When we come back, we're going to have our Super Touring and Touring cars do their qualifying session. We'll be back with that in just a few minutes. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live with a bunch of geese at Portland International Raceway. And we're back at Portland International Raceway for our 4th qualifying session of the day. 2 more after this one, and then we take a break, and then we start our racing at 11:55. This group, Super Touring Under, Super Touring Light, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg in the house, bringing you all the action today, start to finish. We're going to have it for you all, Greg.
Yes, indeed, we are, Brian, and heading out on track, as you mentioned, our Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under drivers, as well as 3 of our 4 touring car classes, T2, T3, and T4. Major differences, the touring car category, cars are more or less as they rolled off the showroom floor. They do have the interiors removed, very much akin to, for those of you that have watched SCCA racing for a number of years, akin to the old showroom stock category, with maybe a little bit more adrenaline pumped in. They've and a little less weight, where they've taken out the interiors. Some of them get special spring and shock packages. And in some cases, different tire widths than what you would normally find. Whereas the old showroom stock days actually had the full interiors still in the car, with the exception of the race seats. Whereas in Super Touring, quite a number of differences. You can make wholesale shock and spring, and in many cases, in the case of Super Touring, suspension packages. But I think more importantly, as opposed to being limited to the drivetrains in which the cars came from the factory, you can swap in new drivetrains, new engines, and transmissions, as long as they come from the same manufacturer as the chassis as the car that you're driving.
Right. I like to tell people our touring classes are stock-ish.
Yes.
And our Super Touring classes, if you're into the tuner scene out there, that's kind of where you would fall into with our Super Touring classes. These are the cars that if you like to wrench a little and do like aftermarket add-ons and that kind of stuff, that is kind of our Super Touring class for the lay enthusiast who might not be fully involved in the SCCA. And but these are the cars you see on a Friday night going on the cruise or coming off the showroom, and it's a ton of fun, and we love those. And a lot of different manufacturer involved, and I talked about this yesterday. We've got the Scions, the Mazdas, and the Porsches, and Toyotas, and Mustangs, all in the same group, so which is fun to watch.
All right, so Brian, our drivers are working their first flying laps right now. The first driver who came onto the course, who was our overall winner yesterday, Gamal Aguilar Gomez, in his T2 BMW M235. He brought his car down the pit lane and needed to have something checked out before he even completed his outlap. So he is just now rejoining and may take a little bit of time. He had a best time yesterday that he set during yesterday's qualifying session, a 1:23.572. Chris Hart in his T3 Nissan 370Z, he set his fastest time during the race at a 1:24.725. He came in, he was second fastest overall. And then here's the story, I think. And this was a spectacular race early on in STU with Ryland Hazelton, who took the win in class in his Honda S2000, the number 49 machine. And then Mark Hoover, who appeared to have some issues with his Mazda Miata as the race started to wear down. But Hoover has the fastest time overall. He set it in qualifying with a 1:25.518. Hazelton about 0.3 off that, a little less than 0.3, at a 1:25.543. In Touring 4, Mark Cefalo from Planet Miata. And I'm sure Nicole is probably out here watching again, wondering why we're not talking so much about T4. We're only a minute and a half in the qualifying, Nicole. Mark Cefalo, our fastest T4 driver, 1:27.626, with Colin Kohler at a 1:29.197. And I think that is where we are. Oh, we didn't talk about STL, where Amy Mills, with her 1:27.719, was our fastest T4 driver yesterday. She set that in qualifying, whereas David Palfinier, in his Mazda RF, turned his fastest lap during the race, 1:27.781. So only about 0.06 of a second off of what Amy Mills turned in qualifying.
Yeah, and these sessions moving through very, very quickly. Only 15 seconds. We've got a slow car, or 15 minutes, I should say. Got a slow car coming at us right now. That looks like Miata. Yep, that's a Mazda. And
Yeah, it's one of our NC Miatas, and I think I'm trying to get the number there. Unfortunately, with that camera view, we weren't able to see it very easily. I thought it was 54. It might be Lansing Stout, but Stout is Stout is in a T3 machine, and I don't think it's an MX-5. Most of the MX-5s are T4s. As a matter of fact, Stout has not gone out for qualifying. Stout's driving a Nissan.
That might be Nicholas Olivier, maybe. Anyway, we'll figure that out. He's doing a nice job of staying out of the way and get hopefully back to pit lane without having to cause us any issues as far as getting someone out there to bring them in. And if we could have just paused right there, I could have read the number. Yeah. All right, car number 18 is what we're thinking. That would be Oscar Jackson.
Jackson, yeah. Well, we'll see. 'Cause I know Oscar's was scheduled to be racing a Mazda RX-8. So we'll see as that car slowly makes its way around and tries. And this is going to be the difficult part. Yeah, he's on the outside and has to cut across traffic to get to the pit lane.
Oh, good job.
There we go.
Yeah, that was really well done. Yeah, that's a tough situation because the way to keep out of the way going into 10 and 11 and 12 is to stay to the left. The pit entrance is on the right. So, with a good number of cars out here, that can be difficult. Coming up on halfway here, Greg, let's do a call to grid. We'll take our break.
All right, sounds good. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Our large open wheel and prototype drivers, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2 drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your qualifying session is next. And so let's take that break. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Portland International Raceway, where you're watching qualifying on the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco is trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Welcome to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action into every event. And you can join the live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. And so, welcome back to Portland. Hi, everybody. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we are deep in the midst of qualifying for our Super Touring classes as well as our Touring classes. Let's take a look, Brian, at where we stand right now. Our fastest driver on track in his Nissan 370Z out of Yakima, Washington is Chris Hart. Time in the books, a 1:24.482. That is almost 25 hundredths of a second faster than he ran yesterday, and it is still not quite close enough to put him on pole for this afternoon's race. Gamil Aguilar Gomez still has that fast time, a 1:23.572 from qualifying yesterday. Ryan Hazelton now turns a 1:25.754, and that is not going to be enough to take over the inside of row number 2 from Mark Hoover, his STU compatriot there. Those two drivers still looking at 3rd and 4th overall. In Touring 2, Gamil Aguilar Gomez, again, the fastest driver yesterday, 6th fastest in the session. But again, based on the times that he turned in yesterday, he would still be your provisional pole sitter. In STL, Amy Mills is your fastest driver currently on track. Amy has a 1:28.572 as her fastest time. That is about 0.7 of a second off of what she ran yesterday. Ryan Gutile has a 1:28.597. And that is about 1,500 hundredths off of his best time from yesterday. And if we take a look at T4, currently your fastest T4 driver, driving the number 5 Scion FRS, is Rick Delmar. And Rick has a time of a 1:28.890. And that is 1.2 seconds off of the bogey time that Mark Cephalo set yesterday.
So real quick, Greg, I was paying attention to something else when we came out of the break. Did you do the tire rack read? Is that what you did? The track night?
Track night? No. We did the number.
Then I won't talk about all the track nights in the Pacific Northwest.
No.
We'll do that next group.
We'll do that next group, exactly.
So, because there's a ton of them, and it's a really cool program. So well talk about that next group.
Yeah, but it's a neat thing we ought to bring up here, Brian, as we talk about we'll talk about track night when we come back from our next mid-session break. But on the outside of the track here, still in Delta Park, we have the Oregon region of the SCCA is holding a solo event, a very
cool.
big solo program. And next weekend here at Portland International Raceway, they will be hosting an HPDE and time trials program for drivers. And if you want to find out more about that, you can go to the Oregon Region SCCA's website. And I honestly don't know if they still have openings or not, but that would be the best way to get your own car on track before track night happens
and
here at Portland.
And in June, they've got a Formula E race there.
That's right.
And guess who does the flagging for those races?
SCCA volunteers, of course, Brian.
Yep. So if you want to flag for something like a Formula E or Formula 1 or IndyCar, you can come out and join us at any of our SCCA races around the country, become a flag and communications person, do your training with us, and then you will be eligible to help out at those big pro races, which is a ton of fun. If you're a flagger, you get it free. You get to do the flagging and communication. So find out more, scca.com or your local region if you know what that is.
All right, Brian, so we've got less than a minute remaining in qualifying. Want to thank some of the great folks for joining in on the chat. Besides some knucklehead who thinks pigeons are active today, they're geese. They're not pigeons, but I'm sure there are pigeons somewhere.
I was like, don't be mean to our people by calling them knuckleheads. And I realized their screen name is Some Knucklehead.
Some Knucklehead, exactly. Also, Ted Berger. I want to thank Ted for joining in. He was racing yesterday in T1, and unfortunately, he says he won't be able to bring the car out today, but he'll be watching on the stream, and so I want to thank him for joining in as well. and hope you enjoy the coverage here. Again, sorry that you won't have the car out a little bit later today. So let's see if we've got any changes here in the last lap or so, Brian. The last time by, Chris Hart. Chris ran his 3 laps and I think called it a session, and same with Ryan Hazelton. At this point, most of our drivers that are still on track are not putting in fast laps at this point. They're not improving. And the checkered flag now, you can see it there on the camera. Checkered flag is in the air. And we'll check here and try to run things down here by class. Give a couple of the drivers here. We've got one driver that it looks like he's still out on possibly a flyer, and that is that was the Porsche Boxster that just crossed the stripe. That was Cameron Wagner, who actually does not improve. But let's run things down here, Brian, as they've already given the 5-minute warning for our open wheel group. Dave Palfinier was the fastest of our STL drivers. He put down a 1:27.751, and that does not, and I had said that Amy Mills was the fastest STL driver. I forgot about Tom Van Veen and his Honda Civic, his EK Civic hatchback. Tom Van Veen turned in a 1:27.450 yesterday, so it looks like he's going to hold on to the STL pole. He did not bring his car out for qualifying here today. In STU, Ryland Hazelton ends up with a 1:25.764, and again, I don't believe that was an improvement and not enough to best Mark Hoover's time from yesterday. Hoover did not take his car out for qualifying today. Kamel Aguilar Gomez turned in a 1:28.025. He was the only T2 driver to go out. Did not improve upon what should now be the provisional pole time that he set yesterday, a 1:23.572. In Touring 3, Chris Hart in his Nissan 370Z had the fastest lap of the session. It was a 1:24.482. And although it improved upon his time from yesterday, again, not enough to move him from the outside of row number 1 to the inside of row number 1. And then if we look at our rather large 9-car, or actually 10-car Touring 4 field, fastest driver on course, I believe, was Mark Cefalo, but did not improve upon that time from yesterday. So,
right,
Brian, let's take a little break.
Yep, let's take a short break, and when we come back, we will have our Wings and Things qualifying session, and that is our Formula Atlantic Continentals FE2, Prototype 1 and Prototype 2. That's next. Stay with us. We'll be back in a minute, or 2, or 5.
And welcome back to Portland International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, we have our second open wheel group of the day, our larger formula cars and prototype cars as well, heading onto the track for their 15-minute qualifying session.
Yes, this would be our prototypes 1 and 2, FP2 cars. We've got one Continental, a couple of Formula Atlantics, and that is the totality of what we have here this weekend for this group. This is our fastest race group of the weekend. The P1 cars and the Formula Atlantics will turn our fastest laps here for the weekend. And I'm not allowed to have favorite. Yeah, I am. This is my favorite race group. I am an open wheel fanatic.
You're just not allowed to have favorite racers, that's all.
Well, I may have some of those too, but I try to show any favoritism. Anyway.
Well, when we talk about the fastest cars on the racetrack here, Brian, it's not hard to show that when we talk about the drivers coming across the stripe now. Chip Romer and Jim Davenport driving their Prototype 1 Elan DPO2s. That yesterday, Romer set the fastest time, a 107.920. It wasn't enough to get him the win, however, in Prototype 1 as Jim Davenport took the win. But Davenport, fastest time yesterday at 108.256. Romer certainly had some mechanical issues or some gremlins with the car. That caused him problems where the car came to a dead stop about 1,000 feet before the checkered flag, and I'm sure he was not very happy about that. As both Davenport and Romer were a lap up on the rest of the field, he still finished second overall. Tony Ophod was our third fastest driver of the day, turned in a 111.102. He was one of our two Formula Atlantic drivers, and the other Formula Atlantic driver, James Blackwell, was still hopefully will be able to get a time for him yesterday. He retired the car after a flying lap in yesterday morning's qualifying session, and on the pace lap here, finished the pace lap and actually brought the car down the pit lane before taking the green flag for yesterday's race. So no completed laps in the books for Blackwell. In Prototype 2, John McIntyre, our sole driver in the class, he was fifth fastest on the day yesterday in the entire group at a 113.451. And then in Formula Enterprises 2, our eventual winner yesterday, Caleb Schrader, who also, as we mentioned, won Spec Racer Ford. He had a fast time of 114.305 with Matt Romer, a 115.514, the second fastest of our FE2 machines.
I'm not sure if SCCA's PR guru, Jim Llewellyn, who I know is there with you this weekend, was able to find out for us what happened to Chip Romer yesterday.
The official word that I have been given is gremlins.
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 I wonder what that's code for, because that's code for something. I wonder if that's code for I didn't put enough gas in the gas tank, or whatever the case may be, because gremlins is certainly code for something. And he's back out there this morning, though. Does not seem like there's any problems. He's 2 seconds faster than Jim Davenport at the moment. And so, yeah, that's what's going on there. Tim Oppheim is your fastest car in Formula Atlantic. Then you've got John McIntyre, your fast car at in Prototype 2. Caleb Schrader, no surprise to me, your fast car in FE2 at the moment. And then your only car in FC is Hunter Tatman. He is the fast car there as well. Greg, I was saying earlier, I try not to have favorite drivers, but I do enjoy driver stories.
Sure,
and that's when I have a favorite driver. It's typically because I love the story, and I want to dig more into. I'm going to try to get Matthew Romer on the podcast, and maybe have Chip on as well, and do kind of both of them at the same time. I love father-son stories, and that's what we have here in this group. Chip Romer and Matthew Romer, both running in this group. Obviously, Chip in P1. Matthew's driving an FE2 car. And I think it's a perfect situation where they're not in the same class, so they don't have to race against each other. But yeah, it was it's cool to see that out there. And I'm sure there's a happy mother somewhere watching the whole thing on Mother's Day, watching son and father go out there, and that's always fun as well. It's a family affair in a lot of cases here in SCCA.
Yeah, and of course, and this time, Brian, because I won't make the same mistake that I made with GT Light, I did just go back to verify it. Of course, Chip Romer is your reigning Prototype 1 national champion. The fact that I can see it in ink or in digital ink right now verifies that for me. So, yeah, it definitely would, I think, be a great story. And, of course, for those of you that haven't seen or haven't heard, Brian has the Inside the SCCA podcast. I guess now is now recorded middle of the week on Wednesdays, I guess.
And
live to YouTube.
Yep, live to YouTube on the Racing Network on Wednesdays, and then we do the replay on Friday mornings on the Racing Wire Podcast Network. And so there's two ways to get it. You could go old school and do the podcast, or new school and check it out live.
Yeah, exactly. And if you do miss the live, SCCA posts to SCCA.com every single week a link to the podcast if you don't have one of those neato podcatcher applications where you can subscribe to the podcast itself. And yeah, it's been great listening to those over the past. I think you just wrapped up with Austin episode number 100, if I'm correct.
I did, and we also have a partnership with Racer.com. So all of our SCCA podcasts get featured on Racer.com. So a little more exposure for our guests out there. And that it's another little added-on bonus for that as well. Also, real quick, before we head to break, because we're getting up on halfway here, Terry Romer in the chat. Yes, very happy mom watching as I stream it to my TV at home. Thankful for the SCCA Live Cars. Happy Mother's Day, Terry. Thank you for watching. We really love that you're here with us. And your I believe your hubby here, Chip, is in first place right now. And Matthew has dropped third place on the grid. So, again, these times today combined with tomorrow's times. So we'll catch that in a bit. Greg, let's do a call to grid, head to break, and then we'll come back for the rest of the session.
I think that's a great plan, Brian. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, GT1, 2, and 3, American Sedan T1 and GTX race group number 6. Please start heading to the grid for your qualifying session. Race group 6, please head to the grid. And so let's take that break, Brian. We'll be back in just a few moments. We'll take you all the way to the checkered flag in this qualifying session for Formula Cars and Prototypes next here on the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Welcome back to the Super Tour. Here you want to get on track but not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out TrackNightInAmerica.com. Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. The one-day low-pressure fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country. It's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more. Also, Greg, if you want to do a Track Night in America at this racetrack, you can do it on May 21st, or 26th. There's also one on the June 30th and July 18th. If you're a little further north, they've got two events at Ridge Motorsports Park in Shelton, Washington. That is on the 29th of June and the 26th of July. So a lot of track nights in the Pacific Northwest.
That's right. And I think, as I mentioned, after the track night, then the Oregon region will be holding the track days here at Portland, I think the days afterwards. I mean, the 21st, that's next week.
Yes.
Get yourself prepped and come on out. You can sign up for Track Night in America at, as Brian said, tracknightinamerica.com. So there you go. And Brian got a little more information here. We were talking a little bit earlier about the Formula Atlantic F1000 driver James Blackwell, who had issues during yesterday's qualifying and yesterday's race. And he got in 2 flying laps. Unfortunately, that's it. His car went dead stick again as he rolled across the start-finish line and got pushed back to the paddock. So it looks like his qualifying session is done. And see if he makes it out for the race. He's still about 15 seconds off the times from the entire rest of the field here.
Yeah, I've been there with gremlins on a car, and it's a sucky situation to come out to the racetrack and have problems all weekend. So I feel for him, absolutely. And the gremlins on Chip Romer's car, I joke about running out of gas because I've done that. So I have no idea what the situation was there. But when I ran out of gas, I would call that gremlins. So I'm not suggesting that that's what happened, but anyway, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and we think there might be more to the story. Apparently,
sure.
he wasn't very enthused about the outcome when he spoke to Jim Llewellyn last night in Victory Circle. Here is we track is both Davenport and Romer now nose to tail as they're coming down into turn number 12, and we'll see here if they can improve. Right now, Romer with a fast time of 1:08.31. Davenport 1:08.44. Davenport, the lead car in that train. Romer, second fastest. Neither one improves that time by. Romer putting down a 1:08.96. Davenport a 1:08.7. The time that they're both looking to improve upon, and Romer has been closest, is a 1:07.920. That's the time that Chip put in yesterday morning during qualifying. Davenport's fastest time to this point, also set yesterday morning in qualifying, 1:08.256. Tony Oppheim has a 1:12 flat, or actually a 1:12.02 here during this session, and that is about 9/10 off of the 1:11.1 that he ran yesterday. And with only about a minute left to go in qualifying, doesn't have a lot of time to improve upon that. If we take a look at Prototype 2, John McIntyre in his store is our sole Prototype 2 driver, and he has a 1:13.805 is his fast time. That's about 4/10 off of where he was yesterday. And Hunter Tapman in his Continental just crossed the stripe. Fast time for him, a 1:15.6, and that is actually about a 10th faster than he ran yesterday. Yesterday's best time was during the race, a 1:15.707. In FE2, Caleb Schrader, your fastest driver, he ran 5 laps and called it a day, or called it a session, with a 1:14.886. which was almost a half a second off of where he ran yesterday. Let's see if Matt Romer improved. Romer was our second fastest driver yesterday with a 1:15.5, and he's about, let's take a look. He's about a half second faster today. He ran a 1:15.034. As the next driver to come onto the front straight and want to stay on course will take the checkered flag, Brian, to end the session.
Yeah, I was going to mention that our flag stand flagger has perfect form waiting for that checkered flag to fly, and there they go as it goes now. But it's always on the end of these qualifying sessions. You're wondering if anyone's actually going to come across the line to take the checkered flag, because many times people dive into pits on that last lap. So, but they were ready for it. Here they go, flying that checkered flag here. So. So, like you said, your top we're at the end of the session. Chip Romer, Jim Davenport, your top two in P1. Johnny Green, third place in Prototype 1. Tony Oppenheim, the only Formula Atlantic circulating. He was your top car there. FE2, Caleb Schrader, Matthew Romer, and Tom Burt. And then Hunter Tapman, your best FC car, because he's your only FC car. Of course, we combined these times with yesterday and to get our grid for this afternoon. So we'll have that all for you when the racing comes. If you want to watch this race this afternoon, tune in around 3:15 p.m. Pacific time, and that is when Race Group 5 will get ready to go. Let's take a short break here as we get ready for our final qualifying session of the day. When we come back, we'll have your ground pounders, GT1, 2, and 3, A Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX. That's next. Stay with us. You're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway. All right, we're back at Portland International Raceway for our final qualifying session of the weekend. This is our GT1, GT2, and GT3 cars, along with Touring 1 and A sedan. I don't think we have any GTX cars here this weekend.
No,
right?
not this weekend, Brian.
Had a note in the chat from, where is it here? I've lost it. Hold on. Keep talking, Greg. I'll find it.
Was it Bill Dolph who had a flat tire this morning? I didn't know you wanted to put him on blast about such little things, but
No, it was not. One of our T1 drivers is not going to be racing.
Well, yeah, we mentioned that Ted Berger,
Yes.
who was out yesterday. Ted driving his Porsche Cayman. Actually, be more specific, the Porsche Cayman GT4 Club Sport from Redmond, Washington, not going to be out there today. He was our sole Touring 1 driver in the field yesterday, and so unfortunately not going to be with us here today. But let's take a look and see, as we've got the drivers out on the outlap right now, where we finished up the session, or both sessions yesterday, with our fastest time of the day in this group belonged to GT2 Dodge Viper driver Scotty B. White. He had a 1:17.902 that he set in qualifying, and then Justin Dempsey driving the number 55 machine in his GT1 Chevy Camaro, a 1:18.732. Jim Valdez in his GT2 BMW E46, and that car was so strong yesterday. Actually took the overall win. Valdez with a time of 1:18.926, set that during the race, and then Dominic Martinovich in his GT1 Ford Mustang, fourth fastest with a time of 1:19.703. In GT3, we had both Colin Jackson, former national champion, and Bud Reichert. Jackson threw down a 1:20.735 during the race. Bud Reichert in his Mazda RX-7, 1:25.005. So about 6 seconds off of Jackson's times. And then Ed Gless, I don't think we got a time for Ed yesterday. He was having some issues with his Pontiac GTO, had retired that car also after completing one lap, but I think we just saw him come underneath our camera coming out of turn 8. Good to see Ed putting in times. So for the moment there on his out lap, at least, he put in a 1:39.897. I think that's the first official time that we have for him this weekend.
Well, there you go. Yeah, I made the mistake last weekend, Greg, as I was talking about outlap times. I'm like, why am I talking about outlap times? They mean absolutely nothing.
Well, I don't know, Brian. We used to like to name an outlap champion.
Oh, jeez. That's what happens, folks, when your announcers have way too much time on their hands. So anyway, yeah, it's a beautiful day out there in Portland. Going to be a little cooler today. The forecast is for only 89 degrees.
Oh, yeah.
So that's a couple of
Frigid.
degrees cooler. I didn't say frigid. I said it's slightly cooler. Don't put words in my mouth. No, 82 degrees right now. Sunny skies, as you can see. And maybe it's gotten too hot for the geese. It looks like maybe they've all escaped.
No, actually, Brian, we were watching them. They are all
there.
They are right between turns 4 and 5
That's
in
amazing.
the carousel area of the track right now, and I'm praying that they don't go 3 wide through there. All right, coming down the pit lane, have the crew take a look at the car for just a moment here. Was the number 44 Porsche Cup car of Ernie Spada. He has now continued on. We do not have times in the books for our fastest driver yesterday, Scotty B. White. I don't believe he brought the Viper out for this session. Jim Valdez in the BMW E46. We know about Ted Berger. And then Ed Zabinski, who had some mechanical issues with his American sedan Ford Mustang yesterday, had pulled the car off over, I think, on the outside of turn 8, or turn 7, if I remember correctly, and did not complete the race. And that car may have had a terminal issue. He has not gone out for qualifying today.
Well, and Scotty B. White also had huge problems. Big smoker yesterday.
That's
pulled
right,
in on
yeah.
lap 2, I think, maybe even lap 3, very early on. I've got a message into him to see what the situation is with the car, to see if he will be back with us for the afternoon session. So yeah, you would think if the car was fixed, he'd go out to make like an installation lap just to make sure it was working. But I'll check in with him and see if I can get some word before we get to the race this afternoon.
All right, so we are now about 6 minutes into this qualifying session. Justin Dempsey is your fastest driver on track in that white with the pink number 55 GT1 Chevy Camaro, a 1:18.514. His fastest time of the session. He just set that. That was his third flying lap. Colin Jackson with a 1:20.08 is your second fastest driver on track. And wow. That 1:20.08, Brian, is 0.7 of a second faster than he ran yesterday. His fastest time was a 1:20.73 yesterday. So about 0.7 faster, quite a bit faster. Ernie Spada in his Cup car, fastest time at the moment, a 1:25.1. And that is, again, quite a bit off the pace. He just finished an out lap, and we'll see how he does this time by.
All right, so the official word from Scotty B. White is fingers crossed. That was his response to my question. I asked him how the car is, will you be out this afternoon, and he hit me up with fingers crossed. So my guess is that they're in the paddock right now working on whatever that problem is. And we may not see him this morning, but they're working hard to get him out this afternoon. So 7:45 left, Greg. Let's take our last qualifying break and get that out of the way, and then we'll have all the info for you right all the way to the checkered flag. You are watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour race. We are live from Portland International Raceway. We'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Summit Race.
Ready for a new race?
And we're back at Portland International Raceway. Some more info, Greg, from Scotty B. White. Power steering problems. They had broken the power steering hard line twice. Thought they had it fixed. Now they're taking the whole power steering pump out, putting a new one in. So they're racing to get that done in time for the racing to have that done in time for the race. What I was trying to say. So anyway, 5.5 minutes left here. 5 minutes left. Justin Dempsey, Dominic Martinelich. They're your top two cars, GT1 and Aurora. Ernie Spada in the Porsche Cup car, GT3 Cup car. You said he was in a Cup car, and I'm like, do we have any NASCAR cars out there?
I said it as a Cup car because it is a GT2 car
Yes.
that is a GT3 Cup car.
Correct.
And I start to get even myself confused when I say
I
that.
know.
So we'll just say a Porsche Cup car. Now, I've been also tracking Brian Ed Gless in the GT2 Pontiac GTO. And he's keeping the cars circulating around, but definitely appears to be again off the pace of what we're seeing from our other GT2 cars. Right. He's got a fast time of 1:28.346. That is currently 6th fastest in the session, but the only car that we had that would have been slower than that even yesterday was Ed Zabinski's American Sedan Field. So at the moment, that GTO, which is coming out of turn 12 right now and heading into the pits, would be scheduled to start at the tail end of this big bore field this afternoon.
Yep. 3 minutes left to go. We're going to take a break here after this session for lunch, and then we're going to try to get going again at 11:55 this morning, but we're running a little bit late now, so that time might get pushed back here just a little bit. We'll keep an eye on that for you as well, and talk about that as well. But we'll get to that time once we get off the broadcast here, and then if we do go to break and not have the time, just keep an eye on the screen. We'll put the start time up with a graphic here during lunch as well. And if you're interested in watching this race group this afternoon, that race is supposed to start at 4:05 p.m. Eastern time. Again, Pacific time, 4:05 Pacific time. We're a little behind schedule. That might get pushed back just a tiny bit. But if you're not going to spend the whole afternoon with us, tune back in just around 4 o'clock to find out what the situation is for this race. Two minutes left here in the session. Nothing's changed in the running order. Dempsey, Martinelich, Spada, Jackson, Reichert, and Ed Glass. Scotty B. White, Jim Valdez, and Ed Zabinski have not made it out to run any laps this morning. Thad Berger, we know, not going to be here today. He sent us a little message to let us know that. So checkered flag is out on the session. Makes me think that everybody pulled in and was done.
A matter of fact, yeah, Brian. I think the last driver that we had come in was Bud Reichert in his Mazda RX-7 directly behind Gless. I mean, we only had 6 cars out initially to begin with, but I don't believe we do have any drivers on course. And I've just gotten word from race control that the plan is to get us back on schedule, roll off. For our first race of the day for our Formula Vs is scheduled for 11:55 a.m. Pacific time, and that would be 2:55 Eastern time. And for those of you in the middle of the country, I can't do the math. I don't know when you're starting.
Okay, well, that's good. So what I'm going to do, Greg, is I'm going to go during our lunch break and make the breakfast that my mom would make for us every race Sunday morning at the track. And in honor of my mom, on Mother's Day, I'm sure she's with us from above and watching all of that. So she would make us a great breakfast on Sunday mornings at the racetrack, and drivers and people from all the other teams would come and just happen to show up around our paddock spot during breakfast. I'm not exactly sure why that was, but my mom fed them all, and so for that, and in honor of my mom and all the moms on Mother's Day, that's what I'm going to do during the lunch break. I look forward to coming back at 11:55 Pacific time to get the racing going. Any final thoughts before we head to break, Greg?
No, I mean it was I think a relatively trouble-free qualifying series of qualifying sessions today. Again with the increased temperatures and maybe the track is a little bit more slick than it was in qualifying. I think we saw that for the majority of classes, the fast times from yesterday, whether they were set in the morning during qualifying or in some cases during the race, they held today. But in the end, we've got a lot of racers where this is their very first weekend at Portland International Raceway, and the more seat time they get, the better. I'm looking forward to some great racing here across 6 different race groups this afternoon.
All right, that's going to do it. We'll be back at 11:55 Pacific for race group number 1, Formula V's. Until then, you're watching the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway. See you in about 50 minutes or so. Welcome to the Hoosier 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel action into every event. You can now enjoy live streaming coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. For those details and more, go to scca.com/live. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg here. First race of the day. Last Formula V race of the weekend, Greg. And
Yes.
This one should be fun.
It certainly should, and we had an amazingly close race earlier in the weekend. Had it yesterday with less than a tenth of a second separating our top two finishers, Quinn Posner, Marjorie Lundberg, and I'm looking for more of the same today. So as we've got our drivers on their pace lap right now, Brian, let's run down the starting order. Starting 8th, driving the number 33 Caracol, it's Chris Ponson. Starting 7th, driving the number 44 R.D. Merck, it's Aaron Robbins. Tony Baldassar is going to start 6th today in the number 111 Tsunami. Starting 5th, driving the number 5 Protoform, it's Derek Monick, with Andrew Maudsley starting in 4th position today, driving his Hayes Mysterian. Starting 3rd, driving the number 4 machine, that is a Protoform, it's Robert Posner and your front row today. Starting 2nd, driving the number 24 Caracol, it's Marjorie Lundberg, and your pole sitter and your winner from yesterday, driving the number 9 Protoform P3, it's Quinn Posner.
Yeah, this was a fantastic race yesterday with Quinn Posner and Marjorie Lundberg going lap after lap at each other, and we hope for only that good of a race today as they come through the last section of corners, not of the main straight.
All right, and so the pole set time was set during yesterday morning's qualifying session, Brian, and for those of you who are with us, most of the fast times over the course of the weekend were set during yesterday's morning qualifying session. As we have the field now coming out of turn 12 on to the front straight, and there it is. Green flag is in the air as we've got our front row, the white and red number 9, Quinn Posner, being pushed by Robert Posner down the inside. They've got about a half a car length, almost a full car length now on Marjorie Lundberg, who started on the outside of the front row as our field makes it through the Shelton chicane. We had one car, as you saw, jump over the curbing, and Brian, wow, when you hit that curbing at the apex of the chicane in a Formula V, it really lifts those machines up. But as it stands, it looks as though Robert Posner may have jumped out to an early lead here. He's in the black number 4 machine. Let's see as they come down and make the run in the 4. No, that is definitely not the black number 4. That is the white with red number 9. Yesterday's winner, Quinn Posner. Robert Posner currently ahead of Marjorie Lundberg in second to move the number 4 car there into second place. Marjorie Lundberg in the black and red number 24 running in third. And we've got a car here off pace early on and pulling into the grass, maybe coming to take a look at some of the sheep there. I think that's the 44 machine.
It is the 44 machine of Aaron Robbins. He's out of Surrey, British Columbia in the RD Merc Formula V. Looks like his day is already done before the completion of lap number 1. And now the Formula V field getting into that kind of very common and familiar single file train of drafting partners, and hopefully they can come and get caught up with Quinn Posner, who's already opened up the lead in this lap. It's going to be probably about a second and a half by the time the second place car, 1.7 seconds over Marjorie Lundberg, who was Posner's tormentor for all of the races yesterday, all of the laps yesterday, pretty much.
Yeah, yesterday within maybe I'd say probably within about 3 to 4 feet of one another at the line almost every single lap over the course of their 25-minute race. Now, Brian, I have gotten word that Robbins in that number 44 machine has gotten back underway, did get the car restarted, so that local caution that we saw down by turn 5, it is likely gone now, and I understand that no geese were hurt in that incident either here. As Quinn Posner continues to hold that advantage over Marjorie Lundberg. Lundberg having gotten around Robert Posner on the second half of our very first lap. Running in third now actually is Derek Monick, I believe, in the number 5 machine out of Whistler, who has gotten around Robert Posner as well. And there you go, completing his first lap now. Aaron Robbins almost 20 seconds back, actually closer to 30 seconds back from Chris Ponson. That's 7th and 8th right now. But yeah, we'll see. In Formula V, Brian, you're always dealing with this very close, tight racing where the drivers are using the draft to their advantage and really just trying to limit the amount of scrub on the tires, try to keep their momentum up in these very low horsepower machines. And already, we are starting to see this field start to stretch out to the point where there may not be much of a draft for many of these racers, as Lundberg now almost 1.8 seconds back from Posner as the second lap finishes up, and then another 1.8 seconds back to Derek Monick in third, and we're seeing very similar gaps between each and every one of our cars, and even at this point, it's going to be very difficult with the speeds that these cars carry through corners to really make up a lot of ground on these drivers. That last time by, as an example, Quinn Posner and Marjorie Lundberg running almost identical lap times within about 0.05 of a second of one another, and about another second back to Monick. So Monick starting to maybe drop off our lead pair even a little bit more.
Yeah, Marjorie Lundberg, it's gotten to the point now where it's going to be just straight out pace to determine whether or not Quinn Posner is going to have a partner here. Pretty much the draft has been broken because Posner has had such a great start to this race. I think Marjorie Lundberg might have been kind of slowed down in that first lap going into the chicane, so much so that she lost touch with Posner, and then Posner just started walking away, and he's going just about a 1/10.5 faster than the second place car. And actually, this lap a whole second faster than Marjorie Lundberg, who is now back 2.695 seconds from the leader. And Greg, if this turns out to be flat out pace, it will. I don't think that without the draft, I don't think Marjorie Lundberg's car has the pace probably to catch up or maybe even keep up with Posner. If that's the case, he is going to just be able to continue to spread that gap lap after lap here.
Yeah, I think that is likely the case, but it is, very early on, Brian. We are only working lap number 4 in what is scheduled to be a 25-lap race. But let's watch that battle right now for third, and actually it might even better determine it is the battle for fourth between Robert Posner and Andrew Maudsley, the black number 4 machine, who finished finished third yesterday, and then Maudsley in the 187 machine. As they were nose to tail coming out of the chicane, and you can see now as they've fallen off just a little bit from our third place car, Derek Monick, Posner and Maudsley in lockstep once again, coming up towards the chicane. So we'll watch this here as already early on, and here they come out of turn number 12. A very close battle on track. We'll see if these two drivers, if they continue to work together and they just leapfrog one another down into the chicane, for example, and some of the other braking zones, they should be able to draft back up to our third place driver, Derek Monick.
And you can see these little puffs of blue smoke as they go through the chicane. That is actually that's how we know the Formula Vs are running properly, Greg. People who might not be familiar with the Formula Vs might look at that and go, "Oh no!" But they do have a little puff of smoke that comes when they transition from on and off the throttle in different places. So doesn't mean much. And actually, when it's doing, and you'll see it pretty much from every single race car out there. That's just the way those 1200cc air-cooled Volkswagen motors operate.
Yeah, when you've let all the smoke out, Brian, that's when you know there's a problem with these cars.
Yeah.
And they carry a lot of oil. It will take quite a while to let all the smoke out of them.
Exactly. When they run out of smoke, that's a bad thing. So
that's right. Usually then about half the track is oiled down too.
True. Very true.
And it does look as though Maudsley and Posner are making up a little bit of ground on Derek Monick here on the back straight. And they'll be coming into turns 11 and 12. Here they come. And see there, they're closing things down. We'll take a look at the times when they cross the stripe, as they are just now completing their 5th flying lap. And as they come across the line, that last time by, Robert Posner made up about 0.4 of a second on Derek Monick, and Maudsley was in very close proximity there as well. So they are, by working together, starting to close things up on our third place runner, Derek Monick, in that number 5 Proto form.
So racers have a weird sense of collecting, Greg. I have a piece on my desk of crankcase from a 1200cc motor what happened when I ran out of smoke in a Formula V, and that was my souvenir that I kept from that motor. And so yes, we do not want these cars to run out of smoke.
As opposed to one of my Honda motors, which ran out of water.
And then, might have a similar end result.
Yeah, probably very similar. Is it that I had some molten aluminum underneath the hood?
Yep.
I think that block, which I still have, that both the head and the block are still emitting smells that were never supposed to come from it after that situation, and that was like 12 years ago. As we're watching this battle now for third between Derek Monick, Robert Posner, and Andrew Maudsley, and they are definitely closing things down. As a matter of fact, as we watch here, as they're coming to the start-finish line, and now moving to driver's right, Robert Posner in that black number 4 Proto form. He's coming up right on the back of Derek Monick, and we may have a change in position here as they come out of the Shelton chicane. And no, it appears as though Maudsley was able to hold off. Monick was able to hold off Robert Posner as this fight really nice. This is actually very similar, Brian, now that they've all gotten back together, all three of them within just a couple feet of one another. Very much what we saw in the battle for the lead yesterday.
Correct.
Between Quinn Posner and Marjorie Lundberg, where you really never knew when they crossed the stripe who would be in the lead, and it was a really your prototypical Formula V race yesterday for the lead. We're seeing it once again for third.
Yes, there is that is the case, and as we talk about that third place car, now a 5-second lead for Quinn Posner over Marjorie Lundberg, and she is not able to pull that together. Here we see a move potentially for the lead, or for the third place spot. Robert Posner stuck his nose out there. Not sure quite if that was a planned place to pass, or just a reminder to Derek Monick that, hey, I'm back here, and at some point in time, you are going to have to deal with me.
Yeah, and indeed. And so now as they come down the front straight, Brian, they're actually coming up on the number 44 machine, trying to use that car led that early.
Oh, and there's the pass.
There's the draft. There it is. As we now have the number 4 machine, Robert Posner, moving up into third position, getting around Derek Monick, with Maudsley in the 187 machine, still sitting back in third position there in that Gulf liveried car, the light blue with the orange. And it was a very quick pass, Brian. They got to the start-finish line, and Posner, like he was shot out of a little cannon, was able to get past the Monick machine, the number 5.
And those cars now are moving past I believe the last place car, Chris Ponson, and tried to negotiate that slower car. And it looks like the 3 cars got around him without too much problems. That was either Chris Ponson or Aaron Robbins as they moved past him.
Yeah, that is it's the 44 car of Robbins that they were coming up on there, and I thought that it was interesting as they came out of turn 12 onto the front straight. I would have thought that Derek Monick would have tried to use the 44 machine for its draft and be able to pull it up a little bit further along the front straight, and he did not do that. He had moved the car rather early to the inside, negating whatever advantage he might have in the draft, and that's when Posner, who had the draft off the back of Monick, pulled to the inside. So this time by, let's take a look here. And we have a car coming down the pit lane now, Brian, and I think that may be Ponson coming into the pits. We'll take a look at this in just a second. But you also notice, as we have a car almost putting it around, going through the chicane. Take a look at that, as that was Robert Posner, who now drops back behind the 187 of Maudsley. Derek Monick having gotten back around Posner the last time by, so Monick now back up into third position. And yeah, that was a bit of a moment there for Robert Posner, as the rear end went all the way around.
Yeah, a little adventuresome there. Lobster Manfish in the chat asks if we're going to show the Formula F race at all. Well, unfortunately, for the folks who are fans of the Formula F, we don't have any Formula Fs here this weekend, so we're not ignoring them. We just don't have any to talk about. So the good news, though, is that the Formula V's putting on a pretty decent show for third place here, and they're all over. It's like almost a swarm of bees back there. A swarm of V's instead trying to get the third place on this podium.
Yeah, and here they come out of turn 11 into turn number 12. Big sweeping double apex right-hander. And, it's funny, Brian, as we watched this, as they came into turn 11, I was just waiting for them to come into the frame at 12. I'm so used to some of these larger touring cars where it really makes it seem as though it's one quick, big double apex sweeper. And we had I guess there's a big difference between, 250 horsepower and about 62. As Robert Posner now moves down the inside and now taking the point, moving up into second place. That is Andrew Maudsley in the 187 machine for the first time today, moving into a podium position, as we now have Robert Posner and Monick side by side as they were coming down into turn number 4. So let's take a look. It is indeed the 187 currently running in 3rd, then Monick in the number 5, and then that black number 4 of Robert Posner running currently in 5th position. We haven't checked in, and I think this is a big story, Brian, that I now have confirmation on the driver that pulled into the pit lane, and I believe, well, actually, I thought for a moment it was Quinn Posner, but I believe, so not as big a story as we thought it was. It was the 44 machine that came down the pit lane. Quinn Posner, I think, might be having some transponder issues, and he just got re-added to our timing screen.
Well, and we will keep an eye on, because we won't switch to watching that battle, because this 3rd place battle is still the best on the racetrack. But I will tell you that Marjorie Lundberg has cut into Quinn Posner's lead. At one point it was over 7 seconds, and now it's 5.6 seconds between 1st and 2nd. So I'll keep watching that while we keep an eye on this battle for 3rd, and if it does get closer, I'll chime in and make sure that Zach knows that, so we can possibly get up and watch that. But at the moment, this battle here for 3rd, still the one to keep watching. Andrew Maudsley, Robert Posner, and Derek Monick are putting on a show for us here. You can see him out put there in the background. Love that camera shot, by the way.
Gorgeous, yeah.
And good stuff going on here. And there's this trio. Keep it doing what they've been doing all race long, switching and swapping positions, somewhat willy-nilly. They know they're not going to catch the 2nd place car, so they're just out there having fun themselves. And I've been in some of these battles a little further back in the field in a Formula V, and it is a blast. We've got a couple of 2 or 3 cars together like this, and they're having a great time.
All right, and so Brian, here we're starting to see Andrew Maudsley starting to open up a little bit of a gap back to Robert Posner and Derek Monick. And as you know, Posner had gotten around Monick, going down into the chicane the last time by. But what we saw coming out of turn 4 and through turn 5 is Posner got very defensive for a few moments there, moved his car center of track to keep the Monick machine from getting by or even pulling up alongside going into turn number 7. And what that has done is that has now given about an 8 car length advantage to Andrew Maudsley in the 187 machine, about 6/10 of a second now separating our 3rd and 4th place machines, another 3/10 or so back to Derek Monick running in 5th position. And just that, it's you look at that little move like that is enough to throw a race, but it looks as though perhaps there was still enough of a draft that the number 4 machine is going to be able to get right back up to the 187 car.
Yeah, the draft is, as we see, it happens right there. It also happens at the 187 car, or I should say the car in 5th place is kind of the important one here, because if Darren Mosnick and Robert Posner can get hooked up and work together, they can reel in Maudsley without too much of a problem. But they got to do it pretty quick, because the draft here is really important. But because these cars are so small, the draft doesn't go back very far. So if you get much beyond 5 or 6 car lengths, you really start to lose the effect of the draft. And if you get beyond 10 car lengths, the draft basically becomes somewhat non-existent.
All right, and now we've got Robert Posner, and he's going to draft right on by the 187 of Andrew Maudsley on the back straight. That was a move that we saw Marjorie Lundberg execute on Quinn Posner multiple times during yesterday's race until the last time she tried it and couldn't get by. But that now moves the number 4 machine into 3rd position. He's going to come down the center of the track, maybe try to break the draft a little bit. But Brian, you can see here as they cross the start-finish line and complete the lap, Robert Posner opening up almost an 8 car length advantage, although again, it dissipates and as they compress going down under braking into the chicane, it then drops down to about 3 car lengths. But the speed at which Robert Posner was able to get by Maudsley was very impressive and reminded me of that pass that he made on the front straight earlier this race.
Yeah, I'm not certain, Greg, that was a draft pass, because he was far enough ahead. Maybe Maudsley had a hiccup coming out of turn 7 and just didn't get the exit speed he needed. Because as far back as Posner was, it just didn't feel like a draft pass to me. But you never know. I could be wrong. And also, I think at this point, about halfway into our race, Greg, we should do a call to grid and get our break in.
All right, sounds good. Let's make that call to the grid for our next race group. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 2. Small bore, E production, F production, H production, GT Light, B-Spec, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5 Challenge. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2, E production, F production, GT Light, H production, Spec Miata, Spec MX-5 Challenge, and B-Spec. Please start heading to the grid.
And we'll make our break here. This is the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We are live at Portland International Raceway. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit hawkperformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
All right, and we are back here at Portland International Raceway, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg along with Brian Bielanski, and we are right in the thick of our Formula V battle as we've got a car off on the outside of turn number 5, Brian. And that was one of the 3 drivers that was in that battle for 3rd place, and I believe that it was Derek Monick in the number 5 Protoform that just put that car off. We'll have to verify that as he comes around now into turn number 7, and indeed, yeah, it's the number 5 machine. That leaves it now a 2-car battle for 3rd between Robert Posner in the black number 4 machine, and then Andrew Maudsley in that Gulf liveried number 187 machine, as they are coming through turns 11 and 12 here as we speak, as they are completing their 15th laps. And Brian, that was right after they had worked their way past and put Chris Ponson a lap down, the number 32 machine. And now as they come out of 12, we've got Robert Posner taking the car all the way down the inside as he just now moves over to driver's left to set up for the chicane, and already a slightly defensive posture coming down into the chicane.
And this is the race for the 3rd spot on the podium. Chris Ponson, who they put another lap down, clearly having some issues with that car, 4 laps down at this point in time. So unfortunate for him, but he's soldiering on as we get ourselves into the final 9 laps of this race. And this is the battle to watch right now, the race for 3rd place, because up front, Quinn Posner, the leader, has a 7.9 second lead over Marjorie Lundberg. and she has not been able to catch back up to give us the same fantastic show we had yesterday when her and Quinn Posner raced back and forth for basically the entire race, Greg.
Yeah.
And I think there was a little bit of an advantage gained by Posner on the opening lap going through the chicane. That was the nice part about having clean air and being out front. You didn't have to worry about all the stuff that's going on behind him. And there was a lot of stuff going on behind him, and I think he was just able to get enough of a lead that he was able to pull away from Marjorie Lundberg. So now those two cars are gapped out by about 8 seconds between the two of them. And then you've got another 25 seconds back to this battle for third place. So first and second place without any mechanical issues or problems locked up at this point in time. But here's the battle again, racing for third.
Yeah, here we go. We've got Maudsley to the inside in the light blue number 187 car. We've got Robert Posner in the black number 4 to the outside. Maudsley carries the speed into the chicane. And Brian, as they're coming down into turns 4 and 5, something that I've been watching for the majority of this race has been Robert Posner's the speed that he carries out of turn 4 and into turn 5. And we'll probably see it here, where you'll see a little bit of a gap open up between Maudsley and the number 4 machine. Maudsley carries, I think, probably another mile per hour, 2 miles an hour, more than Robert Posner through turn number 5 almost every single lap. And the advantage that Posner has when he's ahead is that there's not enough extra speed or track position for Maudsley to find his way around over there. But it is one portion of the track that is certainly challenging for Posner, that he could likely, with carrying a little more speed there, probably be a little bit closer to the tail of the 187 car coming out of turn 8, although it doesn't seem to matter all that much to him now, as the number 4 machine once again drives past the 187 machine to take over third position before they complete lap number 817.
This is one of those races, Greg, where I would love to be down in impound after the race, because assuming we keep this thing clean for the rest of the race, these two guys are going to hop out of the cars at the end and give themselves a big hug and a high five, because they are having a hoot out there as they just trade positions back and forth lap after lap.
All right, Brian, probably now, as we've got about 7 laps remaining, or if this race were to go 35 minutes, about 7 minutes left on the clock, either one. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 2. E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, B-Spec, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5 Challenge. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2, E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, B-Spec, Spec Miata, and Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race scheduled to start at 12:45.
All right, 6 laps to go here at Portland for the Formula V group here, and that's if we go all 6 laps. There's 5, 6, 7 laps to 7 minutes to go in the race, and I know on some of our other Super Tours when we were on time, they let the clock go and we got the full laps in. I think that's what they were trying to do again today. So we'll watch that from race control. Quinn Posner, Marjorie Lundberg, and Robert Posner, your top 3. But the battle we've been watching all race here has been for third place. Now it's Robert Posner and Andrew Maudsley, and it looks like Robert Posner has opened up a little bit of a gap there, Greg.
Yeah, indeed,
not.
and an underbraking coming down into the Shelton chicane, it closes up once again. I think we're definitely seeing that Posner's got a little bit more straight line speed than Maudsley, and that shouldn't be that much of a surprise here. Brian, Posner did qualify about 1.7 seconds faster over the course of a lap than Andrew Maudsley. Posner set that during yesterday's race, and I think a lot of that had to do is he spent a lot of time in Quinn Posner's and Marjorie Lundberg's draft, so that certainly helped his ultimate time. But the fastest lap time coming into this race that Maudsley had been able to to effect was a 135 flat. And today, in this race, he's only been able to get down to a 136 even.
Well, and that could be just from the fact that they're racing back and forth and they're not as interested in the perfect line through every corner, because he's got a car in front of him, or sometimes a car behind him, or sometimes a car next to him to worry about. And that, of course, always affects lap times. Oftentimes, the racing lap times are not or do not match the qualifying lap times just for that reason.
All right, as Robert Posner leads Andrew Maudsley across the line, so no change in the order in the top four, as Robert Posner now with an advantage of just about 0.4 of a second that last time by Maudsley, and Maudsley was in the draft of the number 4 machine about 0.2 of a second faster over the course of the entire lap than the number 4 of Robert Posner as they go through turn number 4. And again, about 2.5 car lengths separating them. But again, Brian, you can see there as they come through turn 5, that 2 car length or so advantage disappears, and Maudsley ends up right back on the tail cone of the number 4 machine through that one section of the track.
And those 2 cars now, looks like they've got kind of free pavement ahead of them. No more slower cars, at least for the next couple of laps, to deal with. And that means they're going to be able to fight back and forth for the remainder of this race. And it looks like, as you said, that Posner has kind of the faster car, which is, and if, you know, I know that Maudsley is able to catch up going into the chicane, but the start-finish line is not at the chicane, so that's good news for Posner. And of course, as I said, free pavement ahead. Now they're coming up on the slower car of, I believe that's Tony Baldessari, and they'll be able to hopefully make quick work of him as they go down the main straight here, and it looks like that's exactly what has happened. And then the race continues on for our 3rd and 4th place cars here.
That's right. Quick show of the blue flag for Baldessari. He gets out of the throttle for just the briefest of moments, and then Robert Posner and Andrew Maudsley go by before they get down into the chicane. And I think that's an important thing, Brian, what you just said about how Maudsley can pull up to the back of Robert Posner going down into the chicane. But we've noticed that almost even when Maudsley is right on the gearbox of the number 4 car coming out of turn 12, he's never been able to pull out, or maybe he's never attempted it, but he's never been able to pull out and effect the pass before start finish. We have seen Robert Posner do that on the front straight. We've also seen him do it on the back straight as well. And again, I think that means the fact that I think the 4 car may be a little bit stronger in a straight line draft or no draft. So we'll see how this turns out as we see Posner now with Maudsley right behind him, made a little bit of a juke to the left and then back to the right, maybe to ward off a possible passing attempt by the 187 car as they now come out of turn 12. They're going to be completing lap number 20, Brian. That means our top 4 drivers, and when Derek Monick comes around again as well, he'll be on that same lap. Our leaders now working their 22nd of 25 laps.
So I think we're looking at different timing systems, because I've got working lap 22 at the moment.
I think that's what I just said, Brian.
Oh, I thought you said just lap. I thought you said
they just completed
their
21st. No, they completed their 21st. They're working lap 22.
Okay, good. All right, so working lap 22, which means 3 to go, or 2.5 to go, I guess, at this point in time. And no real changes up front. Quinn Posner and Lundberg, about the same as it's been lap after lap, about 7-8 seconds, depending on which lap you're talking about. So they're just doing their thing here, trying to get to the finish line as we wrap up this Formula V race. Up next is our production cars, so stick around for that. We'll get that started real quick right after this race.
All right, and crossing the stripe now, Quinn Posner, Marjorie Lundberg. They're our top 2 drivers, and that gap, Brian, between between those two drivers, certainly starting to stretch out again. Here as we saw Lundberg be able to get things down at one point to about 5.5 seconds, but I believe now the gap is somewhere in the 9-second range. We'll try and get that again. I think there's a bit of a question there. Actually, put it at 6.8 seconds here between the top two. And again, I think there's some manual timing being done by our timing and scoring team just below me here on Quinn Posner's car. That I don't think they're getting the hits on the transponder hits when it crosses the stripe. So there's always a little bit of an adjustment that goes in there as they're manually timing that car. But Posner, your leader, Marjorie Lundberg, running in second, and then it is almost another 40 seconds back to actually about 35 seconds back to that battle for third between Posner and Maudsley.
And we've been focusing on our third and fourth place cars for most of the race. That is our leader that just came through, Quinn Posner in the 9 car. We're going to come across the line right here. And then the next car across, you're going to see probably about 8 seconds back or so, is Marjorie Lundberg in the 24 car. There is your gap between first and second. As we come up on, did I see the white flag?
No, not yet, Brian. We are working lap number 24. We're on the penultimate lap. The next time our leader, whether it be Quinn Posner, whether it be Marjorie Lundberg, or whether or not, there is a huge change in the universe here, and it's Robert Posner or Andrew Maudsley. They will then be starting their final lap here did I say
Portland?
Portland. Thank you. I almost said Pittsburgh. I don't even know which international race course I'm at anymore. Yesterday it was Virginia. Today it's Pittsburgh.
And it looked like just for a second there that Andrew Maudsley was going to take advantage of the slower car and use it as a bit of a pick and to get around Posner here. But it didn't work. But I don't count out Andrew Maudsley, Greg. I'm not certain that he's chosen to stay in that second spot there or fourth spot overall because he understands that the last lap's the best place to make a pass here to make it stick at the finish line. I'm not quite so certain this isn't a calculated situation here, and he's just trying to make the last lap, last pass, last spot possible so that he can come across the line. And now we see that white flag for Quinn Posner as we begin our final race lap here for our first race of the day here at Portland.
And Marjorie Lundberg now crosses the stripe and knocks a little bit out of that gap, I think down to about 5.9 seconds. But here we go, side by side, coming down the back straight. It's Andrew Maudsley, 2 drivers left in the 187 car. And Maudsley
big tank slapper. Well,
that's right, Maudsley had gotten around Posner, but then as they got over to the curbing, driver's right, he spins the car around, he spins out of third position, and he continues to try and get that car back out on track. So that is going to move Derek Monick now up into fourth position as Maudsley continues to try to get that machine back underway. And Maudsley now going to drop back down into fifth position in what was a great move for the lead, Brian. He just could not execute it to completion.
When he came off there and tried to get back on track, it looked like almost an iRacing spin. He just spun a little bit to the right, then spun again to the left, all while that was going. And as that was happening, your leader now coming through the final set of corners.
All right, and here he comes. This is Quinn Posner, driver of the number 09 machine. He's led since the very beginning of this race. Your pole sitter comes out of the final corner onto the front straight. Checkered flag being displayed, and your winner for the second day in a row in Formula V is Quinn Posner. Congratulations to Quinn. Marjorie Lundberg now coming down the front straight. She's got the checkered flag in her eyes, and Marjorie Lundberg, for second day in a row, will finish in second. And now it is just a question of waiting to see if it is still going to be Robert Posner in that number 4 machine. He started lap number 24 in third position. We'll see if he can continue to hold that as he is now making his way through the final 2 corners. There he is. And Robert Posner, he will come down and cross the line and finish in third again for the second day in a row. Much different race for him, but Derek Monick comes home in fourth. And, Monick, not all that far back at the finish line there. Andrew Maudsley should come home now, and this is Maudsley. Actually, this is Tony Baldassar, I think, in the 111 machine. There you go. Nope, there you go. That's Maudsley in the 187 crossing the stripe. He's going to come home in fifth. Tony Baldassar is going to finish sixth. Chris Ponson will finish seventh, and Aaron Robbins only completes 6 laps. He is going to finish eighth.
I think, Greg, Derek Monick, a big help for him was when Robert Posner had to really get on the brakes hard to avoid the spinning car of Andrew Maudsley. Absolutely killed his momentum coming through that big sweeper onto the main straightaway, which means he just had to trudge down the main straight a lot slower than he would normally do so. When Monick came through that last corner the second to last time, he didn't have to slow down at all, had all of that speed coming in, and that's how he was able to only be back by a little less than 3 seconds. So not enough to get there for the podium, but it's still hanging in there and getting a 4th place spot here at Portland.
That's right. All right. So, Brian, let's make a final call to the grid, and then we'll take a break, and we'll get ready for race number 2 here from Portland International Raceway. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 2. E Production, F Production, H Production, GT Light, B-Spec, Spec Miata, and Spec MX5 Challenge. If you could please start heading to the grid. Race group number 2. Your race is next. And so, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a quick break. And when we come back, 5 more races today from Portland International Raceway, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Pro Tour. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
And welcome back to Portland International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski. And Brian, we're going from our open wheel cars, our first of two open wheel groups, to our production-based cars. Let's run down the starting order here, as we have somewhere close to 20 of our small bore and Spec Miata drivers, and also 9 in our Spec MX5 Challenge group. What we're going to do, we're going to run down the top 10 in production, and Spec Miata starting 10th in the number 125 Spec Miata. It's Connor Thomas. Gary Small is going to start 9th. He is in the number 18 F Production Volvo P1800. Tim Ferrick will start 8th. He's driving the number 26 Spec Miata, while Jason Rollins, our winner yesterday in Spec Miata, he'll start 7th, driving the number 20 machine. Nick Leveroni, he's your Spec Miata pole sitter. He starts 6th today in the number 194 machine. Starting 5th, driving the number 19 E Production Porsche Boxster, it's Albert Correa with Adam Achapole. Starting 4th today, he is driving the number 162 Porsche 944. Starting 3rd, it's not your 2022 GT Light National Champion, he was your 2021 National Champion. Scott Toomey driving his GT Light Toyota Tercel, that's the number 11 car. He starts on the inside of row number 2. And your front row today for small bore, driving the number 40 E-Production Mazda RX-7 will be Kurt Fritschke, and your pole sitter, driving another E-Production Mazda RX-7, it's the number 41 car. It's Austin Bradshaw. And so now let's move over to Spec MX5 Challenge. They're going to be taking, as our production cars are behind the first pace car, we're going to have the second group behind a second pace car. That's the Spec MX5 Challenge. They'll all be starting together. Starting 9th, driving the number 111 car, it's Patrick Drinkwine. Starting 8th, driving the number 39 Spec MX5 Challenge machine, it's Christine Crane. Michael Newmeyer will start 7th today in the number 71 machine. Ryan Gutile will start 6th. He's driving the 116. Wesley Molno will start 5th today. He's driving the number 70 Spec MX5 Challenge machine, while Steve Borlick will start 4th. He's in the 15. John Davies, he was your winner yesterday in Spec MX5 Challenge. He'll start 3rd today in the number 67 machine, while Dave Tooker, there have been a lot of Dave Tooker fans in the chat here today, Brian. Dave is going to start on the outside of the front row in the number 25 machine. And your pole sitter in Spec MX5 Challenge, driving the number 8 car, is Will Schrader.
All right, we have our Escalade pace car this morning, taking us through the pace lap, and a gaggle of production and MX5 Challenge cars behind them. So this should be an exciting way to get this thing started. And haven't seen too many Escalade pace cars, Greg.
No, and when they hang it out coming through turn 12, the thing leans all the way over. You got to watch out for those door handles. You don't want to get them scraped up. It really ruins the resale value. As we've got our front row, our Mazda RX-7s coming to the green flag now for you, Brian.
Here comes the green flag with the 2 RX-7s out front, heading them down towards the chicane for the first time here. And this is a lot how it looked at this. Look at this, a car coming up on the left. Oh, lots of brake lockup. We'll see if any of those cars make the corner, and lots of...
That was one of our Spec Miata drivers, Brian, who now has a set of flat-spotted Hoosiers that he would like to sell you.
Exactly. Exactly. Barely used, only on Sundays.
That's right. only for 700 feet, as we've got our MX5 Challenge racers now, Brian, coming to the green flag. And they have got to start as they head down towards the chicane.
Look at that pack of cars all moving all towards that chicane together. These guys put on a great show yesterday, and they're all working their way through just... Oh, that was not the preferred line for that light blue Miata there, 3rd from the back, as he went way over on the curbs. And going to have to check the underside of that car when it's all done here, but he keeps on going. Here comes your cars here through, this is the MX5 Challenge cars coming through turn 5 here, and they've now kind of sorted themselves out here as we get done with our first racing lap.
All right, Brian, and we've got our leaders now in the production car class. Wow, and look at that. I think there might have even been a small brush of the wall by Austin Bradshaw, our leader, who had lots of issues with his car yesterday, some vapor lock issues, and really had to fight to get that number 41 Mazda RX-7 across the line as Kurt Fritschke, who is you're seeing right now, right on his tail. Really two very similarly paced machines.
Absolutely, as we start to move away and they snake here through the Shelton chicane here. What a really cool set of corners, Greg, here. A lot of times chicanes are put in and they act like they're just put in as an afterthought. Well, most chicanes are, but some of them thought out much better than others, and this is really one of those that was thought out a whole lot better.
Yeah, usually it's just a quick little flip to the left, a little flip to the right, or right to left, in order to slow you down, usually along a large straightaway. And that is the primary reason why what used to be known as the Festival Chicane was put into, or the Festival Curves were put into this facility here. I think we got the word yesterday from when Cart used to run here,
right,
in order to slow the drivers down into what used to be turn number 1, now is turn number 4. But you look at that very first entry to the chicane, and it is really, unless you start and kind of slice across the track and get all of that apex curbing, which literally puts you inches from the concrete wall, it becomes a very difficult situation trying to get that car first rotated to the right and then rotated back to the left. And you can really see how drivers are really having to rotate right around the nose of the car through the second part of the chicane there. You can see there Scott Toomey in his GT Light Tercel has what he has to do to navigate with those slicks. But Brian, you also noticed there as they came down through the chicane, we have a new leader in production.
I did notice that. It is Kurt Fritschke who has taken over the point, out by 0.3 seconds at the line. This chicane is really hard to do right when there's lots of cars around you. It's not so bad when you're going single file, as it looks really pretty when they do it that way. But on the early laps of that race, when you're trying to get 3 or 4 cars all through there together, it is really somewhat of an adventure.
Yeah, I mean, we saw there on the start, and we've seen it on a lot of the starts this weekend, where if you are driver's left, you are on the outside, and you get pushed deep into that chicane, it is almost a 90-degree turn to the right, and then it is about 120 degrees back to the left. It is really very difficult to navigate, and that's why we actually end up seeing a lot of cars off drivers right in the grass on the exit of the chicane.
I also imagine, especially with these temperatures, that there is quite a buildup of clag out there on drivers left as they go into that chicane, marbles and such, and that probably also makes it even more difficult if you get hung out there, not only for just getting through that section of corners, but then you get that pickup on your tires, and it takes several corners to get rid of it. So the battle up front, though, is pretty fun to watch at the moment. Fritschke and Bradshaw doing their thing, and 2 old-school Mazda RX-7s showing the way around this 1.9-mile racetrack here, and having a ton of fun watching these guys do this.
All right, and I don't know if maybe Zach can, when he has a chance, we've got our Spec Miata race, which once again, for the second day in a row, appears to be very tight between Jason Rollins in the number 20 machine and Nick Leveroni in the 194 machine. We'll try and track them. I think they may be just ahead of this battle here. I think this is, actually, I think you're right. I think Leveroni is in that blue and orange 194 machine, the flat-out motorsports car.
Right. Speaking of Spec Miata, quick update on Austin Varco, who went out early yesterday. Turns out he had a subframe on that car snap, and he had got into a wreck about 6 months ago at Butwell. Apparently that's when it was cracked. And it's just been getting a little worse and worse every week. And he actually won 2 races with that condition.
Oh, wow.
But it finally gave up the ghost yesterday. They found a new subframe last night, and they were going to replace it for today, only to find out that there was more damage than just the subframe. So he's heading home. His dad is out there, David Varco. He's still racing today, but they're hoping to get that thing fixed and back out there in a month or so.
All right, and so as we're watching this fight, Brian, and I think we do have, that is the battle that we're watching, and it's actually three cars deep for the lead in Spec Miata with Jason Rollins, the black and red number 20 machine. Then with Nick Leveroni in the blue and orange machine from Flat Out Motorsports, and Tim Ferrick and in that battle as well. Those are the top three, and I think trailing right behind them is that Volvo P1800 that we saw, that beautiful P1800, our Soul F production driver, and then just back behind the Volvo coming into this is our lead in Spec Miata. Just a little bit further back is another great fight. It's Amy Mills with David Varco, as you just mentioned, Austin's father, Connor Thomas as well. So the Spec Miata fights here, two great fights. Here comes that second battle now just off the podium for 4th, 5th, and 6th.
Yeah, Rollins has won 3 consecutive Super Tours. He won both races last weekend at Thunder Hill, won the race yesterday, and his tormentor for all 3 of those races, and again today, Nick Leveroni, coming all the way out here from Mendon, Massachusetts to play with us out on the West Coast. And he has shown why he's one of the best Spec Miata drivers in the country by coming out here on tracks he probably hadn't seen before and running up front all weekend long on both weekends.
Yeah, and Leveroni, besides being a great East Coast Spec Miata driver, he's also your 2019 Touring 4 national champion. And so, I mean, the man certainly knows how to wheel, and got his start in IT racing up in the Northeast with New England region, and great to see what he has turned Flat Out Motorsports into over the past number of years. No longer local to just the East Coast, as he has drivers out west here, Amy Mills and also Whitfield Gregg as well, based here in the Pacific Northwest.
Want to say hi to Brian Straczynski. He's in the chat. He's been with us, I believe, every single Super Tour weekend, Greg, and really appreciate his support. BL Design and Speed, they're with us in the chat. Multi-Apples, not quite sure who that is, but thank you for being here. Also, Rollerbones back today. He also wanted to mention that Austin Bradshaw's grandfather was one of the founding members, I'm guessing, of Oregon region, and responsible for making this facility a racetrack back in the 1950s. So, lots of history here at Portland.
Yeah, and also a little bit of information about Turn 7, which we're looking at right now, that was tightened up considerably, according to Roller Bones, in order to slow the entry onto the back straight here at Portland International Raceway as well.
And that's why we talked about during the Inside the SCCA podcast, why that Turn 7 is so important to get speed down this long back straight, black back straight-ish, banana-shaped straightaway. And that's what we see coming on here, seeing these cars flying past us here. There is your leader in the Spec Miata that just went in and out of our view. That was Jason Rollins in the black car. The red car, about second and a half back, is Nick Leveroni.
All right, and I think coming down now down the front straight, Zach is our director Zach is we were watching. There we go. Is this battle for the lead in Spec MX5 Challenge with Will Schrader in the number 8 machine, Dave Tooker, and again Dave's got a heck of a fan club here in the chat this weekend. Very devoted. John Davies, our winner from yesterday, running 1, 2, 3. And a little bit of a gap between Schrader, Tooker, and the third place driver, Davies, as Davies has been trying to work his way through some slower traffic here. But a great battle nonetheless. Yesterday, Davies put on a show leading for that entire 25-minute session. And these Spec MX5 Challenge race cars, so evenly matched.
While we're watching the Spec MX5 Challenge cars, just want to mention that Scott Toomey just got around Kurt Fritchie, which puts a car between Bradshaw and Fritchie, which is good news for Austin Bradshaw. That gets a little buffer zone between first and second place, but Austin Bradshaw is now 8 seconds ahead of second place and 12 seconds ahead of his closest competitor. So at the moment, he's having a much easier ride today than he did yesterday. If he can hold on, he can kind of redeem himself. Although I don't really think there's much redeeming to be done after the car problem. But he's on his way to possibly win another Super Tour event. I believe he won the 2 Super Tour races, or one of them, last year. These are the MX-5 challenge cars here weaving their way through that chicane. And that first car that you just saw there was Schrader and Tooker. And then the third place car of John Davies is right there as well.
Yeah, and Davies made up on that last lap, made up a couple of seconds. As a matter of fact, he was on the very last lap about 3 seconds faster than the pair ahead of him, and was able to close things down considerably. Now the Spec MX-5 Challenge cars, and we had Josh Smith from Mazda Motorsports here with us yesterday. They were originally considered to be maybe, I don't want to say the replacement for Spec Miata, but the next generation of Spec Miata. The advantages over the Spec Miata class is they're all based on a single chassis, on that NC Miata chassis, and a lot of the I guess would have been gray areas in Spec Miata, like specs for the engine's head, for the top end of the engines. Not a question, because they are provided a spec head, a forged aluminum Roush Motorsports head, and some forged Molly pistons, and big. Really trying to eliminate as many variables as possible as you see in Spec Miata, and it is, as he mentioned, it is considered a development series, and there's a lot of money on the line for these MX-5 Challenge racers nationwide.
Jeff Hankin in the chat has corrected me. Darren Dilley won both of last year's races here in E-Production, so I have to go back through the archives and figure out which event that Austin Bradshaw won out here, because I believe we talked about it when it might have been a majors race he was talking about, but I'll go back and figure it out, and we'll get an update on that as the race goes on here.
All right, as we are watching right now, this is the battle for the lead in Spec Miata, as Nick Leveroni has gotten around Jason Rollins. As we had it there for just a moment, so move the 194 machine up into the lead. Here they come down the back straight and into turns 10 and 11. And Leveroni, he was your pole sitter both yesterday and today. He gave up the lead about mid-race to Rollins yesterday, and worked his way back, finished about 2 car lengths back from Rollins when the checkered flag flew, but for the moment he is your leader here in Spec Miata.
I believe these are those 2 cars coming at us right there. Leveroni, the car is that orange and blue car up front, followed by Jason Rollins, and Rollins has been in the front most of these races. Now Leveroni gets his shot to see if he can walk away a little bit here, but that's kind of the situation that we're looking at here in Spec Miata as we keep working our way down towards lap 11 here of 25, and coming up on the halfway point. So Greg, this might be a good time for us to sneak in a call to grid and our break.
All right, sounds good. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 3. That's Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Race group 3 drivers, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 drivers, please start heading to the grid. Your race scheduled to start at 1:35 p.m. All right, so Brian, let's take that quick break, and when we come back, we'll take you all the way to the checkered flag here in our small bore and Spec MX-5 Challenge race, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour live from Portland International Raceway. We'll be right back.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Summit Racing Equipment, the official high-performance source and proud sponsor of the SCCA road racing program, is celebrating its 55th anniversary as the world's speed shop.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Now we're back here in Portland with about 13 laps to go here in our production and Spec Miata and Spec MX-5 Challenge race here. That was your Spec Miata cars flying through our view there. And just want to circle back real quick, Greg, to Austin Bradshaw. He won the second race of the 2021 Super Tour.
Okay.
So it wasn't last year, it was the year before. And so I wasn't completely losing my mind, although that could be argued.
Only half of it.
Only half of my mind.
All right, and Brian, I think we've got a local caution out on track.
All right.
And, yeah, matter of fact, I can kind of. Though actually, it's one of the little flags along the fence post there that I'm watching drivers, right?
Right.
But I've been watching the battle for the lead in Spec MX-5 Challenge of late, and we should be able to pick them up. They're working their way through quite a bit of production car traffic currently. Matter of fact, we've got a lot of drivers in almost the same place on track. Right now, your Spec MX-5 leaders just ahead of our, I believe, just ahead of our Spec Miata leaders on track. We'll see here as they come across the line that it is Will Schrader and Dave Tooker in the number 8 machine and the 25 machine, just ahead of our Spec Miata leaders, Nick Leveroni and Jason Rollins, as they all go through the chicane. And you'll see just behind them, behind the two Spec Miata drivers, we've got John Davies, who was our winner yesterday in Spec MX-5 Challenge. But real tight, close racing here in MX-5, but they've started to separate. Again, we talked about this yesterday. The challenges of multi-class racing. Sometimes you've got good luck with traffic. Sometimes you've got poor luck with traffic. Right now, we've got where Schrader and Tooker have had very good luck with traffic, that they've been able to separate themselves out from the rest of that SMX field.
Well, and if it's hard for the drivers to manage it, it's just as hard for me, because the MX-5 Challenge cars, while they're different, they still do look a lot alike to the Spec Miata cars, and keeping them straight can be a bit of a challenge. So, but as you said, here are the MX-5 Challenge cars, the first two coming through. Then you've got your Spec Miata cars with another MX-5 car coming up through there, and it looked as though for a second that Jason Rollins was going to try to take advantage of that faster car coming through and kind of follow him through, but that idea did not work, and he had to tuck back in.
Actually, it looks like as they came into 11, he did make his way around as he led Leveroni out of turn number 12. But just ahead of them, you saw that big puff of smoke, Brian. Not smoke, pardon me, puff of dirt. Yeah, dust and dirt, as Will Schrader, the leader in Spec MX-5 Challenge, really opened up that corner and took a little bit more than just the asphalt with them. Took a lot of dirt there. It looks as though perhaps Dave Tooker was able to close things up by maybe a car length or so, but didn't seem to hurt Schrader all that much.
All right, so Jason Rollins back to the point now in Spec Miata. He is ahead of Nick Leveroni. Didn't get a chance to see that pass being made, but that is the way it's lining up right now on the racetrack. So there is Schrader and Tooker, and then there's Davies in the middle. Then the next car coming through is the red car. That is Jason Rollins right here. followed by Nick Leveroni. So there's your first two cars actually first three cars in Spec MX-5 Challenge and Spec Miata all in line here on our racetrack as we head into 10 laps to go. And now another possible pass here. Nick Leveroni trying to make it happen, and he did stick it going through into turn 10-11. We'll see if he can keep it coming out of 12 and down the main straight. These guys starting to have a good time, and they can race pretty much all they want. There's a good bit of a gap back, Greg, to the third place car in MX Spec Miata, and that's Tim Ferrick.
Yeah, and Ferrick has a number of our Spec MX-5 Challenge machines that he would have to find a way to navigate around in order to get back up into that battle for the lead. As we see both Leveroni and Rollins going side by side, coming down into the chicane, and Rollins retaking the lead now over Nick Leveroni as they come out. And I believe that's where Rollins had gotten around the last time by as well. It got very difficult there for Leveroni. He got trapped a little bit with some of that MX-5 challenge. Maybe that's why they're calling it the MX-5 challenge. It was very challenging for Nick Leveroni there, who was stuck to the outside and could not turn in as early as he wanted to, and again made it for that very difficult 90 degree to 110 degree right left coming out of there as Rollins retook the lead.
Talking about our front runners here, we're not ignoring them completely, but the best racing on the track here is what we've been talking about. But Austin Bradshaw now has a 9.5 second lead over the second place car, which is Scott Toomey, a GT Lights car. And then the second place car in E-Production is Kurt Ritchie. He is a full 31 seconds back from the leader. And then another 9 seconds back to the third place car in E-Production, which is Adam Achapol. So no real battles in that particular race, which is why we keep looking at both the Spec Miata field here and the Spec MX-5 Challenge cars.
Yeah, and we're watching Bradshaw now come up, and our fastest driver on track currently, and he is coming up right to the back of that Spec Miata battle. As a matter of fact, right behind Rollins and Leveroni, there is that white with blue Mazda RX-7 of Austin Bradshaw, and he's keeping the pace up and keeping the right pedal down as he's opened up, as you mentioned, a considerable margin over yesterday's winner, Kurt Fritchke, and also over the much lighter, smaller teammate of his in the GT Light Toyota Tercel, Scott Toomey.
And Bradshaw has the luxury of not having to push a pass here because he's not being pressured, so he can wait till we get to the back straight here and let these guys keep their race going, make the pass where it's not going to affect this race at all. And it does look as though that's where he's going to be able to make that happen, as you see the Spec Miatas pull over and let that F-Production car by nice and clean. Everybody goes on, no harm, no foul.
That's right. We saw there the last car in that shot was the GT Light Toyota Tercel. He'll be trying to sneak underneath as well. A little bit more difficult for him. He's got a little bit smaller car there. Makes it a little bit harder for drivers to see. Although he's got the very tall windshield. So we'll see there if they can get through as we continue to watch this battle, the battle for the lead in Spec MX-5 Challenge, just ahead of Austin Bradshaw, who now, as we talk about this, Bradshaw has now lapped all the way up to 10th position here in this field in what is a 25 car field.
That's right, 25 laps in this race. We're working lap number 18, so next time by there'll be 6 to go here. And that is how we stack them up at this moment. And still the two battles best on the racetrack, the battle for the lead in Spec Miata. Nick Leveroni and Jason Rollins just every lap, sometimes twice a lap, swapping the lead here. And then also the battle for first place in MX-5 Challenge. That is Will Schrader and Dave Tooker. Both those pairs of drivers putting on just a great show here.
Oh, and we have a driver that ran a little bit wide coming out of turn number 7, and that was Austin Bradshaw. Dropped a little dirt on the exit there, got the car squared back up, lost maybe a little bit of momentum as he's coming up on the back of the Spec MX-5 Challenge racers. But here, Brian, we need to see this coming down the back straight. I think we're going almost 4 wide back behind this group as we had one of our Spec MX-5 Challenge drivers as well as our GT Light driver, Scott Toomey, trying to get past the Spec Miata leaders here, and both the MX-5 Challenge and GT Light cars will do that as both Leveroni and Rollins stack up just a little bit behind those cars, third and fourth in that group now coming on to the front straight. And Brian, real quick, let me make a call to the grid for our next group coming up. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 3, Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please start heading to the grid. Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 racers, please head to the grid. Your race is next.
So for several laps, I'm sorry, Jason Rollins has been able to get around Nick Leveroni going into the chicane, and then Leveroni's been able to get back around Rollins going down the back straight, and which has been fun to watch, but not really good news for Jason Rollins, because the way it's been stacking up is that Leveroni has had the lead at the start-finish line, which is, of course, the only place that is important to have the lead. So he's going to have to find a way, he being Jason Rollins, to work it so he can make a lead stick coming out of turn 11 and 12, so that he can then have an opportunity to win his 4th consecutive Super Tour race. He can't figure out that. It looks like that Nick Leveroni's in a real good position here to grab one of the Super Tour wins out here on the West Coast that he has come out here to race so hard for.
Well, and Brian, as they're coming out of turn 12 now, I was going to mention that on the last lap, Leveroni did manage to hold off Rollins going down into the chicane, but he wasn't able to really able to use that to his advantage. Wasn't able to open things up on the back half of the course. You can see there now about 3 car lengths separating them as they come down into the chicane under braking, and here they come in. And once again, Rollins not able to get by, but he gets right back onto the bumper of the Leveroni machine, the 194, or probably the 184.
Right, Leveroni, I think, was able to negotiate with some faster cars coming through just slightly better than Rollins has, and Rollins has had to take a lap or two here to kind of get back caught up with the 194 car. He's done that now, so they're also now at the point where when they come past the line, there's going to be 4 laps to go, and they're probably also trying to decide when the best time is to make the last lap pass, or the last pass for the lead here, and it could be now time to start getting into strategy mode. We have 6 minutes to go here in the race, but the time really doesn't matter much because we're going to laps here. So we're going to go to lap number 25, and we're coming up here with 4 to go here.
Yeah, as our racers have just started working lap 21, and Brian, I'm just noticed here on the front straight, we had been watching Scott Toomey in his GT Light Toyota Tercel as he had been working his way through the field and trying to keep pace with Austin Bradshaw. But as he came down the front straight just a moment ago, he got out of the throttle just a little bit, and it was a combination of both Spec MX-5 Challenge racers and I believe a Spec Miata racer as well. And I'm wondering if if he was letting a race go by that he didn't want to get into the middle of or hold up in a corner, or if it was maybe something else. But it looks like he is back up to speed now, following those 2 MX-5 Challenge machines out of turn 6 and into turn number 7.
Yeah, so both Toomey and Bradshaw had issues yesterday late in the race with the heat, and that also might be a consideration for both those cars. They just try to now get to the finish line. And Bradshaw has a 48-second lead here over the second-place car in heat production, so he can absolutely take a little bit off now for the next few laps. And Toomey, he's the only car in GT Light, so he could actually pull in right now and call it a day and take home the win here. So that's kind of the consideration I think both those drivers are probably thinking in the back of their minds, as we see Jason Rollins just fly through our screen in second place behind Nick Leveroni as they try to figure out how they're going to sort this thing out. I got to tell you, Greg, this could be a fantastic final race lap here.
It could very well, Brian. And we've got a bit of a development in e-production. Yesterday, it was Austin Bradshaw's day to have mechanical issues. Today, it is Kurt Fritschke's day to have mechanical issues. Of course, he fell off the pace after just a few laps here today. He is now taking his car back to the paddock. His day is now done, and we'll see him drop down through the order as he only managed to complete 19 laps.
All right, 2.5 laps to go here, it looks like. And still keeping a close eye on this Spec Miata battle. And Jason Rollins, after that little bit of traffic they dealt with, which put him in second place, has either, one, not had the answer for Nick Leveroni, or is just waiting for the right time. I'm going to vote for his Part B.
Well, we were talking about that earlier, and it could very well be that he's just kind of biding his time back there. Let Leveroni keep stewing and letting him try to figure out when that attempted pass is going to come. Is it going to come on the last lap, which is what you'd think, or is he going to try to work his way around and then hold Leveroni off, which he hasn't been able to do when he's made that pass down into the chicane previously. So we'll definitely see here as our leaders are working lap number 23 currently. So next, we've got 2 more full laps here of racing. And we'll try and pick up that Spec Miata battle, and they're coming across the start-finish line right now as they're coming down into the chicane. Do we see Rollins poke to the inside? Yeah, he's showing the nose, Brian.
Yeah, there's no question that Leveroni knows he's there. And up to this point, Leveroni really hasn't done much defensive driving, and which is good. Now it looks as though they're coming right there. And Rollins is right in the right spot, just kind of sitting there. And if he has anything left, we're going to see it here coming up in the next 2 laps. If Rollins can get by, it'll be 4 straight Super Tour wins for him in this class. Leveroni finished second twice, once at Thunderhill, once here yesterday. He also finished third at Thunderhill. So these are the 2 guys who have been basically the best Spec Miata drivers on this West Coast swing for the Super Tour, and they're showing why today. Once again, first and second place here, but today the tables are slightly turned. It was Rollins showing the way yesterday, and right now it's Leveroni.
All right, Brian, as they're coming up on some slower MX-5 challenge traffic, and Leveroni getting balked just a little bit coming into turn number 11, and Rollins having to check up as well. But they both make it through successfully, and they are now about a car length separating them. And, what I was thinking before we saw them come up on that traffic was whether or not Leveroni was going to have to figure out a way to defend against the move that he had made earlier going into turn 10. And with that traffic, it wasn't necessary. But let's watch as they come down into the chicane now with only 2 laps remaining.
And it's the same as it's been for the last 4 or 5 laps. Leveroni, then Rollins. Next time by, they're going to see the white flag, and lots of time for something to happen here as we get into basically a lap and a half left in this race. And these 2 guys put on a good show the whole time here, and I have no doubt that it will be a good show for the next 2 minutes or so while we get ourselves to the checkered flag.
All right, as we continue to watch this battle in Spec Miata, and Nick Leveroni managing to hold off Rollins now as they come in, and they've got quite a bit of room this time, Brian, coming into turns 10 and 11 as Austin Bradshaw crosses under the start-finish bridge. He gets the white flag. 1 lap to go here at Portland International Raceway for this small bore race. Again, our leader in e-production is Austin Bradshaw. In GT Lite, it's Scott Toomey. In Spec MX-5 Challenge, it is Will Schrader with the lead over John Davies. In F production, it's Gary Small. In H production, Bill O'Kell, and B-Spec, Tom Tuttle.
Yeah, Bradshaw has in excess of 45 seconds above second place car in e-production, Adam Atchapole. So he has kind of been coast mode here There's our leaders in Spec Miata right back across the line again. They have 1.9 miles to sort this out. And at this moment, Nick Leveroni out of Mendon, Massachusetts has the point. Local driver Jason Rollins from Gaston, Oregon, trying to represent for the West Coast here. East-West challenge as they go through the last 4 or 5 corners here at Portland International Raceway. Who's going to be the winner? And we'll know here in about 1 mile left to go in this race.
All right, Brian, and I've been trying to catch up with our Spec MX-5 Challenge leaders. Still running a fairly close race, but about 8 car lengths separating them here. As our overall leader, Austin Bradshaw, comes out of the final corner and onto the front straight. Starter stand holding that checkered flag, and Austin Bradshaw, your E-Production winner.
All right, Austin Bradshaw takes the checkered flag, and now we're waiting to see if we can pick back up with our Spec Miata cars as they come through. And then we've also talked about Will Schrader and John Davies as they come through here for the final time.
And the 15 machine, well, that was the 15 that just crossed. We'll get those, I think here we come, Spec Miata down the front straight now, out of the final corner, Brian, and towards the checkered flag.
Here they come down for the finish line. Is it going to be Leveroni? Is it going to be Rollins at the line? It's going to be Nick Leveroni, who is able to stretch open about a 2.5-second lead to take the checkered flag, and makes it a great way to put the end to a 4-way race swing for him coming out west. He'll finally get the win here in the final race here at Portland.
All right, and in Spec MX-5 Challenge, taking the win, Will Schrader, driver of the number 8 machine out of Happy Valley, Oregon, at the line, 1.23 seconds ahead of yesterday's winner, John Davies. Dave Tooker will come home in third. And so if we start to run down the finishing order here, Brian, as our last drivers coming across the line now, as you mentioned, or as we mentioned, our winner in E-Production, Austin Bradshaw, Adam Achapole will finish second. Albert Correa will finish third. The 2 Porsches, second and third on the podium. You don't see that all that often in production car racing any longer. Kayla Etherington finishes in fourth, and Kurt Fritschke, unfortunately, finishes 6 laps down in 5th. Our winner in F-Production, Gary Small. In H-Production, Bill O'Kell. Our winner in GT Light, Scott Toomey. And in Spec Miata, it was Nick Leveroni with the win. Jason Rollins second. Tim Farrick finishes in third. Amy Mills, David Varco, Connor Thomas, Whitfield Gregg, and Eric Weller, rounding out your 8-car field. And then finally in Spec MX-5 Challenge, Will Schrader takes the win. John Davies will finish second. Dave Tooker will finish in third. Wesley Molno fourth. Ryan Gutile will finish in 5th. Steve Borland will finish 6th. Michael Newmeyer 7th. Christine Crane will finish in 8th. And Patrick Drinkwine will finish 9th.
All right, that'll do it for our Group 2 race here. Up next, Spec Racer Ford. They always put on a great show. Stay with us for that. We'll take ourselves a short break. And when we come back, we'll have all of the action for you. Stay with us.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS. For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Get more bang for your buck at summitracing.com. Choose from millions of in-stock parts from over 1,500 name brands, parts for racing, street performance, trucks, plus tools, accessories, and more.
And we're back here at Portland International Raceway. It's a 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. Brian Bielanski is by my side, well, virtually by my side. And we're getting ready for our third race of the afternoon. This is Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, and they're rolling off the grid right now, Brian. Let's run down the starting order. Starting 24th, driving the number 75 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, it's Bruce Richardson. David Robson's driving the number 56 car. He's going to start 23rd. John Jorneas will start 22nd in the number 9, while E.J. Abad starts 21st. He's driving the number 05. David Robson is driving the 47 machine. He starts 20th, with James Flynn in the 46 car, starting 19th. Cliff Rawson is starting 18th in the appropriately numbered 18 machine. We shouldn't be able to lose him out there. Jim Ricketts, he's going to start 17th. He's driving the number 3 machine, while Paul Robson is driving the number 4 car. He starts 16th. Judson Holt is in the 188 machine. He starts 15th today, with Rob Peelsticker starting 14th in the number 33. Rick Wright is starting 13th in the number 12 machine, while Paul Gowdy is driving the 27 car. He starts 12th. Henry Tabor, and we'll have to make sure that Henry makes it out. He had some issues in qualifying earlier today. He is scheduled to start 11th, driving the number 5 car, while Graham Wood starts 10th in the number 52. Andre Parra, just inside the top 10, he starts 9th in the number 77 machine, while Leonardo Del Castillo starts 8th in the 29. Kristen Jurgis will start 7th in lucky number 7, while Tom Burt will be driving the number 1 car, starting in 6th. Todd Harris is scheduled to start 5th today. He's in the 24, while Taylor Harris will start on the road just ahead of him in the number 22 machine. He starts 4th. Then Calvin Harris, who finished 2nd in yesterday's race, he will start 3rd today in the 42 machine. And your front row, Cooper Becklin, driving the number 09 car, looking for a better day than he had yesterday. That is for sure. He is going to start on the outside of the front row. And your pole sitter, with a qualifying time of 1:22.735, yesterday's winner in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, Caleb Schrader.
And here they come down the line for the start of this race. This should be a whole lot of fun, Greg.
All right, here we go, as the starter is looking over Caleb Schrader and the rest of the Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 field, and green flag is in the air, Brian, and almost immediately we start to see the field go 5 wide, about 2/3 of the way back through the field now, and spreading out 3 wide as the front row makes their way down towards the chicane. It's going to have to tighten up quite a bit, as you see all the cars shifting over slightly to drivers left to get into the Shelton chicane. Oh, and we have a car, and we have a big hit there. That's some body work that's off, as we've got a couple cars that have gone off to avoid, but then 2 cars off in the grass. And but those 2 cars, Brian, I think those are the ones that we're trying to avoid the flying body work. There's 1 car out there that is missing the rear cowl, but for the moment still continues, and we'll track that out. And we have another car down on the inside of turn number 4.
Yeah, and we've got a really slow car here, it looks like, as well. And man, it sure looked like the entire car was up in the air when that bodywork went flying. Thankfully, it was just the bodywork, but that was a bit of a scary moment for everybody involved. Good news is that even the car with the bodywork has continued on, just went through our screen, and then the avoiding cars are back on the racetrack, moving down towards the back straightaway.
All right, and here we go as they make their way down the straight. The majority of the field now in single file, with 1 small exception, as our leaders are coming out of turn 12 for the very first time. There is that black and red number 99 machine. That is Caleb Schrader. It is once again his race to lead as we complete lap number 1, and the 09 machine of Cooper Becklin. He is currently running in 2nd, and only a couple car lengths there back, about a car length and a half back from Schrader. Calvin Harris, yesterday's 2nd place finisher, sitting in 3rd currently. And of course, we mentioned that Cooper Becklin looking for a little bit better race than yesterday. He started off in 2nd, much as he did today. Had a lot of issues negotiating the Shelton chicane yesterday. And we'll see, and he finished out of the top 10. We'll see how he races today. He is, for the moment, right on the gearbox of the number 99 machine as they come through turn number 6 and head towards turn number 7. For the moment, a small 3-car breakaway as it's Schrader, Becklin, and Calvin Harris. Again, the senior Harris in the number 42 machine, separating out just a little bit from Taylor and Todd, who finished, I believe, fourth, probably third, fourth yesterday in our shorter 25-minute race.
You know, it'll be interesting, Greg, with that bodywork that's off there on the outside of the chicane. It is off track, but I don't know if the race control is going to love where it's sitting at the moment. And as long as this races, they could slow us down for one lap, go snag it, and then get us right back to green fast. So we'll see what they're doing there with that. But I wouldn't.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, race control is discussing that right now, trying to decide what they want to do. And they're trying to get a beat on exactly what the positioning is on it and whether or not it's safe to leave where it is. At the moment, we do have it. You can see that debris flag being hung going down into the chicane. I think they are considering it at this point, given that it's off the track surface, that they may just leave it there. It is not in a position where we could have our corner workers retrieve it without going to probably without going to a caution, because it is both of those pieces. There are two pieces. One is the back cowling, and then there is a piece of a right front as well, and they are very close to the track surface, as you can see there.
Yeah, it's one of those one piece of body work. The smaller piece is much closer to the track than the larger rear end piece. And we'll just have to wait to see what they do here. As we go, though, Caleb Schrader and Cooper Beckman, Calvin Harris, they are all right there, first, second, and third, keeping on moving here in the early portions of this race, and trying to pull away from Taylor Harris in the fourth position. The Harrises did not come out this morning for qualifying, but they are out here today. Also good to see that Henry Tabor's back in the race as well. He had some early issues this morning, but that car is back out there, so that's good news as well. The Racing's 31 asking in the chat if these are arrive and drive drivers. Some of them are, and a lot of them also own their own cars and do all their own work, so it just depends on the situation. On which cars are which, but yes, some of these guys are arrive and drive drivers.
All right, and Brian, I have the number of the machine that lost the portion of the right front. That is Paul Robson in the number 4 car. And he is definitely having some issues, I think, with drag. There is a good portion of the body work just behind the right wheel, the right front wheel, that is kind of shifted out a little bit. Yes, askew, and acting as a rather large air brake. So we'll see how he continues to hold. Paul started in 16th position, and he is currently running that number 4 machine, currently in 18th position.
Right. And that is that black car that we just saw come through our view here.
Yeah, it's a very dark gray. Yeah, exactly. And now you can see the machine. Actually, it was the last car in line, the machine that lost the rear bodywork. That is the 188 car. Now that we have both numbers, that is Judson Holt. And so the commonality there, those two drivers started the race 15th and 16th. And so Judson Holt now running, apparently having the rear bodywork missing, doesn't affect him nearly as much as having just a little bit on the right-hand side of the car. Holt actually has made up a couple positions, and he is currently running 14th in the field, the driver out of Houston, Texas.
Well, one could argue on these cars, Greg, that that rear bodywork is just extra weight. And once it's gone, that car might actually go slightly faster than it might normally, as long as you can keep it stuck in the corners.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. These bodies, they've got that little bit of a ducktail on the rear of them that I would suspect that they do provide a little bit of additional downforce here. I'm probably less so concerned about what it does to the driver of the car, more so about a trailing car, and if it creates maybe a bigger hole in the wind, or if it actually makes it more difficult to draft off of without the rear of the car there. That's another little story that we'll have to watch as our leaders coming down out and across the start-finish line, going down into the chicane, and it is still Schrader, Becklin, and Harris, your top three here, with very little gap between them.
Yeah, this will be a good shot here when we see that car without the rear end come through. It'll be very obvious. There it is. And you can also see the nice packaging of that Ford motor in the back of that car. They stuff them in there pretty tight, but it all works out well. And then you've got that piece of bodywork over the top.
All right, and here is the battle for the lead, and we have a new leader, Brian, and that is Cooper Becklin in the 09 machine. He has made his way around Caleb Schrader, then with Calvin Harris in the 42 directly behind, and it appears as though Taylor Harris is starting to close things down just a little bit. He is still running about a half second off the pace of the top three, but he's starting to get there. As we just had the number 4 machine of Robson come down the pit lane, had the crew rip that little extra piece of bodywork off the car, and they sent him back out on his way. As we've got our leaders now coming down once again into the chicane, and they point in towards the entrance to the Shelton chicane, and you can see on entrance, or that's on the exit of the chicane, Calvin Harris maybe a little bit slower through the chicane itself, but Brian, I think what he's trying to do is actually try to square that car up on exit and carry as much speed down into turn 4, and you can see he pulls right up to the back of the top 2 when they go into that carousel section down at the end of the race course.
Working lap number 7 here of 25 laps, and with Becklin, Schrader, Harris, and Harris, your top 5. Good to be a Harris here in Spec Racer Ford. They definitely know how to get around here fast, and they are now occupying positions 3, 4, and 5 between Cooper Becklin and Caleb Schrader here. But nice gap back from 3rd to 4th place as the top 3 of Cooper Becklin, Caleb Schrader, and Calvin Harris continue to kind of work together in hopes of pulling away from the rest of the field as they come through here. Crossing the line, they'll start the 8th lap here out of 25.
Yeah, and at this point now, Taylor Harris, as he crosses the stripe.
Now we have a two-car
battle going into the chicane, as we have lost the 09 machine. And Brian, what did I say? This is a redo of what we saw yesterday, or maybe a little deja vu of what we saw yesterday, where the 09 machine, Cooper Becklin, had continuous issues with that chicane yesterday. Missed the turn-in for the chicane on 4 separate occasions during yesterday's race, and he now is no longer your leader, no longer in a battle for the lead. He's going to find himself now back a number of positions, or actually just 2 positions, now sitting back behind Taylor Harris, who now shuffles up into 3rd position, move Cooper Becklin now back into 4th.
Well, that's good news for the Harris clan. It's going to be Schrader, Harris, and Harris now in the top 3. And that is going to be the way this works out, with Calvin Harris getting around Caleb Schrader now. So it's going to be Calvin Harris is going to be your leader here when they come by this time, I believe.
Yeah, and that is indeed the case, Brian, as they come underneath the starter bridge. Calvin Harris, for the first time this weekend, leads a lap here at Portland International Raceway, and as they come down into the chicane. Now, we had some reports yesterday about the 09 machine of Becklin, that perhaps when he went off at the Shelton chicane a couple of times yesterday, that maybe he did not bring that car to a complete stop. Again, I don't want to say, but he did manage to carry a heck of a lot of speed back behind Taylor Harris. Not for us to say. Again, I can't hear if there are any calls about it from the corner station.
Sure.
But it looked like he was still carrying a good head of speed there when he rejoined right behind the 22 machine. We'll have to see if he can get his braking woes under control here and maybe fight for a way back up into a podium position. A little bit further back in the field, we're still watching some pretty tight battles as well. Brian, as our leaders now go by, our two pairs of leaders, Harris and Schrader, Harris and Becklin, but just a slight bit behind them. The battle for 6th right now with Gurgis and Burt, very, very tight. Also, the battle for 8th, a couple seconds back from there, with Del Castillo and Andre Parra. Only a couple car lengths separating them as they're all coming to the line right now. Matter of fact, we're watching right here, coming across the stripe. That is Gurgis and Burt, and now this. Now we've got the 29 and the 77 in that battle for 8th, and as you can see now, just a little bit further back with Rob Pitzecker, who moved all the way up to 11th position after starting 14th. Good advance for him.
Yeah, several good battles or in different spots on the racetrack, and that is the kind of the joy of a spec class like this. Is regardless of where you are, there's usually somebody to race with. Here you've got the two battles for 1st and 2nd, and another battle for 2nd and 3rd. But if you were to scroll back through the timing and scoring grid here, you would see that there is a lot of stuff going on back behind these leaders here. That we could be talking about, and we do when there's nothing going on up front. But right now, the action is hot and fast and furious here in all of the positions for the podium.
Indeed, as our leaders now coming out of and actually just coming under our camera there, great fight there between Cliff Robson and John Jernaeus. But our leaders coming across the start-finish line now, and they are completing lap number 10, starting lap number 11, going into the chicane. And that is actually the battle for, I think, the battle for 2nd right there, or probably the battle for 3rd with Taylor Harris and Cooper Becklin locked nose to tail coming out of the chicane. Just ahead of them is the battle for the lead, and there it is, the light blue and white number 42 of Calvin Harris, that black and red number 99 of Caleb Schrader, as they're starting to make their way through some slower lapped traffic. They're sitting right in the middle of those two packs. And wow, look at that move going down into turn 7 as Cooper Becklin gets around Taylor Harris coming through 7, but doesn't carry a lot of speed. And Harris now right back alongside as they come down the back straight. We'll see if they can get it worked out before they get into turn 10. And let's take a look here. And do they get it worked out? Yes, they do. And it is Taylor Harris getting back around Cooper Becklin as they come into turns 10 and now 11. But great move. I don't think Taylor Harris really expected that from Becklin as they came into turn 7. It was really a very late lunge, but you can see the importance there of that corner, Brian. You know, you come down into 7 from the inside and you lose a lot of exit speed onto the straightaway.
You do, and now they've got a slower car there that they're going to have to deal with, although it does look like that car has moved over, and we'll let them by here. There are your leaders, and we've got a spinner, and I believe that may have been Taylor Harris, and whether, well, we don't know what the situation was there as to what may have led to that spin, but Harris went into that section first, and certainly did not come out of that section. I don't know if our camera actually would have caught it if we would have been on that camera, but we do have a perfect camera there that might have captured it. As we go through here now, there is what is now your 5th, 6th place car. That is Taylor Harris falling back through the field here. I'm not quite sure if there's any damage there.
Yeah, I can't see from this view if he picked up any damage. He appears to be coming through turn 7 a little bit off the pace, though, Brian. Actually, a lot off the pace. Yeah, so he may have definitely damaged that car, and you can see he's pulling that car offline as it is, as we've got the drivers directly behind him, Christian Gurgis and Tom Burt. And we've got some debris drivers left there, Brian, going into turn 11. Definitely appears to be out of the racing line, but if at some point if we have drivers go too wide into 11, it could be problematic.
Well, so Cooper Becklin, it appears to be missing the left front corner of his race car. And we might be able to extrapolate a little bit about what happened going into that corner.
Yeah.
When you look at that situation, left front corner, yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense to me.
Yeah, they kind of match up.
Yeah. So, doing a little super sleuthing here. But
Puzzle builder.
Yes, A plus B often equals C, folks. So that is what's going, and it does look as though now Becklin is even might have to fall back through the field here a little bit as well. We'll see if that will cause him any issues here. And
all right, and it looks like we may have a driver off, and Brian, we are going to a full course caution.
Okay, it does look as though that is the case.
And it's I think a lot of it is actually to retrieve that debris off the race course. There has been the call to get the debris both at the chicane and also at turn 11. I haven't heard any calls for our emergency services teams to pick up a specific car, but we're watching right now Cooper Becklin come down the front straight, and that car, besides missing some body work, it looks as though the left front is slightly askew as well. Might have done a bit of damage. Actually, this might be the perfect view to see here as they now are under control of the safety car, and Becklin will be coming down here in just a few moments into the chicane. We may be able to see exactly how the front of that car looks. But as we are under full course caution, currently your leader, Calvin Harris, in the number 42 machine out of Portland, Oregon. Caleb Schrader from Tigard, Oregon, currently running second. Cooper Becklin is showing in third currently. And then Todd Harris, Christian Gurgis, Tom Burt, Leonardo Del Castillo, Andre Para, currently running in eighth. Rob Piestecker is currently showing as running in ninth. And again, great run for him. He started 14th today, made up 5 positions so far. Paul Goody currently showing as running 10th.
All right, this is the perfect opportunity, Greg, to do a call to grid and take a break. And we'll do it while we're under full course yellow, so we can then give you as much green flag action as possible. Let's do that call to grid right now.
Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 4, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, STL and STU. Also, T3, T4, and Touring 2 drivers, please start heading to the grid. Race group number 4, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4 drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. And so let's take that break, Brian. We'll be back here in just a few moments from Portland International Raceway, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
Shop anytime, anywhere with the Summit Racing app.
Mazda Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Mazda Vineyards and learn more at enjoymazda.com.
Want to get out on track but not quite ready to dive into the wheel-to-wheel action you're seeing this weekend? Check out Track Night in America, driven by Tire Rack. It's the one-day, low-pressure, fun with your street car events at more than 30 racetracks across the country, and it's where you can go as fast as you want, learn from stellar coaches, and leave with a big old smile. Visit TrackNightInAmerica.com to learn more.
And we're back here. Also, real quick to mention that we've got some Track Night in America scheduled for Portland, the 21st and 26th of this month, and June 30th and July 18th. Also, Ridge Motorsports Park up in Shelton, Washington on June 29th and January 26th. Some speculation in the chat that Cooper Becklin might get a little aggressive at the restart here. He's proven that he's not afraid to stick his nose in there, obviously. But I will tell you, Greg, that
he's only got 2/3 of a nose to stick in at this point.
What I was going to say is, while the back, you might be able to race pretty fast without a back end on these cars, he's going to be at a real disadvantage against the fast cars up front by not having anything above that front left wheel. So he might get around on his first lap, but I don't think he'd stay around very much long.
All right, Brian, we are back to Green Flag Racing here at Portland as our leaders, Calvin Harris and Caleb Schrader, lead the field single file down into turn one. Cooper Becklin in that 09 machine, and looks like we've got at least one car a little bit off the pace coming down through the chicane, as we did have some slower traffic, some lap traffic mixed in with the leaders up towards the front of the field, but they have now mainly, for the most part, made it through the chicane heading down into turn number 4, and it is still that white with light blue, number 42 of Calvin Harris. Becklin's still sitting there in very close proximity. Todd Harris in the 24, also right up in the battle, as is now Kristen Gurgis in the number 5 machine. Gurgis, who started 7th, he's moved up now 2 positions and is in a good position to take it to Todd Harris as they come onto the back straight here and start to head down towards turn 10. This front half of the field, I think, probably closer than they've been since lap number 1, as we now have 6, we'll call it 7 cars really in contention for the lead in that second pack, not all that further back.
Yeah, Todd Harris and Christian Bugias really need to get around Cooper Becklin here, because he is going to slow them down, and if they don't get around him fast, Calvin Harris and Caleb Schrader will check out fast. So really important for the 4th and 5th place car to get around that damaged 3rd place car, or else it's going to be lights out here for the rest of this race, especially with only about 6 or 7 laps to go here.
All right, as the field once again filters through the Shelton chicane, heads down towards turn number 4, and a bit of a gap once again opening up right now. And that gap between Leonardo Del Castillo sitting in 7th position, Andre Parra in 8th, as we had about half a second separating them. Rob Piesticker running in 9th position with Paul Goody, and then it is about another half second till you get back to Henry Tabor in the number 5 machine, that yellow number 5. Again, good to see that car out again today. He had a pretty good-sized hit with the wall in qualifying this morning, and I guess it goes to show, Brian, we always hear that these Spec Racer Fords, they're built like tanks. They've got these square tube frames, and yeah, the fiberglass on them may break and shed off, but the cars themselves are incredibly stout.
Yeah, they are. Now, one thing I will say for Cooper Becklin, if he can keep his nose tucked up under Caleb Schrader, that will maybe allow him to stick with that front 2 cars. But any attempt to come out and pass, or if he were to get out front, it's just going to be a big drag, literally, on the front of that car. And you can even see now Schrader and Harris pulling away just a tiny bit, and that is just going to make it even harder for Cooper Becklin to be able to keep up with them.
Yeah, exactly, Brian. I think it's going to be the challenge. I think what he'd want to do, given that he's got the left front tire there, with the problem is we have a car that has gone off over at the chicane, and we've got 2 cars.
There's the 18 car, and we should be able to maybe get a car number here. They could have just gone slower for just a little longer.
Just a little more.
It's all about me, people.
I think it might have been the 56 of Robson, but we'll try and get it.
It might have been the 33 of Rob Piesticker.
Well, if it was, then everything that I've just said about what a great run that he's had, all for naught. Sorry about the announcer's curse there, Rob. My apologies.
Maybe I'm wrong. Let's hope I'm wrong.
All right, let's jump back to this fight for the lead, Brian. And now we are starting to see the two leaders, Calvin Harris and Caleb Schrader, starting to separate a little bit from Cooper Becklin. But, I mean, it's only about a car length now. And I think if Becklin, if he attempts to make a pass, well, first off, it's going to be very hard for him to attempt to pass because he's going to have to literally get by two cars, which is going to be very difficult for him right now. But he wants to move down to driver's right to keep that left front tire covered under the bodywork and in the draft as long as possible before stepping out. I think if he tries to attempt anything, for example, on the back straight going into 10A, probably going into 10 and 11 where he has to move drivers left, it's going to be a problem as we've got another car that has gone around at the chicane and now moving to the inside, and we'll get the number on that car. That is definitely the 33 machine, Brian, of Rob Pisticker. So,
which means I was wrong the first time and I cursed him the second time.
It's your fault.
It's all my fault.
Hashtag blame Brian.
Oh man!
So Pisticker, who started this race back in 14th position, he made it up as high as 9th. He's going to fall back through the field now just a little bit, and we'll see where he goes and recovers, but having come to a dead stop there and faintest encounter race certainly isn't going to allow him to get back underway. But we jump back to this battle for the lead as we are working lap number 19 of 25. And, Brian, we could say all we want that the 09 car of Becklin, he's got to watch out because he just doesn't have the pace of the leaders. But he's staying when they get onto the front straight within about 4 car lengths. Now, here's the deal. We can see now as he comes down the front straight, he is about 4 car lengths back from the leaders. He's making a lot of it up under braking. Down here in the chicane as well, where, again, past couple, yesterday, he had issues getting the car turned into the chicane. I think he's just really pushing the brake zone to try to stay with those 2 lead cars, and he's able to close things down until you get out of turn 7 and you get onto the back straight. As you come up turn 12. And maybe move up to second, but for the moment, he's got Todd Harris, who is running in 4th, and he's got Christian Gurgis, who's running in 5th. He's got them covered.
Calvin Harris, Caleb Schrader, Cooper Becklin, your top 3. Running through the top 10, Todd Harris, Christian Gurgis, Tom Burt, Leonardo Del Castillo, Andre Pera, Paul Gowdy, and Henry Tabor. There's your top 10 at this moment as we come into the final 5 laps of this race.
Yeah, and we can see here as they're coming through, and good run here by Tom Burt in the number 1 machine in that blue with in the blue with white number 1 at the tail end of that lead pack. And it's a long way back to Leonardo Del Castillo and Andre Pera here, as you can see, as they're just now coming across the start-finish line. They're now starting lap number 21 of 25.
You've got Caleb Schrader now just kind of sitting there watching what Calvin Harris is doing and trying to decide when and where he is going to make the move here. In this class, in Spec Racer Ford, it often tends to be a last lap pass is the one that's most important. So we will wait to see if that is the situation here. And he also doesn't want to get too racy, because if he does, that would give Cooper Becklin a chance to get up there and get into the mix. So still nothing decided here as we work through our final few laps of this race.
Yeah, I think that is definitely the key, Brian. At this point, I don't think Schrader wants to show his hand, to tip his hat too early on. I think he's very content to sit back behind the number 42 machine, and I'm sure that those 2 racers have been trying to work their way clear of the number 09 machine in the hopes that it would be just a 2-car fight at the very end. But as soon as Schrader pops out, that is going to bring the 09 car back into the fight, and that is going to make things tremendously difficult for the 99 of Schrader. As you can see there, once again, Becklin now is able to pull up right to the gearbox of the 99 as they go into the chicane. So I'm sure what we're going to see, and the question will be, and we haven't seen either of these drivers really tip their hat this race, is the effect of the draft coming out of turn 12. If you can carry pace out of turn 12 and draft past before you get to the finish line here. And I don't know if it's going to be long enough to happen. Of course, Todd Harris, Calvin Harris, they've raced here enough times, this being their home track. They certainly know and Caleb Schrader, this is his home track as well. He's going to know as well as anybody whether or not he can wait until the very last corner in order to make the move, or whether he's going to have to do it going into turn 10.
Similar situation to yesterday, Greg. The top 10 cars here, all from Origin or Washington. So I'm going to make the assumption, and of course that always sometimes makes me silly in the end, but I'm guessing that these guys all have a whole ton of laps here at Portland, and that is why they've been able to kind of run up front here this weekend.
All right, great fight going as we're now working lap number 23. Wow, and we just saw Caleb Schrader, I think, try to make a move to the outside to driver's right on Calvin Harris coming out of the chicane, not able to get it done. And it is still a 1-2 Calvin Harris, Caleb Schrader, but Cooper Becklin, perhaps, Brian, coming out of the chicane that last time, a little bit further back than he has been at any point, and we can even see now as they came out of turn number 5, heading up to turn number 6, Harris is starting to get a little bit defensive. Schrader starting to open up corners just a little bit. That may affect coming out of some of these slower corners as the 09 car is starting to just slightly fall off the scent here, as we now have, when we cross the stripe, we'll have 2 laps remaining.
And it could be what Schrader is doing is kind of showing where he might want to go, but where he really isn't planning to make the move.
Right.
Because that would give Harris the idea, okay, that's the place where he's going to make the move. And then on the last lap, he decides not to go there, but go somewhere else.
The art of deception
definitely
could be very well at play here, as our leaders now complete lap number 23, working lap number 24, 5, and Schrader coming down the inside, going down into the chicane, and Caleb Schrader, with 2 laps remaining, is your new leader. He gets around Calvin Harris with the 09 machine, still sitting in 3rd, now we know.
Remember all that stuff I just said? Just forget I said it.
Toss it out the window. Yeah, exactly. Well, now Calvin Harris doesn't have to worry about covering a move coming out of turn 6. As he is now sitting in 2nd place as they now come through turn 6 and make their way over towards the corner, leading on to the back straight, turn number 7, with Calvin Harris now sitting in 2nd, and Harris quickly pulls out, coming out of turn 8, and pulls alongside Caleb Schrader in the number 99 car. We've seen this move all weekend long, Brian. Usually it's not initiated this early, but Calvin Harris to the inside, he is side by side, door pod to door pod with the 99 and the 99 of Schrader. He's able to beat Calvin Harris to the corner, and as they come out of turn number 12 and the white flag will be in the air, your leader is Caleb Schrader. He is Caleb Schrader is looking for his 2nd win in a row, but at the line, side by side, Brian, and here is probably the biggest sign that we have, is we've got a local caution going down into the chicane, and that is going to allow Calvin Harris to maintain the lead through the chicane.
There's a big piece of bodywork there.
Yeah, and we can see one of the cones got pushed along as well.
Right.
But Brian, the one thing here, Calvin Harris showed something that we had not seen all race. As he came out of turn 12 in 2nd, he was ahead of Caleb Schrader going to the finish line. Okay, so the question is whether Schrader can do the exact same thing.
All right, so as we watch these guys in the final lap, Greg, I just want to say, as these two guys get racy up front, keep your eyes on Cooper Becklin in third. He's just waiting for a tiny opening. If he gets the tiniest of openings, if these guys come together or whatever, he is just poised to pounce, and that could be something to look as he tries to come from third to the lead with about 3 corners to go.
All right, I'm trying to get the number on the car that's over by the chicane, Brian. I don't have it yet from race control. As soon as I have it, we'll try and get it to you. But our leaders coming into turns 10 and 11 for the last time. Calvin Harris, your leader. Oh, and Schrader goes down to the inside underneath Calvin Harris.
Oh, and he's spinning.
And there is
and what
contact.
did I tell you?
And there you go, going around.
It
It is Harris at Becklin. Now your leader, all by himself, coming onto the front straight. Cooper Becklin comes across the line. He is your winner. Coming in second is going to be Todd Harris in the number 24. Calvin Harris gets his car back underway. The number 42 machine will finish in third. Kristen Gurgis will finish fourth. Tom Burt fifth. Caleb Schrader crosses the line. He is going to finish in sixth position as our two leaders came into turns 11 and 12 side by side. There was contact. They both spun, and Cooper Becklin, who had been waiting for about 10 laps, just following our leaders around in third, he takes advantage. He takes the win here Sunday in Portland.
All right, now I said I called it. I can't take full credit. Brendan, our producer, had put it in my head that Becklin was there to pounce if the opportunity arose. So I wasn't fully in charge of that thought process, Greg. Want to give credit where credit's due, but nonetheless, that's exactly what happened. Our leaders got a little racy, and Cooper Becklin, with a bunch of problems throughout the race, was able to pull it together. And let's also wonder, though, if this could end something here in the steward's room, because he had some contact that may cause a problem for him a little bit later here.
Yeah.
So this might not be completely over, but at the moment, on the track, Cooper Becklin is your race winner.
All right, Brian, let me make a final call to the grid for our next group, and then we're going to take a quick little break as we wrap up things, all things Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 4, Super Touring Light and Super Touring Under, Touring 2, Touring 3, and Touring 4. Drivers, please head to the grid. Race group number 4, Super Touring Light, Super Touring Under, T2, T3, and T4. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so Brian, let's take that break, and when we come back, we're going to have some touring car action here from Portland International Raceway, where you're watching the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tires SCCA Super Tour, where we bring together top SCCA road racers from around the country to compete in the premier amateur road racing series. The Hoosier Super Tour visits some of the greatest racetracks in North America, showcasing our 27 car classes and packing a ton of wheel-to-wheel racing action into every event. Now you can enjoy the live stream coverage of the Hoosier Super Tour events on site or from the comfort of your own home. Find those details and more at scca.com/live. Brian Bielanski, Gregg Ginsberg, a bunch of races down, 3 to go. And here we go, getting ready for our 4th race of the day. Greg, you've got our starting lineup, I assume, I hope.
I do indeed, Brian, and it is going to be our touring cars and super touring cars. We're going to have a split start again for this race. Our touring cars rolling off the grid now. They are the front group. Let's run down the top 10. Starting 10th, driving the number 9 T4 machine. It's rolled on Guzman. Derek Ambrose will start 9th. He's driving the Touring 4 Mazda. He's in the 170 car. Starting 8th is going to be Colin Kohler. He's starting 8th, as I mentioned, driving the number 10 T4 machine, with Rick Delmar starting in 7th position, driving the number 5 T4 machine. Starting 6th, driving the 00 T4 Mazda Miata, your pole sitter in the class, is Mark Cephalo, with Bill Ecker starting 5th. He's driving the number 73 T3 entry. Lansing Stout, driving a T3 Nissan, is going to start 4th. He's in the number 54 car, with Simon Aslin. He is starting 3rd, driving the number 81 T3 car. And then your front row in touring, driving the number 2 Nissan 370Z. It is Chris Hart, and your pole sitter driving the number 110 BMW 3 Series. It's Gamel Aguilar Gomez. And actually, I believe it's a 2 Series that Gami is running. All right, so let's move over now to Super Touring. We're going to run down the top 10. We have 11 starting in the field. Starting in 10th position, driving the number 43 STL machine, it's Michael Oliver, while Whitfield Gregg in his STU Mazda Miata will start 9th. That's the 171 car. Then we've got Ben Poland. He is starting 8th in the number 02 STL machine, with Patrick Drinkwine starting 7th in the 111 STL car. Starting 6th, it's Michael Newmeyer. He is starting 6th in the number 72 machine, with Wesley Malno starting in 5th. He's driving the number 70 STL car. Then we've got John Davies, and a lot of these we're seeing our Spec MX5 Challenge racers, Malno in particular, John Davies as well. John Davies starting 4th in the number 67 STL Mazda MX5. And then starting 3rd, driving the number 66 STL Honda, it's Tom Van Veen. Starting 2nd, driving the number 49 STU Honda S2000, it's Rylan Hazelton, with Mark Hoover starting on the pole for our second group in the number 98 Mazda Miata, as we've got the green flag in the air for our first group, Brian.
Yes, we do, and we have one car there that got off to a really quick start. He has jumped up to already a 4 or 5 car length lead, as 7 or 8 cars all now have to funnel down to make that first chicane, the Shelton chicane, and it looks like everyone has gotten through there just fine as they move through very nicely. That was quite orderly, Greg.
It was, and that was Rylan Hazelton, the Honda S2000. Here is our second pack now, Brian. Our touring car racers, and we thought they were going to be the first pack. Turns out they're the second pack. They're just now coming into the chicane now.
And they have been, not as orderly as the first group.
No.
We've got a car there stuffed in the wall there on the right-hand side. You can see they're trying to move on, and it looks like they're going to be able to continue. The question will be, what is the condition of that tire wall, and will they have to go out and make some repairs there? But that car is able to get through it. It'll be really obvious which car that is once they cross the line, Greg.
We'll see that drop down, and I believe it was one of our Mazda MX-5s, but I needed a little bit closer look as we take a look at our Super Touring field now making its way down the back straight. And again, this is the second day in a row that Rylan Hazelton had jumped out to an early lead. It looks as though, however, we may not have Mark Hoover in that Hoover Speed Mazda Miata out on course, because it looks like we've got Tom Van Veen and David Palfinier in the number 40 machine there running back behind. I think that's Paulfinier running second in ST. He's in an STL machine, but second in our Super Touring
What
group.
a lead Ryan Hazelton has jumped out to, 1.8 seconds. That is enormous on the first lap in these cars. And he is, of course, in an STU car, where the second place car is an STL car. So they're not racing each other for position. But if you're Cameron Wagner way back in 5th place and trying to figure out who you're racing against, you've got a big job ahead of you to get back up to the back of Rylan Hazelton.
Yeah, indeed. Now, we saw yesterday at the end of our race that Mark Hoover had some issues, it appeared, with his Mazda Speed, Mazda Miata, and really just pulled the car off to driver's right almost as soon as the checkered flag came out. He did not go out for qualifying, and so our fastest driver in the Super Tours did not make the grid. But little difference is Hazelton had that amazing jump for the second day in a row. And I think I mentioned on the stream yesterday that the Honda S2000 that he's running had forced induction. Indeed, that is not the case. Super Touring Light has a limit of 2 liters, and Super Touring Under is anything over 2. And Hazelton's running a naturally aspirated motor, one of the 2.2 liter motors that were in the later editions of the Honda S2000, as we have a car very much off the pace, coming through the chicane, and I think that's Gamel Aguilar Gomez, the 110 machine in touring, who was our pole sitter in that first group, Brian, coming down the pit lane. We saw to start qualifying off this morning that he had done the same thing, and his crew is jumping over the wall right now to take a look and see what's going on with that BMW.
Yeah, that would be an unfortunate, or it is an unfortunate situation there for him. Because he was really strong yesterday, and see him fall back through the field here is tough for him. So everyone's seeming to be now kind of sorting themselves out. You're going to pass. Maybe that's a slower car they're trying to get along. That might be the car that stuffed itself in the wall there earlier, and that's where these cars are trying to work their way past it now. That is my thought.
And Gomez, Brian, now as his crew took a quick look inside, they have sent him back out on track. So the 110 rejoining the action, but from quite a bit further down in the field. Now, Aguilar Gomez was our overall winner in this group, took the win in T2 yesterday. A lot would have to change for that to happen today.
Did they look under the hood, Greg, or did they look inside the driver's car?
No. They just looked right into the driver's door, which is exactly what happened this morning in qualifying. So I don't know, maybe they're having some electrical issues, as we've got a car off pace now coming through turns coming through turn 4, and that is the Mini Cooper. And I believe this car, Brian, had some issues yesterday as well. Let's see, I'm trying to remember who is, I'm certainly trying to remember who is driving the Mini Cooper. I'll try and get the number. That is Mavinder Singh, the number 172 car, and he retired that car early yesterday. Matter of fact, it came to a dead stop right about the same place he is right now, coming out of turn 6, going into turn 7.
Yeah, and going back to the Aguilar Gomez car, it's wondering if maybe they had a problem with something with.
Good, Brian.
What's that? I was going to say, I was wondering if maybe they were having some problem with the driver's harnesses or the window net or something, because sometimes that would be, but to have it come in 2 days or 2 sessions in a row like that, you certainly wouldn't make a mistake like that twice.
No, certainly not. I not unless they've got an issue with, like you said, if there's a window net like a buckle or something like that, which was problematic. As we see Singh now pulling the car off, and we saw a big puff of smoke out of that car as it was coming through turn 6. So looks like his session is done, and we'll see. So far, I haven't heard them stand up the safety car to prepare to retrieve that car. So he may be there for the entirety of the session.
As we see, there is a debris flag there. That is basically for cars going into turn 1, and we've seen a lot of contact there in that chicane. So that debris could either be oil from the Mini that just stopped that was puffing smoke, or it could be some body panels. I don't see body panels there, which makes me think it might be a little bit of something dropped on the surface there.
Yeah, although, as we're watching some of these cars and looking at the variety of lines that they're taking in there as they come through for the very first time after that Mini has retired, it doesn't appear as though it's affecting those cars all that much.
Love this shot, Greg, with Mount Hood there in the background. That is just so cool.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, we've said it many, many times. Brendan Kazmarek, he's got a great eye here as he's got that great view of Mount Hood, and I keep looking back to the races that we had at the Circuit of the Americas, where just the framing of some of the shots were just
You might say he has the driver's eye.
Absolutely stupendous. Yes, he might. or the flagger's eye, one of the two.
And there's, you can see off in the background of that previous shot, there's a course truck going to lend some assistance to that Mini there, and now the Mini drives away.
Yeah, and he saw the truck running and he ran away, Brian, as the Mini is now back underway, and he exited the scene pretty quickly, it appeared. But they would have been able to bring him in. There's a back gate over there that they would have been able to bring him into the paddock, and apparently Mr. Singh had other plans. We'll see if he brings that car down the pit lane. I still suspect for as long as he was sitting out there and as much as that car was smoking, his session is now done. But looking at a great battle unfolding once again, coming down into turn number 1, coming down into the chicane. It's Rick Del Mar and Colin Kohler. This is the battle in T4, and it is the battle for second, much like it was yesterday, as Mark Cephalo really stretched things out. It's the red Scion FRS, the orange Scion FRS. As they come out of the chicane right now, they are the second and third cars in this line, and they're coming underneath that Mazda MX-5 right now. They put on an amazing battle yesterday, and I was talking to Rylan Hazelton because I think towards the end of the race, as Hazelton was trying to get the Honda S2000 to the checker, he ended up right in the middle of that race, and he puts all the blame on his crew chief who didn't tell him. but he did give a mea culpa because he didn't know that he had gotten right into the middle of that podium battle, and wanted to apologize to those drivers for that. But they're having another great race today. We'll have to see how that plays out in, again, very closely matched cars there, the two Scion FRSs that are from the same generation, and they are once again nose to tail as they come down the
Definitely the case, and Brian Hazelton, while he popped up that early lead, has not been able to pull away from David Palfinier. Again, not a class battle. And then you also want, if you do want the class battle, it's between Palfinier and Amy Mills. Amy Mills is about 6 seconds back from Palfinier in second place in STL, both driving Mazdas. David Palfinier coming all the way to Washington from Miami, Florida. That may be the longest tow, although my guess is that he didn't tow. He might be driving one of those flat-out cars. But that would be impressive if it was.
It may have been here waiting for him. Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. So, but yeah, so those two drivers battling for the lead. T3, your class leader right now is Chris Hart, and he is in the Nissan 370Z. He is out of Yakima, Washington, and your fifth place car overall. Ryan Coutillo, one of our Southern California guys, and he is down with us at Buffalo all the time. He is your third place car in STL, behind David Palfinier and Amy Mills. And he's a little ways back as well. As we move here into lap number 8, soon to be working lap number 9 here of 25.
Yeah, and so Hazelton, he's, for the second day in a row, he had that early fight with Hoover yesterday, and then as Hoover's car started falling off the pace, Hazelton was able to open up, I think, somewhere close to a 10-second lead. At this point, the second place STU driver, that is Cameron Wagner in the Porsche Boxster, and Wagner is running 6th overall, and right now about 13 and a half seconds back from Hazelton. So that's the fight in STU. We've already been looking at that T4 battle. In T3, you mentioned Chris Hart, who started off at the front of the field in his Nissan 370Z. He's got a very large buffer because Lansing Stout in the 350Z is currently running 9th overall, second in class. And Stout's he's had a bit of a challenge here from Bill Ecker as well as Simon Aslin, all in T3. The Nissan 350Z and the two BMW 330s. We'll try and see if we can jump in and view that action in a few moments.
You know, I always say Ryan Coutil is from SoCal. He's actually from Madera, which is the San Joaquin Valley. He does come to race with us all the time in SoCal, so that would be my mistake there. But he's kind of halfway between Thunderhill and Buttonwillow, so best of all worlds as far as that's concerned, because it is a long tow from Southern California all the way to Thunderhill. Found that out last weekend. It is a long drive up there.
All right, so a little update on Gamel Aguilar Gomez, the T2 driver who started off at the front of that touring field and then had to come down the pit lane. He has moved, I believe now, Brian, back into the lead in Touring 2. He's gotten around Vince Piamonte's Ford Mustang, so currently running 23rd overall, but more importantly, leader in the class, looking for his second win in a row here at Portland.
Got 15 laps to go, 15 and a half laps to go here as we work here towards the finish here in our third to last race of the day. Don't go away if you're interested in our Wings and Things open wheel cars or our big bore GT cars. We call them the ground pounders because, you know, the ground shakes when they go flying past you. But yeah, those two races up next as we wrap up our racing here at Portland. A lot of action left to go in this one, Greg.
Yeah, there definitely is. As we're continuing to watch this battle, this 2-day long battle for second in Touring 4, Rick Delmar in the number 5 machine, Colin Kohler in the number 10 machine, and they are still locked in his tail. Now there is another Scion back behind them. That is Roldan Guzman, and he's about 10 seconds in arrears. Early on in this race, he was maybe 5 or 6 car lengths back, but you can see there about, I'd say, probably 15 to maybe 20 car lengths back. But he's starting maybe to close things down just a little bit on them. Brian, matter of fact, now down to 2 seconds. Last time by, he ran almost 0.2 of a second faster than the two Scion drivers directly ahead. Now, again, he doesn't have the benefit of the draft, and he's got the T4 Mustang of Scotty B. White starting to close things down on him. So this battle in T4, now maybe we'll see here. We may have a 5-car battle, or probably a 4-car battle for that second step on the podium.
And we should also start to keep an eye on STL. Right now, Ryan Coutil's only 2 seconds back from Amy Mills. Mills in second place, Coutil in third. So with all the time that we have left in this race, that's plenty of time for that to become an interesting battle as well. And lots of action here on the main straight. You can see the blue flag being displayed by our starter, letting those slower cars know that there's people coming up behind them they should pay attention to. Unlike in Formula One, that is not a move over flag. That is a look in your mirrors, you might have something to worry about flag. It's informational. It's not a requirement here in the SCCA. So, and that information is good to have.
All right.
And that was, I believe that was Amy Mills with Ryan Coutil in the blue car right behind her there.
All right, Brian, great battle going on right now, coming down into the chicane. The battle for third in Touring 3, the two BMWs, we just saw them come through there. Bill Eckert in the 73, Simon Aslin in that shell liveried machine. Here they are right back behind the Nissan 370Z. And the leader in T3, a little bit further up ahead, actually a lot further up ahead. That's Bill Hart, our T3 winner from yesterday. He is sitting second overall, so he has been able to drive through the entire Super Touring field and put himself second. But let's watch this little battle here for the moment between these two BMW 330i's and see how that plays out. They've got a little bit of traffic ahead of them that they are trying to work through. I believe directly ahead of them is actually, you know what? This is a 3-car battle. Lansing Stout in the red Nissan, the 54 Nissan. He is actually running in 3rd position. So it is the Nissan and then the 2 BMWs currently sitting side by side, trying to figure out who's going to run 3rd. You'd hope that they would maybe get in a line and try to get up to the Nissan, but they certainly didn't think about it there going through turn 11. We'll see how this plays out.
Yes, going for Bavarian Motor Works supremacy here in this class, and you might not be able to catch that car in front of you, but you know what? I'm going to be the best BMW here today.
Well, here we go, and there they are closing things down just a little bit on the Nissan. That last time by, though, Ecker and Asselin were almost 2 seconds off the pace of the Nissan, and I really think a lot of that had to do with the extended period of time that they were side by side through some of the corners. Now they're being helped a little bit as Stout is trying to find his way underneath Cameron Wagner in the STU Porsche Boxster out of Vancouver, and looks as though he may have gotten past that Boxster going into turn number 4, but and now the 2 BMWs are going to have to contend with that Boxster coming onto the back straight.
As we keep watching this battle here, I also want to let people know that the gap at the start, at the front of the field, is now down to 0.1 seconds. Chris Hart has closed down on Ryan Hazelton. Again, not a battle for the lead in either class. But heck, if you can be the overall winner, why not go after that? Chris Hart's trying to make that happen right now. Hart is in the Nissan 370, whereas Ryan Hazelton is in that Honda S2000. I'm wondering a little bit if Hazelton has had some issues getting through traffic here as we start to deal with a lot of slower cars.
Yeah, I think that is probably the case here, as we still have a number of cars all packed up. That S2000, as we know, not a ton of torque off of the slower corners, which can certainly impact it. That is a car that you really need to keep on the boil, high in the rev range, and certainly if you have to check up in some corners or some slower traffic, it definitely makes it more difficult to pull back out and motor by as this fight continues on. They're not really closing down all that much on Stout's Nissan ahead.
Seeing the car a little earlier, the orange and blue car of the Fallout Motorsports car, that was Amy Mills right there that just came through our screen. And then the blue car that you would see coming up next, we'll see them here. That blue car right there is Ryan Gutiel. That is the gap for position here in STL for second place on the podium. And Chris Hart, by the way, has made his way around Rylan Hazelton. I've been saying that wrong probably all weekend long, and I apologize for that. But Rylan Hazelton has now dropped back.
All right, Brian, real quick here, coming down the front straight, the number 54 machine, considerably off the pace. That was Lansing Stout running second in Touring 3. He is waving drivers by him on the front straight, trying to get them to go by drivers right. It looks like he's got a problem with that machine. And so with Lansing Stout in his Nissan falling out, we are now back to that battle with Bill Eckert and Simon Asselin. That is the battle for second in Touring 3 as we see them now nose to tail going into turns 4 and 5.
Yeah, it looks like Lansing Stout has pulled over in the chicane. I know there's a way to get off the track there as well. So if in fact, well, looks like he has some problems. Nice job, by the way, keeping it off the racetrack and getting out of people's way so we can keep this race moving.
All right, Brian, looks like we're just about halfway as our drivers are working lap number 14 of this 25-lap race. Let's make a call to the grid for our next group and take a little break. Attention in the paddock, first call to the grid for race group number 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Please start heading to the grid. Race group number 5, Formula Atlantic and Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2 drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. All right, so let's take a quick little break, Brian. Thanks to our partners and sponsors that bring you the Super Tour this weekend from Portland International Raceway. We'll be right back.
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted to fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship Runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
All right, and welcome back to Portland International Raceway, the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and we are deep in the thick of our Super Touring and Touring battle here. Brian, our fourth of 6 races this afternoon, and as we're jumping back now over to this battle in Touring 4 for second position between Rick Del Mar and Colin Kohler. We have a little bit more information. It's just come in on the T3 Nissan of Lansing Stout, who pulled over just before we went to break. Turns out he has a broken half shaft, broken axle, and he should be getting a tow back, but obviously his session is now done.
Yeah, that's unfortunate because he was running really strong here as we work past the halfway point here. Chris Hart, your race leader, Rylan Hazelton second, your first place car in STU. Then you got a battle for STL, first place, David Palfinier. Not really a battle, it's a 10-second difference, but they are back-to-back on the racetrack. It's Palfinier and Amy Mills in second place. Then we've got probably our closest right here, and we were just talking about your battle for the lead, second place in T3, Ecker and Aslan, putting on a good show today, just like they did yesterday, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, two great, not for the lead, but two great battles, both in T3 and T4. We've got the two BMWs, as we mentioned, Ecker and Aslan, in very evenly matched E46 BMW 330s, and then we've got again, evenly matched, the two Scion FRSs a little bit further back of Kohler and Del Mar, and I think for the first time, Brian, Colin Kohler has gotten around Rick Del Mar, so move him now up into second in Touring 4. They're about 15 seconds back from Mark Cephalo, who for the second day in a row having a pretty easy run of it in Touring 4. There's that fight right now between the two Scions as they're coming in through turns 3 and 4, and here as Kohler in the orange machine worked his way around, he's actually opened up about 3 to 4 car lengths, and I'm wondering if something might have happened to Del Mar, because they have been running nose to tail pretty much from the drop of the green flag.
Yep, and they are continuing to battle each other, keeping it clean the whole time, both the battle between the BMWs and the Scion Toyota FRS battle. And they're just moving along right here and trying to do the best they can to figure out which car is going to have supremacy here once we get into the final laps of this race.
All right, is that Oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just say 9 minutes on the clock, but we have. We're trying to go by laps mostly today, so that would be 7 laps to go, and we might be able to get 7 laps here in for the final 35 minutes here.
Yeah, I think it is definitely a possibility here as. Right behind this, the battle that we've been watching between the two Scions, Brian, is now the battle for 4th in Touring 4 with Roldan de Guzman, who had been running in 4th position, and Scotty B. White, who had been running in 5th. The Mustang of Scotty B. White has just pulled ahead of de Guzman's Scion, and there they are coming out of the Shelton chicane right now. It's been a pretty strong battle here. As we know, this is I believe this is a new car for Scotty that he's been trying to get trying to get the handle on. I know he had it at Road Atlanta, and I think chose not to take it out in the wet because he wasn't sure of the handling there. But really close, tight battle here at a track that both of these drivers know incredibly well. Again, de Guzman out of Seattle and Scotty B out of Auburn, Washington.
Well, that's true. And Scotty B last weekend won on Friday the Touring 4 race in that Mustang. And then Mark Cephalo was the 2nd place car on Friday. And then on Saturday's races, race number 2 last weekend at Thunderhill, it was Izzy Sanchez who won T4. He's not here this weekend. The 2nd place car in T4 was Scotty B. White, and 3rd place was Mark Cephalo. So he ran it really well last weekend at Thunderhill, and still trying to figure it all out before he gets to the runoffs in Virginia coming up here later this year.
All right, as we've got our starter stand, we can see they were showing the blue flag for de Guzman and also for Scotty B. As our overall leader, Chris Hart, driver the number 2, Touring 3 Nissan 370Z, was blasting past on the front straight. Ryland Hazelton just now crossing the stripe as well. As we mentioned, Hart started off in that 2nd pack, worked his way up to as the overall leader. Ryland Hazelton about 11 seconds back from there, but that Nissan 370Z, bit of a powerhouse, and I think as we were talking yesterday, has had some weight removed from it of late as far as the regulations are concerned.
And now, of course, everybody else.
Oh, Brian, we've got a big
smoker.
Yeah, big
Oh, is that a
cloud of smoke.
lockup?
I think that might have been.
I think he just put a wheel on.
And that was the number 2. That was Chris Hart there in the Nissan 370Z, and I think that is the case. I think he went wide to try and get around Scotty B. White and dropped the wheels in the grass.
That'll give you a little bit of a heart attack there, because he really has no reason to push to get around these cars. He has a rather large lead over Bill Ecker. It's 31 seconds. So he can take his time going through this traffic and do a better job of picking and choosing his places. Because there's really no reason with that kind of a lead to put a wheel off to make a pass like that.
No, I don't think so. Now he's clear, and he's got a little bit of he's got.
I bet he won't do that again.
No, he's got some clear track ahead of him to maybe collect his thoughts just a little bit here.
It's still the best race on the racetrack right now. You've been following all race, Greg, the Bill Ecker Simon Aslan race, and they're the ones who would love to see Chris Hart put off another wheel.
Yeah, maybe more than just one, maybe 2 or 3. Yep. As they're coming down the front straight now, they are heading down into the Shelton chicane. And we're going to catch them now, and there they are, nose to tail. Oh, as Aslan gets the entrance to the chicane just a little wrong, but it's enough, Brian, that it's neat dynamic there. As Aslan got the entry wrong, he brought the car almost right across the nose of Ecker. And Ecker didn't have anywhere to go, but Aslan, who had been running behind Ecker for a number of laps, now moves up to 4th place overall, 2nd in Touring 3, moving Eckert now to the last step on the podium. Now the next T3 car in line, I believe, is the next T3 car in line is Lansing Stout, who's sitting there with that broken axle.
Right.
So. This is it right here. Let's continue to watch this battle. The T4 battle that we've been talking about between the two Scions has really stretched out between Kohler and Delmar. When I say it's really stretched out, it's about, I don't know, about 15 car lengths now separating them. So let's continue on here.
I begin to wonder if that was just almost a defensive line nearly gone wrong by Bill Eckler, trying to make it a little bit more difficult for Simon Aslan, and he made it difficult for himself. But we'll see if he tries to take a similar line here as they come across the start-finish line. Once the leader comes by here, we'll have 3 laps to go here as we get down to the end of this race.
All right, so Brian, it might be a good time. Let me make another call to the grid for our next group. Attention in the paddock, second call to the grid for race group number 5, Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Big open wheel cars and prototypes. Formula Atlantic, Continental, Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2 drivers, please bring your cars to the grid. Your race is next.
So the line that Bill Eckler took through this chicane was different this time because he was in second place amongst those two. Simon Aslan was able to get around him at the line, and he is now the leader in T3 for the first time all race, or the second place car in T3 for the first time for the whole race.
And the battle we were watching, the other battle we were watching in T4 between Scotty B. White and between Scotty B. and pardon me. For
Roldan
de Guzman is who I meant to say, not somebody else I know. But between Scotty B and Roldan de Guzman now, we're looking at about a 2.5 second, about a 15 car length separation, I think, as Stout had come through there, really separated those two drivers out, and pretty evenly matched as they were, within just a car length or two for a good portion of the early on in this race. But now that looks to be done, as we now see Aslan dropping a wheel coming out of the chicane, going into the dirt. They're coming out of turn 1 into turns 2 and 3, gets the car back underway.
Yeah, and the question will be also, Greg, will Scotty B. White be able to get up in through the field to go after Rick Delamere in that Toyota FRS to kind of make a challenge for third place in T4?
Yeah, that is true. That is not something I've been looking at. At the moment, he is about 5 seconds in arrears.
Yes.
So he's got a long way to go. He hasn't had the pace of the Scions here this weekend. And as he's crossing the stripe, now actually starting to look like de Guzman starting to close things down just a little bit that last lap, but we'll have to track this as we jump back to this BMW battle.
There's those two BMWs with a couple of cars right in front of them. They'll try to get past them here on the main straight, which looks like they're doing. And then we will catch them again as they head into the chicane here.
Yeah, and Brian,
wow, look at all that traffic.
Yeah, we had 3 different BMWs going in there, but Simon Aslan loses the position. He's now going to drop back to 3rd, back behind Bill Eckert. So move Eckert back up into 2nd in Touring 3. Had a great move as there was a lot of traffic there as they crossed the start-finish line and set up for that chicane. Eckert moved down to the inside to driver's right and was able to hold Aslan off. And you can see now as they come out of 6 going into 7, about 3 car lengths now separate those BMWs. They're as far apart, Brian, as I think they've been all race.
That is true, and it's next time under the stripe for Chris Hart. He will take the white flag, and we will begin our final lap of this race. And the white flag is in the air. You'll see Chris Hart here crossing under there, and we will have, actually, yeah, he already crossed under there. That was the Scions. Now we wait for the rest of these cars.
Yeah, he was the second car in that group with the white, like a U on the hood, which was right behind the Scion FRS of I believe he has now worked his way up to Rick Delmar.
There is your race leader, the second car in line there, as he works through turn 4 for the final time this weekend.
And I take that back. He's gotten past Delmar. That is Colin Kohler directly ahead. There is Delmar back, the next car back from our overall leader.
A seemingly uneventful run to the checkered flag for Chris Hart this weekend. Also a seemingly uneventful run for Rylan Hazelton and STU as well. Both those cars going to take the wins here. I know Hazelton won yesterday, and I think Chris Hart won the class as well.
He did.
In T3 yesterday. So sweeping the Super Tours here for both those drivers. Good news for both of them.
Indeed, and we'll see here if Gamel Aguilar Gomez can hold on for the win in Touring 2. He was your overall winner in this group yesterday. Again, had that early pit lane stop and continued, so he's a little bit further back, but now coming out of turn 12, Chris Hart coming to the checkered flag.
There you go. Checkered flags in the air. Chris Hart, your race winner here at the Portland International Raceway. Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. Waiting now to see how everything else plays out here. Simon Aslan, Bill Ecker trying to take second and third in that class. We'll see which one comes across the line first.
And it's Aslan to the line, and Aslan manages to hold off Bill Ecker, finishing second in Touring 3. Ecker finishing in third.
And how about Gamaliel Aguilar Gomez, after coming in on the first lap for something going on in the cockpit, drove all the way to third place overall and a T2 win. That's fantastic drive.
Yeah, that was a great drive by Gama there as he comes home, had a fast lap of 125.580, and Brian, that was, I believe, the fastest lap of the race. Actually, that was his last lap. He ran a 124.745 as his fastest lap of the race, faster than any other car on course. And yeah, so he made it all the way back to third overall after having pitted in after lap number 1 and dropping to the tail end of what was a 28 car field.
Maybe he just wanted a challenge.
Quite possibly.
Let's go through the top 3 in each class. We'll go to STL first. David Pelfinier, Amy Mills, John Davies. Top 3 in STU, Rylan Hazelton, Cameron Wagner, and Whitfield Gregg. Moving down to T2, we've got Aguilar Gomez and Vincent Piemonte was your second place car there. T3, Chris Hart, Simon Aslan got second place, and Bill Ecker finished third. And then finally in T4, we've got Mark Cephalo, Colin Kohler, Rick Delamere. Scotty B. White didn't have enough to catch up to get to the third place. He finished in fourth with Roldan de Guzman in fifth. All right, that's how we're going to do that. We're going to do a quick call to break, grid for our next race and then take a short break. And we'll be back with our wings and things in just a minute. Go ahead, Greg.
Attention in the paddock. Final call to the grid for race group number 5. Formula Atlantic, Formula Continental, Formula Enterprises 2, Formula X, Prototype 1, and Prototype 2. Race group number 5. Please head to the grid. Your race is next. So, Brian, let's take that break. We'll be back in just a few moments. 2 more races to go here at Portland International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We will be right back. And we're back here at Portland International Raceway for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Gregg Ginsberg, along with Brian Bielanski, and we have just 2 races remaining here for this stupendous event. On course now, I think probably our fastest group of the day by far, Brian. It is our prototype cars and large open wheel formula cars.
And I want to take a second to give a big shout out to Russ Lundberg. He's the guy out there in the white, splitting the cars. 2 things. One, he's always in our chat and always supporting us. So big props to him. He also said hi to his mom in the chat. So hi, Mom Lundberg.
Hi, Mom Lundberg.
Hopefully she's watching. And yeah, anyway, want to just give a nice shout out to him because he is always with us, and we appreciate his support. Starting lineups, Greg, go with it.
All right, let's go. So 11 cars in the field, Brian. Starting 11, driving a Formula Atlantic. Haven't had a time set for him all weekend long. He's had continuous problems with the car, but he did make the grid for today's race. It's James Blackwell driving the number 1 machine. John Yateman is starting 10th. He is in the number 22 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. Starting 9th, driving the number 45 Formula Enterprises 2, it's Tom Burke, who I think we just saw just a few moments ago. Hunter Tatman is driving his Formula Continental. He will start 8th in the number 122 machine. And then we've got starting 2nd in Formula Enterprises 2, 7th overall, driving the number 56 car, Matt Romer. And Caleb Schrader driving the number 99 Formula Enterprises 2 machine. He starts 6th. He's your pole sitter for that class. John McIntyre will start 5th today, driving the number 11 Prototype 2 Store, with Johnny Crean starting 4th today. He's driving the number 35 P1 machine. Tony Oppheim in his Formula Atlantic Swift will start 3rd in the number 31. And your front row, Jim Davenport, driving the number 23 Prototype 1 machine. He is going to start right alongside our pole sitter, our reigning national champion in Prototype 1, driving the number 26 Elan DPO2, Chip Romer. As the field now, Brian, we can see coming through turn 11, and just a few more corners to go for what should be a very quick 25 laps here of Portland.
There you go, and you can hear the wind blowing on our camera there. It is a bit breezy, which is good. It's hot. But these wind cars don't always like the wind, Greg.
No, they certainly don't. It could definitely upset them, but the wind looks to be as it's blowing all the way down towards the chicane as we've got the green flag in the air, and we are underway from Portland as we once again 3 wide here at the front with our prototype cars, and then 2 wide. Chip Romer, Jim Davenport leading the field down into turn number 1. Again, both Davenport and Romer, who finished 1-2 yesterday with Davenport in the lead. They've got the red and black machines, red nose, black cars. Davenport with the more matte red on the nose with the very shiny metallic red there from Mr. Romer. And it looks like Romer's gotten his car fixed for whatever ailed it at the end of yesterday's race, and it appears as though he is running 2nd to Jim Davenport as they come out of turn number 7 onto the back straight for the first time, with Tony Oppheim, your Formula Atlantic driver, sitting in 3rd, then Crean, then McIntyre. And in Prototype 2, or probably in FE2, we'll let this play out a little bit, but I believe Caleb Schrader is your leader.
Well, that would be pretty normal here for the last couple of races. He's been the best car in FE2 for the last 3 Super Tour races, and would not be surprised to anybody if he did it again here today. Had some lockup going into that chicane the first time, but everyone got through just fine, and we'll see how they negotiated this time as well.
All right, so it is Chip Romer, not Jim Davenport, at the point, leading the field through the chicane for the 2nd time here as we start lap number 2. And again, Oppheim running in 3rd, our sole Formula Atlantic machine, the older Swift 014 with the Toyota power plant behind it, running in 3rd overall. And then our Prototype 2 driver, our sole P2 in the class, driving a Store WF1, John McIntyre running in 4th. And then we've got those Formula Enterprise 2 machines working their way through. It is Caleb Schrader with Matt Romer. That is how that FE2 race ended up yesterday, and they had a very good race yesterday and very close running here with Tom Burt and John Yateman behind. We do have 2 drivers that I am not showing as having crossed the line and completed a lap. One, Johnny Green, in his Prototype 1 store. And mentioned right off the bat, scheduled to start 11th today was James Blackwell. He was on the grid in his Edge F1000, the Formula Atlantic car, but did not complete a lap for I think the 4th session in a row.
Yeah, Blackwell's had problems with that car all weekend, and sad to see, but he gave it the old college try, and just has not been able to put it together. Maybe they can get something working here, and he can get out sometime during the session and get a couple of laps in.
All right, and I don't know if he just took the car back to the paddock, Brian, because I didn't.
Oh.
I didn't see it head out on track, but it hasn't come down the pit lane either. So he's somewhere. If anybody sees James Blackwell, let them know we're looking for him.
Where in the world is James Blackwell?
Yes, exactly. And there's the fight now, actually just coming through turn 7 and into turn 8, Brian. This is the battle for the lead in Formula Enterprises 2, and this is how we picked them out yesterday as well. Caleb Schrader in the white with red number 99 machine, Matthew Romer in the white with blue number 56, and much like yesterday, within about 2.5, 3 car lengths, and then just a little bit further back from there, you can see that's the battle for third. Tom Burt and John Yateman in lockstep as well. Now, about 3/4 of the way through yesterday's race, Schrader did start to move away from Romer, as I think maybe Romer had possibly run his tires off, trying to keep up the battle with Caleb Schrader. But we'll see how long this battle plays out. But good fight in these spec machines with the Mazda MZR motors and sequential transmissions as well.
Well, and the good news for these cars is they were used to doing what these temperatures yesterday, so nothing new for them driving in the heat. Not quite as hot today, right up around 89 degrees right now. We dipped into the 90s yesterday, so they should be used to the greasiness of this racetrack as we get into the closing laps of this race. And the question you raise is a good one, Greg. Are some of these drivers on the same tires they ran yesterday? And if they are, that could play into the situation that to what's going on later in this race.
All right, let's take a look. Here is our Formula Enterprise 2 battle for the lead. Comes out of turn number 12, and it is still Caleb Schrader. He's got about a I'd say now probably a 6 car length advantage over second place runner Matt Romer, and as they cross the stripe that last time by, difference in time, Brian, Romer actually a tiny bit faster, a minute 15.265 versus a 1:15.287. So we're looking at 22 hundredths of a second difference between these two drivers around just slightly less than 2 miles of Portland International Raceway.
When you say tiny, you ain't kidding.
No, it always amazes me. You look at Formula One and how over maybe a 3.5 mile course, you've got hundreds of a second separating drivers that they are just, they are so attuned to the data and how to drive the cars that they can be so close in what are very different chassis. But still, you see here in virtually identical Formula Prizes 2. Now, there are certain changes that you can make, obviously. You're going to be changing angle of and the attack of the rear wing. You're going to be making alignment setting changes. But still, to have these cars running almost identical lap times over 2 miles really speaks much to the quality of the drivers and how closely matched they are as they come across the line to start their 6th lap. And let's take a look here, the gap now. That last time, Schrader was slightly faster, Brian, actually more than slightly faster for the couple hundredths of a second that Matt Romer made up last lap. Well, Caleb Schrader, he clawed back 7/10 of a second, so he's now opened things up, and you see them Those are our prototype leaders, and we'll get to them here in just a second. But in FE2 now, almost 10 car lengths separating them here as we jump back to this battle for the lead in Prototype 1, where it continues to be Chip Romer, your reigning national champion, and he now opens up almost a second and a half, a little bit more than a second and a half, over Jim Davenport in those same chassis Elan BP02 machines. Now, yesterday, Jim Davenport, as Davenport drops a wheel coming out of turn at number 2, about partway through the chicane. Davenport took the win. Romer had some mechanical issues, actually ended up dead stick on the front straight, about a football field's length away from the finish line. Got the car back underway and crossed the start-finish line to complete the race, and then the car promptly shut down on him again. But looks so far as he's got whatever gremlins were afflicting that race car under control, Brian.
Definitely, and of course he'd like to close out the weekend getting the split with Jim Davenport here, making the long tow from Lake Havasu City, Lake Havasu City, Arizona. So it would be nice to get that win for him if he can, and get the split with Jim Davenport this weekend. And this is a group of guys you're going to see at the runoffs, and might be the exact same situation there with Davenport following Romer around the runoffs. But if you wonder how bad Jim Davenport wants this, look at the puff of dust that you saw last lap there as he came through there, because he is pushing really hard to try to get up to his friend Chip Romer there up in the front.
And I look back to that Prototype 1 race this year at the runoffs, Brian, where the race had it had been dry on the grid, started raining as the cars rolled off, and we had a number of cars have issues going into turns 11 and 12, which is the Oak Tree turn, and Romer managed to make it back to the pits before a full course caution came out, and his crew changed him over to wet tires, and he basically came out at the tail end of the field, but a lap up on the field.
Yeah.
as we went back to green. It was the one of the greatest strategy plays I'd seen in runoff history, except for maybe the win in T1, which also involved a tire change. Not T1, but in GT1. Where Thomas Herb took the win at Indianapolis, again under the same types of conditions, where he went to wet weather tires in his GT3 car, his Mercedes GT3 car, to take the win in T1. Very dry here today.
Yes.
At Portland, very different conditions.
Well, and that's something you can do in these cars if your crew is ready. They have the single lug nut, center lug wheels here. Right. Making a tire change here is as fast as you're going to do on any SCCA car if your crew is prepared to do it, and they have all the proper tools on pit lane with them. And because typically on a sprint race, if you have to come in and change tires, your day is done. And but he took advantage of a very unique situation there. But yeah, these two guys are always the guys up front going to try to win a lot of these races. It's always fun to watch.
All right, Brian, real quick, had a request from Race Control. Need to make a quick little announcement here at the track. Attention in the paddock with Taylor Harris, driver of the number 22 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please report to the SOM located at Impound. Taylor Harris, driver of the number 22 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please report to the stewards of the meet. They are located at Impound.
And considering we're coming up here on our halfway point, kind of, let's do this, Greg. Let's get our call to grid and our first break in, and then hopefully we can go green all the way to the finish.
All right, let's do that, Brian. Let's bring the funny little chimes again. There we go. Attention in the paddock. First call to the grid for race group number 6, Big Bore. That's GT1, 2, and 3, American Sedan, Touring 1, and GTX. But I think at this point, Brian, it's just going to be knowing some of the attrition we've had this weekend. GT1, GT2, and GT3 drivers, please head to the grid. Your race is next. Race group 6, GT1, 2, and 3. Please head to the grid. And so with that, let's take another break here, and we will be back in just a few moments. We'll take you to the checkered flag here for our open wheel prototype race from Portland International Raceway and the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We'll be right back.
Hagerty is the official and exclusive insurance partner for the Sports Car Club of America. Hagerty provides affordable off-track insurance protection for motorsports vehicles while in the paddock, in transit, in storage, and at the shop. They provide guaranteed value coverage and even have protection for your trailers. SCCA members can save 5% on insurance through Hagerty. Learn more at Hagerty.com. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Tire Rack was established over 40 years ago by an SCCA member with a passion to find the right tires, wheels, brakes, and suspension products for racers and enthusiasts both on the street and on the track. As official tire retailer of Sports Car Club of America since 1995 and sponsor of the Runoffs Pole Award, along with the National Solo Program, Time Trials Nationals and National Tour, and Track Night in America, Tire Rack is proud to support the SCCA and its members as they go have fun with cars.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Winning takes work. Getting parts is easy. SummitRacing.com.
For more than 100 years, Sunoco, SCCA's official fuel partner since 2001, has been fueling victories both on and off the track, which is why Sunoco has trusted the fuel over 50 series of racing, driving, and winning, including the SCCA National Championship runoffs, SCCA Pro Racing, Trans Am, NHRA, and NASCAR. To find race gas near you, visit SunocoRaceFuels.com or call Sunoco at 800-RACE-GAS.
If you like what you see today, become part of the action by joining Sports Car Club of America. Whether you want to drive, flag, or just have fun with cars, SCCA membership opens the door to all kinds of motorsports to feed your obsession, along with 65,000 like-minded members ready to be friends. Ask someone trackside how to get involved or visit scca.com for more information.
Just past halfway here at Portland, Chip Romer, Jim Davenport, your first two cars in P1. Tony Oppheim, your only car in Formula Atlantic. He's circulating in third. John McIntyre, your only car in P2, circulating in fourth. Then you've got your battle for FE2. Caleb Schrader's got a 3-second lead over Matthew Romer, followed by Tom Burt and John Yeatman. Burt and Yeatman also really close to two basically battles, and that looked like it might have been a pass right there. Oh no, that was one of the prototypes getting around a slower Formula car.
Yeah, I think that was actually our leader Romer getting around. I think that's the with the Red Wing. Yeah, to getting around. Actually, oh yeah, I think you're right. That was Tom Burt there as they're making their way through, and with John Yeatman just a little bit further back from there. As our prototypes starting to make their way again around a good portion of the field, working their way up now through that Formula Enterprises 2 traffic. But looks as though that battle that we saw yesterday in FE2 between Schrader and Romer for the second day in a row starting to separate as we get about halfway through this race. But Tom Burt and John Yeatman, Brian, they are coming down now into turn 4, I believe, and they are in maybe around 5 or 6 car lengths separating them as Yeatman is starting to make up some ground. There they are coming through turn 4, going into turn 5 through the carousel section. As this appears to be probably the closest battle that we have on track. And a little bit of brake lock up there from the number 45 machine of Tom Burt.
And they're just trying to figure it out there. You know, again, I questioned some of these guys when I see lockup like that here on Sunday on a hot race weekend, whether or not they've put on fresh tires for this race, because that would be kind of a telltale sign if they've started to kind of lose the grip there. They would get locked up in a situation like that.
Yeah, and and I was talking to some of the folks from our host region, the Oregon region of the SCCA, and we're trying to get an idea of when the last time PIR was repaved. And my understanding is quite a while ago, back in 2001. So it's not often that you see a major racetrack like this go 20 years or so without having been repaved. But the pavement has been polished down quite a bit over all of those years, and the one defining factor that we have here is once the temperatures go up and the humidity goes up as well, this track does become rather slick, regardless of how much rubber is laid down on the course, according to my contact with the Oregon region. So we'll see how this plays out. The braking may not be all that different. The how many heat cycles on the tires may not be that big a deal, but they're dealing with, I think, as the temperatures now fluctuate. Maybe a much more slick track than what they had earlier today.
Greg, I'm not sure if you've seen it, but we need to make another call on behalf of the stewards here.
Okay.
If you want to give me the tones, I can do it.
I can do it. Nope. Here, I got it here. Let's play them once again, everybody. Hold tight. It'll be like you're in the airport in Narita. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. Would Cooper Becklin, driver of the number 09 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please report to the SOM at impound. Cooper Becklin, driver of the number 09 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3, please report to the SOM located at impound.
And with Chip Romer clicking off laps here around the 110 range, we got about 9 minutes to go in this race. Coming up on 7 laps left, and it is going to be. And I would say it looked like it was going to be easy for Chip Romer, but Jim Davenport seems to be clawing back some time. He's now only a second and a half back from Romer, so this race certainly is not out of the question for Davenport. And on the same regard, Matthew Romer hanging out and hanging around, not making it completely easy on Caleb Schrader.
No.
Just a little slip up by either of Schrader or Romer, and second place cars are definitely in position to take advantage of that.
No, and when we see them now as they're going down the front straight. Well, actually, that right there is it's Burt and Yateman. But as I was watching Schrader and Romer, it's about 15 car lengths or so separating them, about a little bit over 3 seconds. And yeah, certainly if Schrader has some issues, and and we know that the track is getting more slick, it could put Romer in a position here. As Brian, the battle for the lead now in Prototype 1 definitely heating up, as Jim Davenport now is down to within 3 car lengths of Chip Romer, and now right on the gearbox as they go through the Shelton chicane. And I'm starting to wonder if it's a little bit of deja vu all over again. This is about the point in the race yesterday where Chip Romer started to encounter problems. He tried to hold Romer off for a couple of laps, and then it was clear when the number 26 machine was effectively done. And we'll see exactly what happens here as Davenport now, again, trying to open up these corners, carry as much speed through turn 7 and into turn 8, as I believe that was the Formula Atlantic of Oppenheim moving over for them.
Yeah, definitely. And look at Jim Davenport putting a nose out there just to let him know he's there. Not that I don't think Chip Romer knew. There's a little piece of debris there that he just went over, like a little piece of carbon fiber or something on the racetrack there. So no doubt that Romer knows Davenport's there, especially now if he hasn't gotten word from his pit. He will have seen Romer sneaking out there in his mirrors here on the back straight.
And to give you a little neat piece of information for those of you that may not have our timing and scoring system up and running over at scca.com/live, we do have a speed trap located on the back straight, and through that speed trap, Jim Davenport over 3 miles an hour faster than Chip Romer. Now some of that might have been due to the exit speed out of turn 7, but 3 miles an hour is pretty significant here, even for these prototype cars.
Especially, we talked about this with Austin Bradshaw, and while he drives a very different car, it kind of the same applies here. Is that this course has a very interesting combination of twisty bits and long straightaways. So miles per hour helps a whole lot when you've got these long straightaways like we have here.
As they come through turns 11 and now into the final corner. And here, Brian, this morning when we started the day off, and I was talking about the difference in watching the Formula Vs go through through those two corners versus the prototypes, and where it's always the median of the prototype cars. But once again, Romer now stepping to the inside. Davenport going to the inside, and he is going to slice past Chip Romer as they come through the Shelton chicane, and so now move Jim Davenport into the lead here, move Chip Romer back into second, and we'll see if Romer has any kind of response. But over the last 2 laps or so, Brian, I think if he had one, he would have maybe acted a little bit more in a defensive manner.
That was a beautiful pass by Davenport there, and it shows you the respect that these two drivers have for each other, because Romer really didn't contest that. I think he knew that Davenport was coming, and that he had a little bit better race car at that moment. But I will tell you what has happened in the past is that Romer has had Davenport go around him, and then a lap or two later he gets another little another giddy up in his step, and he's able to get right back into it. So we'll have to see if that is the case here.
Yeah, maybe he's trying to get the tires back underneath him here. We'll see how this plays out. Again, I keep looking back to yesterday where he did have some issues in the long run, and again, this race about 5 laps longer than they had to run yesterday. Yesterday, that 25-minute race, I think, ran 20 laps or 21 laps, if I remember correctly.
So we'd be done with the race yesterday.
Yes.
So,
and you were talking earlier. Working lap 21.
I say you were talking earlier about the difference between Formula Vs and the prototypes. When a Formula Vs come out on News 12, you can read News 12. I used to work at News 12. When the Formula Vs come out of turn 12, you can pretty much read a Michener novel before they get to the start-finish line. When the prototypes come out on turn 12, it's basically the Cliff's Notes version of that novel, because they are moving really fast out here.
Yeah, they definitely are. I like to tell a story. That I was at Road America for the June Sprints one year, and I was interviewing somebody during this race, and all I saw was about 15 Prototype 1 cars, all in carbon fiber. And as you can see there, as they go in and out of the frame, you don't have enough time to see the numbers on the sides of the cars. And so when the director would move over to, say, turn 5, you're trying to spot, just the tiniest little differentiators between the different cars. It was almost impossible. Makes it a lot easier when we've got just these two. And Chip Romer now, Brian.
Yeah.
He is not making up ground yet on Jim Davenport, but he's not losing any ground either. And so that theory, maybe trying to get the equipment cooled down and get it back underneath him. Although he had a little bit of a wiggle there coming through turn number 5. We'll see how that plays out. He lost a little bit more ground there, just coming out of that little carousel section. But we'll see if he can make up a little bit of ground here. And I'm going to be interested to see what those trap speeds are on the back straight. And they are very, very similar, about a half a mile an hour this time. Difference, Davenport still to the good at a 146.2. and Romer a 145.7 miles per hour, so still very close.
Yeah, I think Romer got caught out there by that slower car, because he was the 7/10 of a second back from Davenport last lap, this time by 1.7 seconds. So definitely having to negotiate these slower cars is something that both these drivers are going to have to work hard to do here as we come into the final 2 laps of this race.
Yeah, and we just saw Jim Davenport need to come underneath the FE2 machine of Tom Burt, and not able to get it done. Burt had moved to the inside just slightly to driver's right, and it was enough to throw Burt off. But look at this. Let's jump to this FE2 battle real quick behind our leaders as Burt got really balked as Chip Romer came underneath him going into turn 7, and that's allowed John Yateman now to pull up right up to the wing, and they are now side by side. Yateman took a look to the inside and has now gotten around Tom Burt. So John Yateman move him up now into a podium position here in FE2, somewhere that he has not been all weekend long as they come onto the front straight, but definitely taking advantage of Tom Burt's misadventures with traffic.
And that traffic also hurting Chip Romer here. His lead now is the gap between him and Davenport now even a little wider to 2.013 seconds. So now it looks like they might have some free racetrack in front of them. And with a lap and a half to go, Romer's really got to get it done here if he has a chance and wants to grab one of these races this weekend here in Portland.
Now, while those two drivers have some free track now, the gap is almost 2 seconds between them for that overall lead and the lead in P1.
Also, just want to make a quick mention, the FE2 lead, Caleb Schrader, he now has a 4-second lead over Matthew Romer, so there's not a whole lot to worry about there as we keep an eye on these two battles, both for our P1 lead and for the third place in FE2.
Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. Cooper Becklin, driver of the number 09 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please head to Impound to see the SOM. Cooper Becklin, driver of the number 09 Spec Racer Ford Gen 3. Please see the SOM at Impound. And Brian, we've got the white flag in the air last lap here from Portland for our open wheel and prototype racers.
That's exactly what I was going to say. White flag is in the air. If anyone's going to get it done, anything done, now is the time you got to get it done here.
All right, here, and as we continue to watch, we're watching that battle for third in Spec Racer Ford Gen 3 as John Yateman tries to hold off Tom Burt here on the last lap. In Prototype 1, that battle for the overall win, it is still Jim Davenport, and he has continued, Brian, to stretch out the advantage that he has over Chip Romer for the second day in a row. That last time by was almost a full second faster than the number 26 machine, and he now makes his way out of the final corner and making his way to the start-finish line. Checkered flag now in the air, and taking the win is, for the second day in a row from Alamo, California, Jim Davenport and his Elan DPO2. Chip Romer, this time, brings the car at full speed across the start-finish line. He will finish in second. Tony Oppheim will finish third in his Formula Atlantic machine. And let's take a look in Formula Enterprises 2, where Caleb Schrader, for the second day in a row, will take the win. Matt Romer will come home in second. John Yateman holds off Tom Burt. He will finish third in Formula Enterprises 2. Burt will finish fourth. And then Hunter Tapman in his Formula Continental Van Diemen crosses the stripe, and he takes the win in Formula Continental.
Well, there you have it, folks. That's how it all played out here in our Wings and Things group. And that means we're going to take ourselves a quick break. And when we come back, our final race of the day, our GT cars and our T1 and A sedan cars. That's next. Stay with us. Welcome back to Portland International Raceway for our final race of the weekend, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. I'm Brian Bielanski. Gregg Ginsberg is in Portland, sitting in race control, making sure we get all the info that we need, all of you at home, as quickly as we possibly can. And I am in beautiful Los Angeles, California, helping out from far, and it is time to get to our last race of the day, Greg.
Brian, you just ruined the illusion.
There is no illusion.
All right, because you don't know how many people come up here and go, wait, Brian's not here with you this weekend.
I love it.
Well, there you go. Now you all know the secret. All right, Brian, we've got one last race here from Portland International Raceway this year for the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, and we saved the biggest and the loudest machines for last. Our big bore cars, our GT cars, and I excluded our American sedan cars earlier, but I want to take that back, because I'm glad to say that Ed Zabinski, driver of the number 97 American sedan Ford Mustang, is back. He's got that car repaired after his issues yesterday. He is scheduled to start 10th on the grid. Ed Gless in his GT2 machine is scheduled to start 9th. That's the number 43 car. Bud Reichert in his GT3 Mazda RX-7 scheduled to start 8th. That's a 28 car. Ted Berger scheduled to start 7th today in his T1 machine. Unfortunately, he will not make the grid. He was in the chat earlier to let us all know. Colin Jackson, driver of the number 53 Nissan 240SX. That's a GT3 car and our pole sitter in GT3. He is starting 6th. Then we've got Ernie Spada. He is in the number 44 GT2 Porsche Cup car. He's scheduled to start 5th. Jim Valdez, driver of the number 27 BMW E46, is scheduled to start 4th. That is a GT2 machine, and then scheduled to start on the inside of row number 2. Driving the number 42 GT1 machine, it's Dominic Martinelich, and your front row. Starting on the outside of row number 1, he was yesterday's pole sitter. Today, he isn't. It's Scotty B. White driving the number 0 GT2 Dodge Viper, and then starting on the pole with a fast time, a qualifying time of 1:17.845, driving a Chevrolet Monte Carlo. It's the number 55 GT1 machine of Justin, not Jack, not Tom, Justin Dempsey, here as he is back behind the safety car in the field, making its way down the back straight now.
Scotty B. White right there in the front row. That's good news. I'll explain to everyone what happened with him once we get past the start of this race. But he did not make it to lap number 3 here yesterday, and but we're glad to see him out there today. And for the race call to the whatever that thing is, the start stand.
The start stand or something.
Here's Gregg Ginsberg.
All right, Brian, and so it is Justin Dempsey in that white GT1, white with pink GT1 Monte Carlo. He's got Scotty B. White to his left, and the green flag is in the air, and we are underway. And Dempsey and Martinelich in the number 42 machine jump out to an early lead over Scotty B. White, but White late on the brakes, as is Valdez, as is Ernie Spada in that Porsche Cup car, and Valdez in very late on the brakes, pushes wide, and we see there is Colin Jackson, our GT3 pole sitter in that bright blue Nissan 240SX, gets around Spada's Porsche Cup car. Then we've got Bud Reichert and Ed Gless and Ed Zabinski, but for the moment, it is the 55 machine of Dempsey who leads the field out of turn number 5. Scotty B. White gets back around the number 42 machine, as does, well, a number of other drivers. The 42 machine dropping all the way back behind Jim Valdez and Colin Jackson and Ernie Spada, so I believe put him back in 6th position.
All right, so let's talk about Scotty B. White for just a minute. He went out early yesterday. The car was smoking pretty badly. They've had problems with a power steering line all weekend. Thought they had it fixed. Obviously, they didn't. So the crew decided to change the entire power steering pump overnight and into today. They thrashed to get the car ready. It wasn't ready for qualifying, but it's out now in 2nd place, and I don't see any smoke, knock on wood. And we'll see if he can keep this car going here for the entire race. And if he can't, he should be a contender once we get into the late parts of this race.
I believe that would be the case. As we were watching the battle, Brian, and let's jump over if we can, Zach, to Jim Valdez in the BMW, that yellow and black BMW, and then Spada in the Porsche 911 directly behind. That is the battle for the lead in GT2. Currently,
Actually, it's not. Scotty B. White's your leader.
Scotty B. White is your leader in GT2.
Yep.
That is all right. It's the battle for second in GT2, Brian. That's what I meant all along. You just didn't give me time to say it.
No, I love it.
But we saw Valdez, who ended up taking the overall win yesterday, with a lot of brake lockup going into the Shelton chicane. We'll want to see now. These cantilevered slicks, in some cases radial slicks, they do take a lot longer to get up the temperature than the DOT-approved tires that we saw a little bit earlier in our touring car group. So we'll have to watch that and see if that continues on. Then again, I guess the battle to watch is the Viper and the BMW and the Porsche. Your three cars running at the front of GT3 is Bud Riker, or probably in GT2.
So Rollerbone says Scotty's running a different car today. Actually, he ran the Mustang today and yesterday in T4,
Right.
and he ran the Viper yesterday in this race for a couple of laps, and he's back in it again this week. So he's been running both cars all weekend, and now he's back in it with this Viper here. So essentially, Greg, we've got first, second, third in GT2, first, second, third in line on the track here, and basically about equal distance between first and second and third. And so there is still a battle to be had here. We're very, very early, only 3 laps into this 25-lap race, and anything could happen here.
Without a doubt, Brian, of course, as we look at the differences between these 3 different GT2 cars, of course, we've got Scotty B. White's Dodge Viper. It is a production-based car, and kudos to them for changing out the power steering pump and all the hydraulic lines with that big V10 underneath the hood. That had to be one heck of a job last night. But the BMW directly behind of Jim Valdez, that is a 2-framed silhouette-bodied race car. It is not a production-based car. And then, of course, you get back to the Porsche 911, the Cup car, directly behind, which was built specifically for racing. Although I believe the Viper that Scotty B. White is behind the wheel with is one of the ACR Comp Coupes that
I believe so.
also was built for a race series as well.
I believe that's right. We can, if you want to learn more about that car, check out the podcast that Scotty did with me on Inside the SCCA. We talked about that car extensively, I should say. I love the sound of that V10, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Want to thank DJ AM Gold. It's either DJ AM Gold or DJ AM Gold. If it's DJ AM Gold, I'm thinking he's a morning show classic rock DJ. If I'm right, let me know. I want to see if I deciphered the screen name here. But regardless, he thanks us for the broadcast. We thank you for watching, and everybody in the chat as well. We've got someone from Brazil in the chat now too, so really cool to have international viewership, Greg.
That's right. Well, early on in the season, we had folks in from the Netherlands, and
Erwin was here today again.
Yeah. Oh, he was. I didn't notice. Thank you, and it's even later in the day, or maybe earlier in the morning for him now in catching this race. So I want to thank them, and nice to have an international audience. And we were just talking, Brian, I think before we went on air today, on how many folks have subscribed to the SCCA's YouTube channel and have been watching event over event, and want to remind everybody, if you haven't done so already, please give us a thumbs up today and go ahead and subscribe to the Sports Car Club of America's YouTube channel. It'll help us bring the word of motorsports and our events to more people around the world. So go ahead and do that. And so you demolish the like button. That's what you do.
We've added over 2,000 subscribers since we started doing the Super Tour in January, Greg, and I'd love to get that number up above 10,000 before the end of the season. That's my hope, because we're loving bringing this to everybody, and we hope they're loving it at home as well.
All right, so we're continuing to watch this battle in GT3 unfold with Scotty B. White, with Jim Valdez, who was yesterday's winner, and with Ernie Spada, as they are still rocking 1, 2, 3 here in a row, and equidistant, I would say, Brian. It looks like about 3 car lengths separating each one. They've been running very similar lap times over the course of the race, and no one really seems to have much of an advantage, although that last time by, I think perhaps Scotty B. White maybe opened up a little tiny bit of an
that's
advantage.
not going to help.
No, it is. No, it is.
Well, it's going to help
not.
Scotty B. White.
Yes.
And it's going to help Eric Spada,
Yeah,
which is not going to help Jim Valdez.
No, definitely not. I was just going to say that last time by, Scotty B was about 0.2 faster than Valdez and Spada, but Spada, and we saw it again. You know, I mentioned it at the onset that he had some issues braking, getting that car into the chicane, and it looks like he had problems once again, and that has definitely backed himself up. And now Spada looking to make the move. And here he goes. He gets by the BMW and takes over second place in GT2 as they come out of turn 8 and onto the back straight.
All right, I was right, Greg. Morning show classic rock DJ AM Gold, loved it.
Oh, perfect.
And, as a radio guy here in LA, I love my classic rock, and that is some great stuff here. Justin Dempsey, while all this is going on behind him, he's just driving and doing his thing, 2.2 seconds ahead of the battle for GT2, but he's in GT1, so he could care less what happens behind him.
That's
he just
right.
needs to
I think the only person he was really concerned about was Martinovich, who got that early jump and worked his way up to second. The problem is that that was only until he got to the chicane on the very first lap. Right. And then coming out of turn 3, found himself all the way back in 5th position, which is where he stands right now. Oh, and that's Colin Jackson getting late on the brakes right behind Martinovich. Yeah, it's definitely in a bad spot there. Other than going backwards, there's not a lot of places for him to go. And as Jackson went over the curbing right at the apex there, I'm wondering if he had, at the last moment, had to adjust his line to keep from going into the back of Martinovich.
He's trying to get that car restarted, and it looks like he might.
Yeah, now he's got a little bit of a gap.
Definitely a full course yellow here. They cannot leave that car there.
Yeah, and so we've got local caution, as you can see, being displayed, and he is in a very bad spot right at that apex. All it takes is for a driver, even off speed.
I wonder if he locked his diff, and that's why he's having a hard time. Looks like the car is running. Yeah, he's having a hard time getting it into gear, maybe. Yeah, the way it's lurching back and forth looks like a problem here, as we've got our field now, and the corner workers are trying to signal to the drivers to enter that chicane a little bit to the left, as our leader Dempsey and then Scotty B. White miss it. And we are going to a full course caution now, as Jackson gets the car back underway. The word came down to go to a full course caution. We'll see if they withdraw that. And there you go, they've withdrawn the full course caution. So we are back to racing here at Portland International Raceway. And my, Brian. I'm laughing because the people at home can't hear our production crew in my ear going, no, don't go full course, pull the flag down. Just like all the rest of us at home doing the same thing. So I'm hoping that everyone realizes that the full course has been pulled down here, right?
Actually, Brian, I'm looking at the starter stand now, and they've put it back out, and you can see there as the drivers are coming out of turn 7 that we are now back to full course caution. So maybe I was a little premature. Let's see what happens.
Well, and as far as the GCR goes, as far as I know, I don't think there's any requirement for them to collect the field here. They could just pull the flags in and get back to racing here. So we'll see if that happens. Really, it's kind of been a no harm, no foul situation. And but they're going to collect the field by the pace car here. And not quite sure I understand all of that, but that's how we've got to go. And Justin Dempsey is our leader, Scotty B. White second, but first overall in GT2. And then you've got Ernie Spada and Jim Valdez. So let's do this, Greg. As long as we're on full course yellow, let's get the final break of the day in. And then when we come back, hopefully we can go green all the way to the finish. You're watching the SCCA, the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour. We're live from Portland. We'll be right back.
Ready for a new race trailer? Bravo Trailers is the exclusive trailer partner of the SCCA. Owned by longtime SCCA racers, Bravo Trailers work better, load easier, and tow better because we build them with racers in mind. Visit bravotrailers.com to see your new trailer in aluminum or steel.
For over 25 years, championship-winning drivers and teams have demanded Hawk Performance Motorsports brake pads. Now you can have their advanced technology on your daily car, truck, or SUV with Hawk Performance Street products. With the improved HP Plus pad for that hybrid street and track feel, or Super Duty pads for tow vehicles, their all-new ER1 brake pad designed to take on even the longest race, and their all-new high-performance brake fluid, Hawk has all of your braking needs covered. Visit HawkPerformance.com and like them on Facebook or Instagram to learn more about the Hawk Performance Advantage. Hawk Performance, what's stopping you?
Hoosier Racing Tire is proud to be the presenting sponsor of SCCA's Super Tour. Hoosier's mission is to be the dominant, customer-driven provider of tires to race teams domestically and internationally. Realizing Hoosier's existence and continued success is dependent upon how well we meet our customers' expectations by providing the safest, most reliable, high-quality race tires that put you in the winner's circle. For more information, see one of our trackside support personnel or the local Hoosier Tire racing dealer nearest you, or contact us at HoosierTire.com. Hoosier Racing Tires, truly designed for champions.
Maza Vineyards is the exclusive sparkling wine for podium celebrations at the Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, SCCA Runoffs, and Tire Rack SCCA Pro Solo. Celebrate your race weekend with Maza Vineyards and learn more at enjoymaza.com.
Summit Racing is proud to support SCCA racers through the Road Racing Contingency Program. Run the required decals to be eligible for contingency payouts.
And we're back here at Portland International Raceway for our last race of the day. I'm Gregg Ginsberg. I'm along with Brian Bielanski, he kind of spilled the beans. He's not beside me here in Portland. But anyway, we're back to green flag racing, Brian, as the safety car came down the pit lane just as we were coming out of the break. Whoa, look at that, as our leader, Justin
waggle
Dempsey.
wiggle.
Yeah, didn't you say he's got one job and one job only, and that's to get to the checkered flag? Wow. As things are getting jumbled up right back behind. But what this also did is we went to that full course caution, Brian, is it closed down the gap in GT2 between Scotty B. White, Ernie Spada, who had just gotten around Jim Valdez before we went to the full course caution, and that BMW of Valdez, and now they are locked nose to tail here coming into turn 12.
So real quick, let me explain the full course yellow and all of that in the pace car coming out. Race control doesn't obviously have to put out that pace car. They also don't necessarily have all of the views that we have to make that decision. They're making decisions based on the information they're getting from the flaggers on the corners, and I'm sure the flagger asked them to get that going and get that full course yellow out as they saw the field bearing down on that car and not knowing what the situation was. So not that I ever want to second guess race control, but there's a lot of things that factor into making those decisions, and they happen pretty fast.
Yeah, we saw Colin Jackson loop around and get to driver's left and get back underway just as the full course caution was coming out. Of course, I think we're the only ones here in the building with those views, and it may have changed the decision. They did the best thing with the information that they had, and Jackson did get back underway, and they had already deployed the safety car at that point when they went to the full course caution. They had the safety car ready to go, and went to go pick up the field. And obviously once that gets done, you can't just pull down the yellows like I thought they had. I didn't know that the safety car had actually been deployed. That was out of my view. So we're watching right now the battle for the lead in GT2. And Brian, you'll notice that Valdez in that BMW, he has once again fallen back from both Scotty B. White and Ernie Spada, and the BMW continues to have those brake lockup issues going down into the Shelton chicane, and it has been the bane of his racing existence here today in Portland.
I suspect those lockup issues are not at all helped by that huge lockup he had that flat spotted those tires early on in the race, which led to him dropping back from second to third in GT2. So my suspicion is he's going to have to struggle with that for the rest of the race. Now, you can lock up the tires enough all the way around so they become all round again, but that takes a special kind of luck and skill.
All right, and Brian, while we were under full course caution, we did have the number 28 GT3 machine. That was Bud Reichert. Bring his car down the pit lane with some mechanical issues. We saw he had some gremlins early on in the weekend. This would have been Reichert's the time for Reichert to shine, as Colin Jackson was sitting there in the Shelton chicane dead stick. But unfortunately for the driver of that Mazda RX-7, it was not meant to be, and they're going to be towing his car off the pit lane. It doesn't look like it's can get back to the paddock under its own power.
Tough luck for him today as well. And one of many RX-7s we've had here this weekend, which we don't get a lot anymore. Used to have a lot of them. But it was fun to watch him out there with the other RX-7s from the E-Production race as well. And kind of we're in a situation, Greg, where we were before the full course yellow is kind of exactly where we are now that we're after the full course yellow. Gaps have widened out again. Scotty B. White, Ernie Spada, and Jim Valdez pretty much same distance, except for maybe Valdez falling back even a little bit more. Justin Dempsey, after that little moment on the first lap after the restarts, collected himself, and he now has a 5.6 second lead over second place. So it's kind of like it happened and it's done, and now we move on.
And exactly, and we're right back to where we were 4 laps ago. Like almost like nothing ever happened, other than the fact that that Colin Jackson now finds himself back in 6th position overall, rather than up a little bit further up in the field. But here, as we continue on, Ernie Spada continuing to have some issues keeping up the pace that Scotty B. White's Viper has that last time by, though, was almost 0.2 of a second faster than the Dodge. And so we'll see here as the 44 car puts in a good run through the chicane, if he can use that to his advantage and maybe get into the draft of that big V10 machine here. Now the Porsche definitely has some advantages, Brian, over the Porsche, over the Viper. It's a little bit nimble. It's a much shorter wheelbase.
Yes.
When you get on the power, certainly when the rear engine, it'll just hunker down over the rear wheels. That's the advantage of having all the weight sitting over the rear axle, as opposed to the Viper. Got tons and tons of torque, but a good portion of the weight is sitting over the front end of the car, not the rear end of the car, and that Porsche is absolutely sublime under braking. So we'll see if Scotty B. White can keep that Viper where it stands today, and if he can maintain the advantage that he has, which right now is about 1.1 seconds over Ernie Spada.
This is a classic battle here, Greg, where you've got one car with a whole ton of horses under the hood, and you've got another car that does all the twisty bits really well. And it is the kind of like, I want to go fast, I want to go fast, I want to drive quickly, I want to drive quickly. They do this stuff in a very different way, and this is a racetrack that really benefits both types of cars.
It does.
So it's really fun to watch when you get a place like this. Did you like my more nimble car voice, by the way?
Yes, it was very, very effective. Yeah, a matter of fact, and we've got a car, Brian, I think off on track right now, and you can see there lots of smoke in the air. That's coming out of turn number 5, heading up the hill towards turn number 6, and I believe that may be the 55 machine, as we've got
it looks like a Camaro
heading that way. Yeah, it's either we just saw Martinovich drive by. That may indeed be the number 55 machine. We'll know in a moment, as we'll be watching the rest of the field filter through turn 12, and watching right now, and I believe that is the 55 car, because the first driver to come out of turn 12 now is Scotty B. White. And we'll see if that brings out another full course caution. The car is off in the grass, and emergency services teams seem to have already gotten it under control.
Well, this kind of goes back to the old saying of, this is why we run the race, even when you've got not too many cars in your class and you think it's a done deal, and why would you go up? Well, this is why. Nothing is taken, nothing is for certain here, and nothing should be taken for granted. And I'm sure that whatever that situation is, that Justin Dempsey is just heartbroken right now.
Yeah, he's got to be, and that's going to move now Dominic Martinulich in his Chevy Camaro up in, pardon me, I keep saying it's a Camaro. It's a Ford Mustang.
It is.
Martinulich's Mustang. I've got now probably every Ford lover on in the Pacific Northwest looking for me. Hey, I'm in Los Angeles too. No, but that's going to move Martinulich into the lead in GT1. It's going to put Scotty B. White in the overall lead here, and he is now maybe knowing that he's got the overall lead, put a little lift in his step there.
That's right.
He's now opened up almost a 3.5 second advantage over Ernie Spada that last time by. As they cross the stripe, Scotty B. White about a tenth faster, but on the previous lap it opened up almost a 1.5 seconds on the Porsche.
We've got about 5, 6, 7 laps to go here in our final race of the day, and it has been no lack of action here, even with kind of a little bit of a smaller field here than we normally have, but lots of stuff going on. Even the GT2 field still not a done deal, only a 3-second lead for Scotty B. White, and then Jim Valdez hanging in there. He's 6 seconds back from the second place car, so they will keep moving and trying to get this thing done. The good news for Scotty B. White is a little bit of a slower car between himself and Ernie Spada that Spada's going to have to deal with. He shouldn't have too many problems though getting around that one. That's an A-sedan car there. That is, I believe that's Ed Zabinski in the red Mustang. Exactly. So he'll dispatch that car pretty quickly. He may even have done it before you even get to, and he did. Before they got to turn 12 here. So that second place car there, that's Spada. And then right there is Ed Zabinski, and no issue there. Then you look back to that orange and blue car. That is Jim Valdez just trying to hold on here with those flat-spotted tires from early in the race.
And Brian, I'm getting word that that machine, the Dempsey machine, is going to stay where it is.
Good.
Until the end of the race. Now we should mention that Zabinski was, I believe, back in the day, Showroom Stock B national champion, and I believe this was back in 2010 at Road America. And I'm trying to pick up because I don't think that was his only national championship. I'll see if we can, if I can get a little bit more information on him.
Yeah, I was trying to pull up the Runoffs media guide from last year, which has all that info in it, and I don't have that at my fingertips, which I probably should.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I think overall, I think as a driver, he has 2 national championships, and besides that one in 2010 in Showroom Stock B, I'll try and look up the other one. I think he's been involved with 4 others as a either team owner or crew chief, but long storied history in the SCCA for Ed Zabinski.
That time by, Ernie Zapata had not problems, but had a slower car coming through 11 and 12 that kind of held him up just a little bit. And Scotty B. White has been able to extend the lead now to 4.6 seconds. And with 6 laps to go here next time by, that is a pretty good lead for White. He should be able to kind of start to think about taking it easy here for the final laps and just hit his marks, find his break points, find his turning points, hit his apexes, and he should be able to motor this thing home to a victory if he doesn't have any issues in the last 6 laps here.
You know, Brian, I was just, as we were watching Scotty B come into turn 7 under braking, as I keep, for some reason, referring back to our first race of the day in our Formula Vs, where we had the Formula Vs, shooting puffs of white smoke when they either let out of the throttle, when they downshifted, or even as they got out of the throttle for a moment to upshift. Coming into turn 7, you can see as Scotty B. White gets hard on the brakes, slow that car down, and heat downshifts. Not puffs of smoke, fireballs shooting out of the side pipes on that car. It is a beautiful sight to see. Is it with that side exit exhaust? Maybe we'll see it this next time by. if Zach will give us that shot, and I think he probably will.
In the immortal, there it is right there.
There it
The
is.
immortal words of that great poet laureate Tim Taylor. Oh, 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 oh. Gotta love seeing that fire-breathing Viper going down here into turn 5. Just love that. Next time by, we'll have 4 laps to go here as we get wrapped up. Why don't I take this opportunity here real quick to thank a bunch of folks as we get close to the end of our weekend. Of course, our flaggers and everyone working outside volunteering, Greg, in these hot temperatures. Thank you a ton for being out there. Our director is Zach Johnson. He's back in the studio pressing all the buttons and making you and me look good, which is a tough thing to do, by the way. Executive producer is Brendan Kazmarek. He is here setting up our cameras and making sure all the techie stuff goes and does what the techie stuff is supposed to do. Big thanks to him. Our SCC National folks who have invited us all out here to do that, thank them very much. Everyone from Oregon region who has hosted us this weekend and done a fantastic job putting on a really cool race. Can't thank all of those folks enough. And all of the great people in our associate producer chat, Greg. They have been here all weekend long, making sure, feeding us good information and keeping us straight when we say things dumb, which on occasion happens.
Yeah, definitely want to thank all the great folks who have been watching here this weekend. And by the way, Brian, maybe this is a generational thing, but
yeah, it is.
But producer Brendan says neither your producer nor your director know who Tim Taylor is.
Well, I'll send them both a YouTube so they can get educated on the finer things, on some of the finer things in life.
You know, I've been trying to educate them by playing the best 80s music all weekend long here. Hasn't helped one bit.
Anyway, good stuff.
All right. So we're working lap number 21 here at Portland International Raceway. Your current race leader is Scotty B. White in his GT2 Dodge Viper Comp Coupe. There he goes, coming out of turn 12. Coming down the start-finish, he is going to be starting now lap number 22 of 25. He is now opened up a rather large lead on Ernie Spada, who just now crosses the stripe, and the difference is there's Spada coming across, and I think the gap now somewhere along the lines of about 5 seconds between those two drivers as Scotty B continues to extend his advantage. .8 seconds last time by, Greg, between first and second place. So Scotty B. White's just kind of taking this advantage of the situation and walking away here again. But we gotta get the last couple laps in, because we've seen last lap problems on a number of races today. So let us not count our chickens before, or in this case, count our geese before they hatch. Count the flock of geese or whatever they are. And I'm a little worried, Brian, because if we take a look in the chat, we've got the Racings with a Z 31, and I don't know if he's at the facility here or not, but he says, I smell transmission fluid. So
is he just trolling us, or is he really smelling transmission fluid?
I think that's the case at this point, and I hope that's the case at this point. As Scotty B. White now we see.
Feel like
And by the way, Ernie Spada, he is doing his best Jim Drago Spec Miata impression. He has had his right turn signal on the entire race. Which, no doubt, if you get close behind the car ahead of you, that's what you focus on for at least 2 or 3 laps. So, luckily for Scotty B. White, he's been ahead of the car, not behind it.
Oh boy!
But
the Racing's 31 is sitting in the bleachers in turn 4, Greg. So,
oh boy,
no telling who that's coming from and which car it is. Although I will tell you that it was power steering fluid that was the issue for Scotty B. White. But I think he would know by now if he was having a problem, and he'd be slowing down a little bit. There's no slowing down that Viper right now. 10 seconds at the line last time by, and I feel like it's probably maybe even a little wider this time, but we'll see in a second. Next time by will be the final lap for this race, I believe.
Indeed, Brian, as Ernie Spada now crosses the stripe and runs he runs about 3/10 off of Scotty B's lap time that time by. So Scotty B extends that lead just a little bit as we are indeed working lap number 24, the penultimate lap. When Scotty B White crosses the start-finish line, he'll get that white flag. And there he goes into turn at number 7 as this race has really opened up across all three groups. Here are GT1 cars, GT2 and GT3. Ed Zabinski, our sole American sedan driver, out, but great to see that Mustang make it out. He had to retire early in yesterday's race. There's the back of the Mustang, and maybe a little bit of white smoke. I don't know if that's tire smoke or not, but a little bit of white smoke out of the back of the Mustang. He had to retire early yesterday, did not make it out for qualifying, and good to see that car on track as Scotty B. White, driver of the number 0 GT2 Dodge Viper. He gets the white flag. 1 lap here to go in our final race of the day from Portland International Raceway, final race of the 2023 Hoosier Racing Tire SCCA Super Tour, round number, what do we say, Brian, 16?
Yeah, round 16. Scotty B. White's got to negotiate 10 more corners. Maybe it's 5 more corners now to get his next Super Tour win here in GT2. Not the first, he's had plenty. But never enough, and momentum is good heading into the runoff. So I'm sure he'll feel good that he got that power steering problem taken care of, and a good outing for him today as they get ready to head out west here in a couple of months to vie for another national championship.
Yeah, and I suspect that Scotty is going to be on track probably, I think it's next weekend. There is an event at Pacific Raceways. No, it's actually in 2 weeks, May 27th and 28th. It's the Northwest region that puts that event on. He, I believe, is one of the board of directors in that region, but no mind that for right now. Scotty B. White, he comes out of the final corner, comes underneath the starter stand where he takes the checkered flag. Scotty B. White is your winner in GT2. Coming out of the final corner now is going to be Ernie Spada, but before that, we'll see Ed Zabinski take the checkered flag. He's your winner in American Sedan. Here comes Ernie Spada in his Porsche 911 Cup car, finishing second in GT2. And then the BMW of Valdez comes across the line and taking third, Jim Valdez out of Portland, Oregon. Again, final step on the podium in GT3. Our GT1 winner, Dominic Martinelich, he will cross the stripe, finishing 4th overall. And I believe, Brian, at this point we are waiting on Colin Jackson, who will be our GT3 winner in his Nissan 240 SX. The number 53 car crosses the stripe, and only one more machine. I think he is still on track. Trying to check the cameras. I think
while we're waiting for that
machine.
one, we've gotten Director Zach of Fan Club. JT Tammy in the chat says Zach killing it with the camera work, and love that. So we've already got fans for our camera people and our director, and that's fantastic. I love it.
That's.
Oh, I'm told by our producer that we paid him to say that. Come on, show Zach some love.
That's right. And Brian, I was looking because I thought we still had the GT2 Pontiac GTO of Ed Gless on track, and it looks as though he did retire early, completed 18 laps of the 25. So it looks like we've got every driver out on track, take the checkered flag, and we're officially done.
We are officially done. Real quick before we say goodbye, tune in on June 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Gregg Ginsberg and Larry Lefty Claude will be bringing you all the action from Watkins Glen. I'm taking a weekend off. I'll be back with you from Road America June 23rd, 24th, and 25th for our last 2 Super Tours of the year. Greg, thanks a ton. It's time to get out of here.
Thank you so much, and thank you to everybody watching at home or at turn 4 at the track here. We'll see you in just a few weeks from Watkins Glen International. Have a great week, everybody.
That's right. Have a great week. Drive home safely, and go play with cars.